So the next hazardous substance, well, lead is only required. The lead paint disclosure or lead hazard disclosure is only required for properties that were built prior to 1978. You need to remember the day, the year, and you're required to give the disclosure statement to the buyers and renters only after it's been previously filled out by the owner of the property, because their first thing they're doing is confirming that they received the information that the seller or the owner disclosed at the top of the form. Now they got to give them that lead hazard disclosure, the booklet, the pamphlet, and a 10-day opportunity to conduct a lead hazard inspection or waive that opportunity. And that's the only hazardous substance that we're required to have a disclosure for. It's federally mandated, so it's required in all 50 states, no matter where you're doing business. The next one we're going to be going over is radon gas. Now, radon is an odorless, tasteless gas. Comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth that decomposes over millions of years. So this gas does cause cancer. Let me see, I believe I have a video for this that would explain it a little bit better. So before I get into the video though, let me just show you, I have a couple of images here to show you. The entire United States pretty much is rich in this stuff. But you could have a neighbor that has high levels of radon measurements in their property, and then you have none upon testing, or none or very low levels, because that rock is not decomposing to the point that it's letting out the gas under your house. Now here's an image of how it gets into your home. You know, it comes up from the ground deep within the earth. It comes from decomposing radioactive rock, uranium. All right. And then it comes in through the well water. If you have well water, comes in through the water and gets into your house through the shower, through the sink, comes through cracks in the floor, or the if you have French drains in the house, sump pump wells, it could come through. Your concrete floor is porous. It can go through that. You know, it's a gas. Gas comes, seeks the path of least resistance upwards, just like water seeks the path of least resistance downward, right? Come on, Microsoft, let me switch images. This sucks. And let me just close that out and go to the next image. How about that? Okay, we have digital scan meters. Opening a new image because that wouldn't let me switch images for some reason. We have carbon filters and digital scan meters that could test for the presence of radon. We don't have them, home inspectors do. Okay, here's an example of a digital scan meter. It's kind of sounds like a Geiger counter testing for radiation. Because like I said, it comes from decomposing radioactive rock deep within the earth. Here's a test kit that I took a picture of from Home Depot. Radon gas short-term test kit. It's a 2 to 4 day maximum test kit. Okay, you don't leave it in there longer to try to get better results. You'll start getting false positives with this stuff. Usually you just leave it in there for 3 days. Okay, anything more than probably 4 days, you're screwing around with the quality of the test results. Here's a good way to make sure that radon does not accumulate in your house to high levels if you're in an area that has radon decomposing under your house. Best way to do it is you drill a hole through the concrete floor and you have this PVC pipe that goes straight up and vents out through the roof. Gas will seek the path of least resistance. It'll go through the pipe and go through and out of and out. It'll never collect in the home. That's how those radon remediation systems work. That's the video I'm going to be showing you. Now here's an interesting detail on the back of that box for that radon test kit that I seen at Home Depot. Take a look at this. Radon gas causes more deaths each year than drunk driving, home falls, drowning, and fires. That's a lot. Here's a map of the US and areas that have been tested with a lot of radon. Red being the areas where they've received more tests back. Now, it doesn't mean because if you live in one of these areas that you got high levels of radon where you live. It just means that these are the areas where high levels of radon have come back and tested from test results, because test results are required to be reported back to the EPA and the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. And now, because I zoomed in, I'm probably going to have a problem. Oh, there we go. I found this little flyer from New Jersey. It looks like in southern New Jersey, at least. I mean, you guys could try calling this number, but in southern New Jersey, they're giving away free radon test kits. So there's a phone number here. The hell, if you want, give it a call, see if you could get one. Now, when's the last time somebody's got a test kit? Well, usually when they bought the house, depending how long ago they bought the house, you know. But when you bought the house, if it was years ago, you may not have had radon decomposing, that radon rock under your home deep within the earth, decomposing to the point that it was releasing enough gas to be hazardous. But hey, years later, it could, right? So here's a little flyer with that toll-free number there. Try to get a free test kit if you like. Snap a picture of that. I'll change the slide now. Okay. All right. Nobody wants that. Okay. Here's a radon remediation system pipe. This area, you see this little bulge in the pipe here, this thing that they put in the center? That's a fan. They put a fan into that pipe that creates a little bit of negative pressure. This way the gas will be sucked up a little bit too. So it's not just the gas trying to seek the path of least resistance. It's creating a little negative pressure to suck the gas, a little bit of sucking action to create the gas, to suck that gas out. And this pipe is going into not the concrete floor, but this is actually a sump pump area, because you can see the pipe for the sump pump here. And there's the tightly fitting cover over that as well. You need to have a tight fitting cover over any sump pump, because it prevents any gases coming from that water. If you have water sitting in there, first of all, you could get smells coming out of there. But you don't want to have nobody stepping in the hole, number one. And number two is you don't want if there is radon gas, you don't want that gas escaping into the house through that big hole, a big gaping hole. All right, now here's some statistics. This is going to be in our slideshow, though, about what are your odds of getting radon gas, if getting cancer, if you're exposed to radon and you're a smoker. Those odds tremendously increase depending on the level of radons in the home. Look, if you have 4 picocuries, that's the dangerous level that requires remediation. If you're a non-smoker, your odds of getting cancer are 1 in 135. If you smoke, your odds are now 1 in 26. Okay, so it greatly increases. Okay, here's a cutaway of a house again and the ground, showing you once again how radon enters the home. You see, here is a radon pipe, radon remediation kit. You see how this pipe goes straight up through the house? You can see that it's got the fan up here, and then it vents out the roof like that. In New Jersey, all new construction in areas that are rated tier 1 areas. These are areas that have higher likelihood of having radon gas in them. Doesn't mean you're going to have it, just there's a higher likelihood that you could have come across radon in your home. Tier 1 areas throughout the state are required to have at least one of these radon pipes with the fan that vents straight out the roof For every 1,500 square foot of construction, every 1,500 foot of house, you have to have one of those. Just a little factoid, not that you need to know it for exam. Anybody got granite countertops in your house? Where does granite come from?
The stone, isn't it?
Yeah, where's it come from? It comes from the ground. They quarry it. It comes from quarries. They dig it out of the ground, right?
Yeah.
Well, it could have some of that rock that's decomposed, that has decomposing radioactive rock within it. So granite countertops should be tested to see if they are leaking out the radiation and the radon gas. If you got your granite from a discount granite place, you should have tested it for sure. And if not, I'm going to show you a way that you can test it. You could just take one of these test kits. You don't need the electronic test kit that the granite counter place should have had. You could get just those little radon test kit that they got at Home Depot, put it on the counter, and then put a bowl on top of it and let it sit there for a couple of days, and you'll get a reading if there's any gas that's collecting from the countertop. Yeah, it'll be in this one video that I'm going to show you. Here's another example of a massive pipe. So either this is a huge basement or they had a huge radon problem, because look how wide, look how the diameter of this pipe here. For this is a radon pipe. And look at the size of that fan. Holy crap. So what they do is they dig a hole in the concrete, and then they put the pipe through there, and then they seal that pipe with a sealant. However, they can't just stick the pipe there to the dirt. When they drill that hole in the concrete, they dig out a hole under it so that there's an area where gas can collect, and then it sucks up there. I think I have another better cutaway image of that. Come on. All right, this isn't letting me switch slides again, so let me close that out. Oh, that was the last picture I had? Huh. All right, I got a video for this I'm gonna pull up. But I believe I got another radon image there. Let me show you. Radon. I'll quiet that for you. All right. I know I had another pic of that somewhere. I don't know where it is. So let me just open up that video and show you the video of what radon gas is and teaching about it. Okay, so hold on one second as I pull that up for you, okay? So everybody have your volume on, and it'll start playing in a moment.
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen.
All right, let me just share that screen now. Everybody can see the video?
Yes.
All right.
When you're thinking about remodeling the kitchen, you may want to upgrade countertops, something like granite. But there may be something hiding inside the granite you don't know about. Here to explain is Stanley Liebert, Quality Assurance Director for CMT Laboratories. Good morning. Good to have you with us.
Thanks, Harry.
We've had this machine on here this morning making noise and everything else. Let's first go down here. Here's a piece of granite. What might be coming out of this granite?
Actually, that granite's been tested, and it puts out about 4 picocuries per liter, about the equivalent of radon gas.
Of radon gas. A lot of people have radon detectors in their homes. What is radon exactly?
It's a Class A carcinogen gas that we inhale, causes lung cancer.
Okay, and so we found that this stuff is coming out of granite, like in your kitchen counters. I mean, some
Precisely.
people have gone so far as to tear their kitchen counters out because of the concern. Is that justifiable, do you think?
In this case, 100 picocuries per liter of air
Wow.
in her kitchen.
Well,
What's considered dangerous levels of radon that requires remediation is anything above 4 picocuries, or he pronounced it picocuries, or PCI, it could be expressed as 4 PCI. It's a minuscule measurement of gas. However, anything above 4 is supposed to be the maximum. Anything above 4 picocuries or picocuries is considered a dangerous level that requires remediation. If this is at 100, that's way high.
The rest
Of
of the
radon
house
gas.
of radon gas.
unbelievable. So this one has been tested and
Which, by the way, you guys need to know that for exams. What are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation? And we are on page 136 in the book. And if you go to the second paragraph at the bottom of the page underneath radon gas, I want you to highlight that first line, that first sentence that says, remediation is indicated if radon levels measure 4 picocuries, PCI or more. Pico, whatever, however you pronounce it. 4 picocuries, that's how he pronounced it, so I'll go with that, or more. Okay, so highlight that in the book while I continue playing the video.
and let's go down here. I want to see what is this little gizmo right here?
This instrument is a survey meter that we use to evaluate somebody's granite.
Right. And so this thing is on here now, and what's the number readout right there?
It's right now reading around 1,100 counts per minute. We equate that to about 550 picocuries of radon gas or
Right.
radiation.
And if you
That's a
were,
lot.
called in and somebody had this granite on their countertop in their kitchen, would you say it's dangerous?
The probability we're looking at a problem here, and the granite would actually be removed. In the lower levels, we can usually improve it by exchanging air or install a
Just
system.
make sure there's good air
Proper
quality. I mean, in
ventilation.
terms of distribution of air in the room, so it's not as dangerous, right?
Precisely. The objective is bring fresh air in,
Mhm.
exchange it with the air that's in the kitchen.
Right. 'Cause we've talked about this before, but I'm having a difficult time getting my head around the idea that the countertops in your home might literally be dangerous.
Well, in this case, we're not only looking at the radon that's coming out of it, but to a woman that's recently pregnant, we're getting gamma radiation out of it that really has a direct impact on the fetus development.
Right.
So it's a couple things. Most pregnant women may be very close to that countertop
Right.
and look at damaging. And that's what happened with that granite right there.
This one, think about it, because there's granite all over the place in modern kitchens. Sometimes you have a little breakfast nook. You may sit there hours and hours and hours in a day. Is one color seem to be, in terms of the color range that's out there, what seems to be safer, what seems to be more dangerous?
We're seeing higher results in reds, pinks, purples. However, you got to test them all. There's a sample that we have here.
Okay, and so how does this work? Very quickly.
This essentially is a test kit that a homeowner can buy.
Right.
Essentially install it, leave it for 3 to 4 days.
This is what I was telling you, how you guys can test if you have granite counters at your house right now. You could test it by taking a test kit. See, they have a carbon filter here. You could take that carbon filter, you take the cover off of that filter, and then you put a bowl over it, and you leave it there for a couple of days, and you perform the test that way. And then it doesn't give you immediate results. You have to then you put the cap back on that filter, you put it in a Ziploc bag, and you mail it to one of the laboratories to do the testing. Like that test kit that I showed you the picture of that I got at Home Depot, I think it was like $10 or $15. And then the laboratory testing is another $50, I think. So that's still a lot cheaper than having a home inspector do it. They charge you $100 for it, 75 to $100, you know, they make a little money off of it.
Days
Right.
with a bowl over it. Essentially, you close it back up.
Oh, there's like charcoal and something like that. You put the lid on, you send it to a lab like yours, and you can find out.
Precisely.
Wow, that's really something. Stanley Liebert, very interesting stuff. Do appreciate it.
Yeah. So that's a thing. Now, do we disclose if we know that the homeowner is aware that they do have radon in their home? Do we disclose that to potential buyers?
Yes.
One person. Anybody else got an opinion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why is everybody saying yes? I just want to hear your views. I just want to hear your views. I'm not trying to trick anybody.
Is required by the law, you can say.
Okay. Why would you think that it's required?
You're disclosing information talking about the property.
So this is about the physical information about the property. What do we call that?
Mm.
What do we call material information? Oh, material information. Any information that a buyer would place importance in wanting to know about a property that could affect their decision of purchasing. But in this case, it would be a material defect. Any high levels of radon would be a defect. It's a problem, right? And we're required to investigate and disclose all material information as well as any defects that we may be aware of, correct? However, in this case with radon, we are strictly forbidden from telling anybody about, even if we're aware that there's radon in the property, we are forbidden from telling anybody that in advance. However, once they put an offer in on the property showing their interest in the property, then we are required to disclose at that point. They basically don't want us blabbing off to everybody who walks in the house, hey, this house got high radon levels, because then it could create like a public scare or panic, because they think the whole area is high radon levels now, which it may not be true. It could be that that one house has high levels of radon and the next door neighbor has nothing. So we want to make sure that we're only telling this to people and that we're educating people who are getting the guidance that we're telling them if it has high levels or not, if we're aware of it. Okay. A lot of times we're not even aware until a home inspection gets done. Look, even if a seller is aware because they had a report when they bought the house, how long ago did they buy the house? You know, it may be irrelevant now. I mean, as a matter of fact, this is one of those items that we have to check off on that seller's property condition disclosure report, which I'll pull it up again and show you that seller property condition disclosure report in there. Seller disclosure. In that seller property condition disclosure report, there's an area in there where there's a field where we have the owner check off whether they want to have their agent disclose any information they have or reports they have pertaining to radon. And for that, that's the one I always tell them to check off. No, I don't want them to give me that permission to disclose, because I always will tell the buyer, for your protection, get a home inspection. Look, you don't know when the last time this person had an inspection, and it doesn't matter. They probably had it done years ago, and the levels of radon could be different today. So for your it's not that I'm trying to hide something, it's that for your protection, get a home inspection. You know, you really need to know what the radon levels are in the property today for you to protect.
Would that be considered latent defects?
It is a latent defect, because you don't know if it's high levels of radon or not, unless, yeah, you're right, it is latent, it isn't material. It is a latent defect, because you can't tell, you don't know about it by looking around. Further investigation is required to uncover it. So you're right. I misspoke before saying that it is a material. It isn't material defect, but it is material information. So you see that this is the radon. This is your seller property condition disclosure report here, and the rate. Here's a question about the radon. You're asking whether the owner has any reports and wants to give their agent permission to discuss with potential buyers or renters any treatment or radon testing that has been done in the property. I always have them check off no, because I always want to tell that buyer, for your protection, get a home inspection, you know? All right, so back to the slideshow. I'm going to close out that. So let me get the background here. Excuse me, I'm also starting the whiteboard up now, so it's ready for later. Undoubtedly, we're going to need it. All right. So anything 4 pico curies or more, you guys see it here? A pico curie could be expressed like this. They can either spell out the full word pico or pico curie, or it could be expressed like this. This is the way it's probably going to be expressed on exam, either as 4 PCI or 4 PCI/L. You see the way that it reads like that? All right. You need to know that. What are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation? Anything 4 picocuries or more, okay? Measurements over 4 picocuries or more require remediation. How they remediate? Anybody recall how you remediate, how you fix the problem if there's a lot of radon in the house, 4 picocuries or more?
No.
Proper ventilation.
Okay.
You either get proper ventilation throughout the house, or you install one of those pipes that'll suck it out of the house so it doesn't collect. All right. Otherwise, proper ventilation, open and close the windows, the doors, you know, but when you get proper airflow in there and you get an air exchange in the house, it's when you have your windows and your doors sealed up all the time. Look, if you have, the only time we need to test for radon really is if you have a basement or a crawl space or granite countertops, but basement or crawl spaces in a house, because those are areas where the radon gas will come in and it'll collect. And when's the last time you opened your basement windows, you know, or doors, you know? Probably not very often, right? So it collects in those areas. And what do you usually do with the basements when you finish them off? Turn them into man caves or playrooms for the kids, right? And many times those are the levels, those are the areas where the radon would collect. And now your husbands and your kids are getting cancer, you know? And look, if you have central air conditioning or central heating, those vents, those fans are usually in the basement. So those ventilation systems are now sucking it and spreading it throughout the house now. Okay. So you should test every couple of years. Doesn't cost much to get the test done, or you could get one of those electronic monitors in it. All right. So let's see. There's a radon map. Yeah, you see on the slideshow here. I have to minimize this so that I can open it. This map is on page 159 as well in the book. We look at page 159 for a moment. I'm sorry, 139. Oh, why did I got 159? 139. Let me change that on the slideshow. It's on 159. 159 is the disclosure, and 139 is the map. Okay, I got it here. 139 is the map. 159 is the disclosure. Just it's on the next line, so that's side by side. There we go. All right, so that map, is a black and white image from the one that you could see on the website, which I'll share with you right now. So here's the website for am I boring you?
I'm sorry.
For New Jersey Radon, NJ Radon. You could see here tier 1 are high potential areas, tier 2 are moderate, tier 3 are low potential areas. That means at least 25 homes tested in the area have 5% radon, 5 to 24%, or 25% or more radon concentrations. Here's a map of New Jersey with the current radon readings or results that have been sent in to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. Okay, yellow is the least potential, red is the higher potential areas of having radon. Okay, so as you could see, the whole state, there's no area there that's white. The whole state has the possibility. It's not just New Jersey, it's the whole United States. I showed you that United States map, right? But these are the areas and the likelihood of having radon. So you should always test for radon. Yeah, I think I live in this little area over here in Union County that's got the lowest. But either way, you still got to check, because you could have none and your neighbor can have a lot, or vice versa. Okay. The best that you could do is you could ventilate and equalize it to whatever's outside. So they have the levels set at 4 picocuries or picocuries, because in some areas in the state, when you're walking around outside, you could be getting exposed to that. So the best that you could do is equalize it to the air that's outside. I told you the earth is a hostile environment. It could kill you, in things in nature. This is not man-made, right? Everybody thinks it's everything that'll kill you is man-made. It's not. And then they're definitive about the things that are man-made cause the cancer. Well, how do you know that? You walk around outside, you're exposed to things that we know cause cancer. All right, so that's the map. And then there's some additional information, Ray Tones, for another website that gives you more information about the radon stuff. All right. You guys are on the slideshow, right? Okay, so let's see. Here's that radon cancer risk again. That slide I built it into the slideshow here. Shows you that if you're a smoker, your odds increase dramatically. If there's a high level of radon, 4 picocuries, you have 1 in 135 chance of getting cancer due to it, being exposed to it for long term. However, if you're a smoker, those odds go up tremendously. Your odds are now 1 in 26 to get cancer, combined with the radon gas and the smoking itself, because this all affects your lungs. So now a smoker is defined as an individual who smokes at least 100 cigarettes in a lifetime. Yeah, I don't think that should be a problem for a lot of smokers to meet that minimum goal. All right, here's that flyer again. I had the picture about before, showing you about the possibility of getting that free radon test kit. Here's the phone number again. Okay, you can call up, try to do that, try to get that for free from the state of New Jersey. Why not? No, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna see if I can get one. What the hell? I'll try it during lunch. 609-497-7608. I'll try getting one during lunch. I'll let you know how it goes. I got a basement, why not? All right, radon remediation can be done in 2 ways. Well, removal or any remediation can be done in 2 ways, either remediation or encapsulation. Well, you're not going to encapsulate radon. First of all, that'd be dangerous, keeping it trapped in. So what you're going to do is you're going to try to ventilate. There's only one way to cure the radon. All right, that's ventilation, to remove it. All right, the next form is urea formaldehyde, or UFFI, urea formaldehyde spray foam insulation. This is another dangerous substance. In 1982, the Consumer Product Safety Commission banned its use when they found that it causes cancer in animals. But that ban was later reduced to a warning because you can't test on humans. So there's inconclusive results on whether it causes cancer in humans. So it's used in houses today. The spray foam insulation. The thing is, it's a mix of chemicals, and those chemicals, as they dry, as that spray foam dries and hardens, those chemicals get trapped in and slowly release over the years over time. Okay. Now, if somebody did a real bad job mixing those chemicals, a lot of times you'll know it right away if they did a really bad job, because the whole house would stink something fierce of chemicals. And it can make the house unlivable. Okay. You guys ever see those cans of spray foam insulation at the Lowe's, Home Depot, etc.? It's a great insulator because it sticks to the wall, it expands, and it's dense, and it does a great job of insulating. Problem is if that mix of the chemicals is not right, it could be a danger. It could cause cancer. So they reduced it only to a ban. They reduced that ban to a warning label on the packaging. But when it's getting installed by somebody, an installer, they're not exactly putting labels on your house, are they? So let's take a look at it. Let me just show you what it looks like really quick. The spray foam insulation, UFF5. Let's see if I have any images of that saved yet. Inspections and hazards, UFF5. Okay, I do got a couple. Okay, here's one image of that. It's the spray foam insulation. You see that they're spraying it, and then it expands between the framing in the house. Okay, instead of putting stuff in there, that fiberglass stuff, the rolls, they spray it. It's denser. It has a higher R rating. Insulation is measured by what we call R ratings. And you see look at the protective gear this guy's wearing with respirators and such. Tell me it ain't dangerous. Right? Or possibility of danger. Let's see. That's the UFF5. That's one picture. Let's see the other picture I got here. Now, this guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. You got to get somebody who really knows what they're doing, because has anybody ever went to Home Depot and bought a can of this stuff, that spray foam insulation?
No.
Anybody ever used this before?
Yes.
This stuff gets hard when it dries, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
This guy obviously don't know what the hell he's doing. He put way too much there. You see, it's come way past the edges of the wood. How are you going to put the sheetrock up over that? That needs to be cut away now. And if you've worked with this stuff, you know when that stuff dries, it's like a brick. That stuff is hard to cut, right?
Yes.
It's hard to work with. And if you try touching it when it's wet, don't get that stuff on your skin. It's nasty, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. Okay, so there's a couple pictures of that. That's all we needed, just to show you what it looks like. All right. Mold. Okay, so you guys have the asbestos, you have the lead paint, you have the radon highlighted. Now mold on page 137. Nothing to highlight under UFFI, but mold on the second paragraph on page 137. I want you to highlight mold requires 3 elements in order to take hold and grow and multiply. One is a food source of organic material, such as wood, cloth, etc. Moderate temperature conditions, because mold will not grow in direct sunlight or the freezing cold. It likes the same temperatures that we like. Okay, which that's bad. We can't get rid of the temperatures that we find comfortable, and we can't get rid of the food source, which is the wood, the cloth, the sheetrock. It's basically the building materials. But we can get rid of the moisture element. And moisture gets in the house through things like humidity, water penetration, whether it's your gutters that are clogged and backflowing behind the walls, or if you're in a flood zone and you got flood that's growing in the house. If you had a flood zone, you got water that a high water table where the water's coming in your house, so it gets the bricks in your basement. You got that musty smell in your basement. You may have mold growing. You guys ever walk into somebody's basement, whether it's yours or someone else's, that you walk into the basement and you smell that there's like a musty smell when you first go into the basement? You guys ever smell that at all in the house?
Yeah.
After the rain.
Yeah. Okay. But then you notice that smell goes away, and then you're like, oh, it's not that bad. You ever notice that? You go in there, you smell it, and it's like, there's a musty smell in here. But then, like, shortly, a little while later, you get used to it, and the smell goes away. All right, and then you're like, oh, it's not that bad. Well, look, trust your nose. Your nose always knows. Okay. What happens is there's something with the human body that tries to protect us, that our receptors in our nose, they actually turn off after a while to try to make sure that we're not getting exposed to too much of dangerous substances. Okay. So those smells that we smell, we eventually get neutral to them. Our receptors turn off in our nose after we smell it for a while. In a way that the Febreze commercial explains it, you've gone nose blind. You ever see those commercials with Febreze? I gotta download one of those commercials.
No.
Febreze, you've gone nose blind. Well, how about this? Have you ever gone into somebody's house that they got a cat or a dog or a pet that stinks? Or somebody just got a house that stinks. You ever walk into it and they're perfectly fine with it? They don't smell nothing, and you're like, oh my God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they've gone nose blind. Nose blind means that you're so used to the smell that you don't smell it anymore. You've gone nose blind. You're blind to the smell. However, to someone else, it's like, oof, It's like sometimes a homeless person who hasn't bathed in a long time, their smell don't bother them, but you walk by them, you're like, oh my God, right? They've gone nose blind to it. Let's see if we can see. Let's see, Febreze nose blind commercial. Let me pull one of these up for you. They got tons of them. Everything from the kids' room with the socks and the stinky smells to the couch that looks like a dog. I don't know. They've got so many of these commercials. It's insane. Let me pull up a video. Oh, those are pictures.
Paul's gotten used to the smell of his famous fish flambe. He no longer smells it. Yep, he's gone nose blind. He staged an intervention to help his wife break the news.
This is what it's like when you're cooking fish.
Wow. What is going on? I think it was that bad. Yeah. Febreze Air Effects works instantly to eliminate cooking odors you've gone nose blind to.
It smells so much better.
One of the many ways Febreze helps.
Yeah, that's one example when people cook stinky foods, right? Or how about this one? I remember this one with the kid.
You get used to rooms smelling of sweaty odors. Yep, you've gone nose blind. You think it smells fine, but others smell this. Use new Febreze fabric refresher for your hard to wash fabrics.
They got them with the pets too.
Matt has gotten used to the funk in his living room. Yes, he's gone nose blind. He thinks it smells fine, but his wife smells this. Luckily for your hard to wash fabrics,
and they got them with the pets, the lady with the cat. They got hundreds of those nose blind commercials, but it basically gives you the gist of it, that you've got nose blind to some of these odors. You get used to them, but other people, they can smell them, all right, so mold, those three elements required to take hold and grow. You're going to highlight that first sentence, which is the first three lines under the second paragraph of mold. Everybody get that? You need to know the three elements that are required for mold to take hold and grow: food source, moderate temperature conditions, and a source of water, right? You remove any one of those elements and mold will not grow. Mold could also grow from, broken or leaky pipes, sewer backups, bad EIFS stucco insulation job where the moisture gets trapped between the insulation and the framing of the house. And then that black mold starts growing. And look, mold is a serious issue in its own. Oh, let me get to my browser on that. I got a couple things from, well, actually, let me see if I have them, the images on them. Damn it. Don't see it. Mold. Of course. So let me pull up some pictures of the mold. I thought I had pictures of the stuff in print. Let's see if I got it built into a slideshow before I start hunting around all over the place. Nope, I don't. That's what I did. All right, so let me pull up something here for the mold and show you. I believe I have some images of that. Yes, I do have some stuff saved up. Okay, back to the web browser. Boom, boom, boom. Where does mold come from? Well, you could get that moisture collecting in your basement if you have a high water table, meaning that you're living in a flood zone. Or if you have your gutters, you see this, everybody sees the web browser? If your gutters don't have this leader pipe that leads away from the house here, that takes the water at least 3-4 feet away from the house, the water will just come down and hit the ground right by the foundation, and it'll soak in along the foundation of your house. And the block inside the house then always has water next to it, and you pretty soon get mold growing through that block. You should always have, your ground should not be flat or pitched towards the house. You should always have a pitch away from the house. The dirt around your house for the first couple feet should be pitched away. You see how they build it up here with dirt so that it's pitched away from the house? And then they even put a rubber or plastic over that, and then they cover it with your decorative stone or whatever. This way the water never sinks into the ground right next to your house. It's led away from the house, okay? It's one example of water getting into the house to get that mold. Here's an example in the basement of the house or in a room of the house. You see there's mold growing on the walls, these black molds. That's not good. When you got molds like this in the house, certain black molds, white molds, gray molds, these things, some of these molds can be deadly. But like a lot of these black molds, they could cause, you previously didn't have any issues. Now all of a sudden you have allergies, or you're allergic to things. You get asthma or emphysema, or your kids do. It could be a cause just simply due to moisture in the house and having mold spores in that house somewhere. Simple things like mold can get you really sick. It really can. A lot of people don't think that it would, but it really can get you sick. Let's see what other pictures we got here. Here's some pictures of mold on the outside of the house. You may think, oh, well, just clean it off. We pressure wash it. Yeah, well, you're killing the symptom, or you're of the problem, but you're not killing what's causing the problem. Okay, this is probably on a side of a house that doesn't get a whole lot of sun, so the moisture builds up and grows there. Okay, they have to work out some kind of a solution to put mold inhibitors on there or something. Let's see. Here's an image with some common types of molds that we come across. All right. And their scientific names. All right. Just you may be familiar with some of these things. Where does it grow? This one, the green molds. Green, brown, gray, or black. It's a powdery appearance. It can be found on food, dead plants, wood, insulation, dark, damp environments like basements. Can cause severe allergic reactions, harmful for people with asthma, allergies, and weakened immune systems. This type of mold, here's the colors that it comes in. Its food sources can cause infections in people with weak immune systems, and it produces a carcinogen. Okay. This one, penicillium, that's where they make penicillin from. However, the mold itself is dangerous to people. It irritates the stomach if ingested. Airborne spores can cause congestion, coughing, and eye irritation. This one causes respiratory problems, asthma, and hay fever. This one can cause cancer, mold that could cause cancer, headaches, asthma, dizziness, and joint pain. And this one causes respiratory problems, headaches, and coughing. Okay, so as you can see, molds can be very dangerous. It's a dangerous issue that should be addressed. All right, moving along. Carbon monoxide. Highlight the first line under carbon monoxide, also known as CO for short. Carbon monoxide, or CO, it's a byproduct. It's an invisible, odorless, tasteless gas that will kill you. They call it the silent killer. It's a byproduct of not fully burnt carbon sources, carbon fuels. Everything from wood, gas, everything on this planet is carbon based, okay? So everything in our universe is carbon based. So anything that burns, basically, a byproduct of it is going to be carbon monoxide. So you should have proper ventilation, because most things do not burn fully. There will be a side effect of some of these unburnt fuels. State law requires buildings with 3 or more units to have at least one working and installed carbon monoxide detectors, but your municipality can require more, and they often do. Look, single family houses, condos usually require the fire department, your local fire department, I bet you that they require at least one working carbon monoxide detector installed in the house, all houses. I've never come across a municipality that didn't. And at least at a fire extinguisher mounted at least 10 feet, I'm sorry, a smoke or fire detector mounted at least 10 feet from any sleeping quarter. You got to have a carbon monoxide detector, at least one in the house, but many municipalities require one on every level, every floor of the house. It is the silent killer. Every year we have people that die across the United States due to carbon monoxide. And I told you a story previously in one of the chapters where in Linden, we had a case where there was a mother that, she had some work done on the house, and her her landlord had some work done on the house and on the furnace, and the furnace was not completely sealed properly against the chimney. It blew off, so the exhaust gases were coming off, and were coming off and getting into the house. But she she pulled the batteries out of the fire, out of the carbon monoxide detector, because it was beeping. All right, look, we get these issues all the time. Boy killed, sister critically injured in carbon monoxide poisoning. This one was in 2016.
Linden fire officials inspecting the home where a 9-year-old boy died and his 10-year-old sister was critically injured. Investigators believe a basement furnace malfunctioned, flooding the home with carbon monoxide, an odorless, colorless, and deadly gas. The alarm on the carbon monoxide detector should have gone off, but the batteries were dead.
It's a horrible tragedy. A lot of people don't know the problems with carbon monoxide.
The batteries weren't dead. She removed them. And the worst part is she should have known better. The lady was a nurse.
Just 2 weeks ago, Linden firefighters and the Red Cross went door to door here on Passaic Avenue in Linden. Volunteers offered free batteries or new detectors, but firefighters say it appears the mother here never called to claim hers.
She's a very good mother.
They were giving out, just days before, they were giving out free carbon monoxide detectors and free batteries if you need them. These are preventable deaths.
Very good mother.
Arlene Carolina lives across the street. She used to babysit for the 9- and 10-year-old children when their mother went to work as a nurse. Carolina could barely speak when she learned the boy had died.
Said that the brother had passed away. So.
Investigators say the brother and sister were sleeping in a bedroom directly above the basement furnace that was spewing the toxic gas. Their mother called 911 and tried doing CPR to save her children. For her son, it was too late. He was in 3rd grade at School 4 in Linden. The superintendent said there will be grief counselors all week.
It's unfortunate. These are preventable deaths, and they happen every year. And it's not just in houses. The carbon monoxide deaths. Look, where was that case? Here's a case in New Jersey. These are all cases in New Jersey. Here's a case in New Jersey that the mother and a toddler die of carbon monoxide poisoning in the car while the car is warming up, and the father was digging the car out in the winter. He was digging the snow out. The car was idling. They started the car so that they could warm up in the car, the mother and the toddler. And when the husband was done digging the car out, got in the car, they were both dead. It doesn't take long to die from carbon monoxide poisoning. All right, a very unfortunate case. All right, so carbon monoxide can kill you. It's a byproduct of unspent, unfully burnt carbon fuels. Another hazardous substance are EMFs, electromagnetic fields. Turn to page 140. You should be on. EMFs, electromagnetic fields. You could be under high tension power lines. This is why now, if you're going to be building a house, any structure, even a tree, cannot be within so many feet of high tension power lines now. But a lot of houses right now that are already built, that are out there, you may have high tension power lines running over your backyard. All right. You hear the buzzing zzz, when it's really quiet from the electricity. Okay. I'm not talking about like the telephone poles with power lines that lead to your house. I'm talking about those ones that are like alongside the corridor of Route 1 and 9. Those giant towers where they got those really thick poles that are streaming those high tension power lines, right? Here, give you a couple of images of high tension power lines. Here's some images of high tension power lines. You get an idea of what they look like, those big poles. All right. You don't exactly want one of these running through your backyard, but look, places like Edison, you could have them running through the backyard of $1 million home. All right. I mean, we need power to survive, and these power lines need to run through places unless you want to be cast back into the dark ages, right? But would you want one in your backyard?
Hell no.
Yeah, some people don't. Look, I was showing a house in Edison one time that had one of these high tension power lines it's not in the backyard, but it was right behind their backyard. And one of those stanchions, those towers was right there, right behind their yard. Now, it was hiding in plain sight right in front of my face. I didn't even notice it because it was so big and it was right in front of my face. I didn't even notice it. But I opened up the backyard, and these people actually did a great job redoing their backyard. It was gorgeous. They must have had like the green thumb guy there, because the grass was so brightly green. It was a brand new fence and a brand new shed that matched the same color. It was a beautiful wood color on the fence and the shed. I was blown away. I was like, wow, this yard is gorgeous. The yard is really gorgeous. So I was blown away by it. And when the people came out, I was like, wow, this yard is gorgeous. And the lady comes out, because I was showing them this property for a rental. And she was like, no, absolutely, no way, Like, I thought she was messing with me for something, because I thought it was a beautiful yard, so I thought she was just like screwing with me. And I was like, yeah, isn't this the most beautiful yard you ever seen? And she's like, no, She's like, what are you, crazy? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, look at this grass. Look at the fence. This place is beautiful, And she was like, I looked up, I was like, oh. It was hiding in plain sight. It's right in front of my face. I didn't even see it. So what are you going to do at a point like that during a showing? I mean, I cracked a joke. I'm like, well, look at the bright side. I'm like, if you move in here, you don't got to worry about spending all the money on light bulbs when your kids glow in the dark. Listen, guys, have fun with real estate. What are you going to do? They're not going to rent it. They're not going to rent it. You might as well crack a joke about it and move on to the next place, right? Groundwater contamination. Okay, groundwater is a precious resource and we all need it to survive. Now, New Jersey has something also. Groundwater contamination, underground storage tanks are next things we're going to be going over. The next thing is the New Jersey groundwater, pertaining to groundwater, we have something called the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act. In the last paragraph under on page 140 under groundwater contamination, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Highlight the first 4 lines of the last paragraph under groundwater contamination. And it goes over, it's going over what we're talking about in the slide here. So New Jersey Private Well Testing Act is something that we have for all properties where the primary source of drinking water, the potable water, I think they pronounce it potable, but potable water is coming from a private well, or in some instances, an off-site well. The owner who's selling the property has, or renting, selling or renting a property where the primary source of drinking water, that's what potable water means, or potable means that the drinking water, the primary source is coming from a private well. The owner is required to test the well water, and the renter or buyer has to sign off that they've received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, any lease or purchase contract will not be legally binding in New Jersey. Okay, so if the primary source of drinking water is coming from a well, it's not coming from city water, it's well water, then the owner needs to test the water, and the buyer or renter has to sign off they received a copy of the test results. Otherwise, the contract is not going to be legally binding. Okay, and that's what the New Jersey Private Well Testing Act stipulates. And I think you get a question about that on state exam. All right, now I have a lot of information here about contaminations, contaminants that could be in the soil or from production. It can be man-made or from nature. Can have contaminants that go into water. All right, so let's look at. Let me minimize this and the slideshow and go to the first link on this page here. So potential water contaminants in the well. Could it be everything from microorganisms, bacteria and parasites? You could have nitrates. They come from chemicals, fertilizers, human waste, and animal waste. Heavy metals. Heavy metals, they could leach into the drinking water from household plumbing. Hey, they used to make pipes out of lead, right? Lead is a heavy metal. Mining operations, petroleum refineries, electronic manufacturers, municipal waste disposal, cement plants, natural mineral deposits, so not man-made as well. All right, and a lot of other sources. Organic chemicals in household products and such. You go into the runoff, you know, you clean the car and stuff, where you think that water goes. Eventually it gets into the ground, right? Radionuclides, they come from like the uranium, or let me see, radionuclides that come from uranium or radium, or nuclear power plants, mining and drilling and coal mining operations, or fluoride even. Fluoride can be found in private wells. It can even be found in city water. Look, in some areas, your municipality, your government, your local government can introduce fluoride. They add it into your water system because we do need fluoride. Humans need fluoride and other minerals and such. And sometimes when the water is lacking these things, or the population is getting sick because they have lack of certain minerals and such, the government actually puts it in the water and it comes to your house. The problem is that too much fluoride can start rotting your teeth. Okay, now we know that you go to the dentist and they clean your teeth with fluoride, right? They put it in your toothpaste. You know, it's a good thing, we need it. However, excessive consumptions of fluoride can cause all kinds of other medical issues to your bones, joints, tendons. All right, and it can then be dangerous to us. All right, how about, okay, New Jersey arsenic awareness. private well owners should test their water for the presence of arsenic. Okay, and this website link I have here has some videos here below about it too. And this arsenic is not just a byproduct from manufactured stuff. It's actually can be found in rock and dirt and the soil. It's a naturally occurring thing, but arsenic is poisonous to us. It could kill us, right? Maybe do I have a link directly to? Yeah, I got a couple of other links here. I want to stay on this one and just play. Which video is it from? I think it may be this one. Let me see if I downloaded it already. Maybe I didn't. One sec, guy. So when you have well water, before I play any videos here, different ways that contaminants can get in. What if your sewer system is, you have a septic system too? You got to be careful about where the underground, when water goes into the ground, there's underground streams of water. Which direction is it flowing? You want to make sure that if you have your own sewer system, your septic system in the ground, and then you're also getting well water, that septic, the human waste, isn't flowing the direction where your drinking water is coming from too. That could be pretty nasty, right? So here's an image that I'm going to pull up with septic, making sure that the well water is away from the septic. Give you a better image of that. See that? So you got a septic tank, and now if you have well water that's over here, but it's downstream, the septic runs to the ground, and now the water, because the ground works as a filter, so that's what septic systems do. But if you have your well over here instead of over here, up, upstream, then what happens is now you're going to have those contaminants of the bacteria and such introduced into the water that you're drinking. Yummy. Okay, so basically, here's some examples of wells, on private property. It's basically a pipe that's in the ground, and then there's a tube that runs in there. A pump goes down, and the pump pushes the water. That's how you get the pressure into your house if it's a private well. Here's those old-fashioned pump wells, right? It's just showing you how the underground systems work. We're used to being just the dirt, seeing it above ground, and we know streams and rivers, but there are streams and rivers that run underneath the earth, under the ground, under the dirt level. Okay, here's a blow up of that image that's on the slideshow. Arsenic can be found in rock and soil. It enters the groundwater, then you drink it. Effects on pregnancy, not good. Causes cancers. It could cause lesions on the skin and all kinds of things that you may not even see as visible or even think that it's caused because of the water. It doesn't necessarily have a smell or an odor or taste to it, or you can't see it. A good way for the short term to deal with it is to drink bottled water, or a good longer term solution is to install arsenic treatments, basically filtration systems in your house. If you guys have older houses too, because your pipes could be made out of lead, it's not a bad idea to get like a zero water filter system. Zero water is really good. I got that in my office too. It filters out all those heavy metals and such. Only problem is you don't get the benefits of any minerals, because minerals also get filtered out of the water too. All right, so you'll have to get your electrolytes some other way. All right. I was looking for those videos. So let me see if I got the videos on that stuff. See, some of these things I have the videos already downloaded for, some of them I don't. So. All right, let me just pull it up. Play it.
In many areas of New Jersey, there are naturally high arsenic levels found in the groundwater. The state of New Jersey only requires you to test for arsenic when you are selling a home with a well, but emphasizes the importance of checking your well on a yearly basis, especially if you live in central or northern New Jersey. In this introductory video, we explore the county of Hunterdon and how its citizens feel about their water and the steps they have taken to make sure their water is arsenic-free.
I was approached by my neighbor who said, you know, we have high arsenic in our water. Maybe you want to get your water tested. And I thought it was kind of unusual because, as you can see, we live out in a rural area and there's no industry or anything that I would have suspected that we would have a contaminant in our well water. But as it turned out, after Steve had done the test, it was high in ours as well.
We pride ourselves on our well water. In fact, I almost cannot drink any other water.
I do feel that people are not educated about it. People should knock door to door and tell these people what's going on. That's scary.
Do you think that we do have a problem in Hunterdon County?
Hunterdon is part of what's known as the Piedmont province. This is a geological formation of rock that cuts across New Jersey, and Hunterdon is within that Piedmont region. And arsenic is a naturally occurring element that's in shale. We actually have data from 2002 through 2008 that shows for Hunterdon County private wells, 18% of those test results exceeded the arsenic standard. People that have private wells are pretty much on their own. And if they want to have their well water periodically tested, they've got to take that action themselves.
With chronic low dose arsenic exposure, it's insidious because it's tasteless. There are no overt symptoms. In some cases, you know, people go on to develop skin lesions, which are obvious. But what we are learning is that this long-term chronic exposure, people can be completely asymptomatic visibly, and yet have ongoing disease, internal organ disease, you know, cardiovascular disease, lung disease, neurologic disease, that they would not necessarily attribute to something in drinking water.
We decided that we wanted to have it removed, of course, because we just didn't want it in the water. I mean, I had little children at the time, and it was scary to me that we had arsenic in the water and that they'd been drinking it.
We've certainly learned that children are not just small adults. They're rapidly growing, and there are processes involved in growth that lend themselves to be impaired.
The best thing to do, what any homeowner should do, no matter what, is have their water tested by an analytical lab at least once a year. Once you've had that water tested, bring it to someone that's experienced in water treatment and ask them what's your next step. There's a bunch of different technologies. Standard, what they call is a point of use filter or a whole house filter. Now, on a point of use, it's mostly treating one faucet in your house, whereas whole house is treating the whole house water.
I have a point of entry system, which typically those
point of entry systems, they refer to them as a POET system. We have write-ups of them in the purchase contracts that we prepare. They actually have write-ups about that.
go in basements. If you had a point of use, it would be maybe underneath the kitchen sink or other faucets that you had it.
You know, the state of New Jersey recommends a 2-tank system, whole house. That's their guidelines, and that's kind of the way I go. We do offer a single tank system that's a little less expensive for the budget-minded, but there again, you don't have the backup of when the arsenic starts to come through.
So essentially what you have here is the two different models that we have for whole house treatment. Basically, the real difference to them is your spare tank. This one is singular. This one is lead lag. When we call lead lag, it's basically this tank does all the work, and then once the arsenic starts being totally absorbed, it goes into the second tank.
I would say it's really important to get your water tested for arsenic. It's not something that you would know otherwise. You can't taste it or see it or smell it, but it's there, and it's something that can cause you harm over time. It can cause your children harm over time, and it's something that can be safely and easily remediated. So I would urge everyone that lives in Hunterdon County and even other counties where it's known that arsenic exists to have their water tested. It's really the right thing to do.
All right, so there's a video, a little educational video I figured I'd share with you guys to learn about arsenic. You know, you figure you're out in these beautiful areas, it's all nature and Mother Nature and everything is healthy, the fresh air, the water is so pure, and then it turns out it could kill you. You know, so we got to be aware of the dangers that we are not so readily apparent, okay? So especially when dealing in real estate and home inspections and all kinds of things like that, we need to help our clients by telling them they should get these things tested. All right. Okay. Once again, you've seen this image once before in a previous slideshow. How do we get the water to our house? How does it get pressurized? Right. They have pumps that go from the water. You know, our city usually gets water from a big reservoir or lake where it builds up and they store it. It goes through water treatment plants and then it gets pumped out through the pipes. Those pumps build up the pressure. However, those pumps don't have enough pressure in them to keep the pressure up in all of our households in the high demand areas. When there's in the morning, when everybody's showering, getting ready for work, or if there's a fire and the fire department opens up the spigot on the fire hydrants, you know, there could be huge drops in water pressure. So what they do is, you know, every town has these water reservoirs, right? And these huge water tanks, they pump up the water in them to fill them up in off-peak hours. So then in demand hours or peak hours, when there's the demand for the water is pressurized by its own weight and the height of these towers. So when you open up your faucet in your house, it comes in and it comes in at a high pressure. We actually need to even reduce the pressure before it comes into the house because it comes in at such high pressure, it could damage our appliances. And I know you guys have seen these water tanks before. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not going to play any videos on that stuff, but let's take a look. And we've all seen these water towers before. Here's some of the water towers that are in New Jersey, that are common in New Jersey. These are only water towers I'm showing you that are in New Jersey. You could even decorate them, put a smiley face on them. We all know the one that's coming off the Parkway, what's it, exit 117. Here's one, what's this, Cherry Hill. Ocean, Keyport. Here's the one that's coming off the Parkway in Keyport, by Keyport Hazlet area. Okay, so they could have different shapes to them as well. Sometimes they could decorate them and make them look nice and fancy. These things can hold upwards of 1 million gallons of water. You see, they're high up above the ground too. So they hold the water up there, and the weight of the water supplies the water to your households in off-peak hours. Look at this, nice smiley face on this one. Or how about this one? Campbell Soup Company has this one. If you live in a high rise, whoa, how is that going to affect the height? There's a nice picture, nice view. If you live in a high rise, how does that work? I actually had somebody in one of my last classes that used to take these apart and install them. If you ever watch that show, Dirty Jobs, anybody ever watch that show, Dirty Jobs? That guy had an episode of these people who are taking these apart and installing them. They got to periodically change them. They're made of wood on the tops, on the roofs of high rises. If you look in New York City or Newark or any other city where we have high tall buildings, in those buildings, unless they got massive, expensive water pumps that could pump the waters upwards to all those higher levels and floors to keep the water pressure up, which could use a lot of electricity and power too. It's good to, if they work similar to these water towers where they pump the water up to the roof level, they're storing these tanks on the roof of these buildings. And then when people have a need for it, when they open up their faucet, the pressure comes because these water towers are on top of the roofs of these buildings, which often can be above where your typical city water towers are. Water towers on rooftops. Here, you can see a couple images of water towers on roofs. You see them? These are on rooftops on buildings. You may not have really paid attention to them before, but these are storing the water that people shower with and they drink. All right, they're on the roofs of buildings. That's how they get their water pressure.
Fine, Majama. Working. Now, is this your picture? Tomorrow profile match hai?
Sorry. I guess that wasn't my conversation. All right. Okay, so underground storage tanks as well. We store, what do we store in underground storage tanks? All kinds of things, from human waste with the septic tanks to sewage, propane, oil. We're familiar with oil, the heating oil, gas, diesel fuel, dry cleaning chemicals. There's thousands of different kinds of chemicals that could be stored underground. Everything from manufacturing to our households, okay? So when no longer in use, they have to be decommissioned, these tanks. That means that they have to be emptied and filled with an approved aggregate and inspected. The soil around it needs to be inspected by an EPA certified company to ensure that no contaminants have leaked out into the environment. Because if they get into the water stream of our drinking water and such, that could be serious issues, right? So on page 141, under CERCLA. Everybody here?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So on page 141 under CERCLA, 3 lines down at the end of the line, I want you to highlight the Comprehensive Environmental Response and Compensation and Liability Act, CERCLA, established a fund of $9 billion called the Superfund to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and to respond to spills. And then go to the next paragraph under liability and highlight a landowner's liable, and then underline the word landowner, and highlight a landowner's liable under CERCLA when the release or threat of release of a hazardous substance has occurred on their property, regardless of whether the contamination is a result of the landowner's actions or that of someone else's. It's your property, the landowner is still responsible for the cleanup. Now, I'm going to continue reading this because it's important to understand. So the liability includes the cleanup not only of the landowner's property, but also that of any neighboring property that's been contaminated. A landowner who's not responsible for the contamination can seek recovery reimbursement for the cleanup costs from previous landowners, any other responsible party, or the Superfund itself. However, if other parties are not available, even a landowner who did not cause the problem could be solely responsible for the cleanup. It's your property, you're responsible for what happens on it, even if it's not your fault. Somebody else was dumping on your grounds, well, the contamination is on your ground, you got to clean it. So once the EPA determines a hazardous material has been released into the environment, it's authorized to begin remedial action. First, it attempts to identify the PRPs, that stands for persons responsible. And if they agree to clean up, they must agree about how they're going to divide the costs. If the persons responsible don't voluntarily undertake the cleanup, the EPA can hire its own contractors and then bill you for it. Now, if you don't pay them, then the EPA can take you to court, and the court will hold you liable for triple the cost of the actual damages. Now, liability under the Superfund is considered to be strict, joint, several, and retroactive. These are legal terms. So what do they mean? Strict liability means the owner is responsible to the injured party without any excuse. Joint and several liability means that each of the individual owners is personally responsible for the full cleanup costs. So therefore, if only one of them is able to pay those cleanup costs, well, then that person has to foot the bill, and then they can collect their proportionate shares from their partners whenever, if ever, available or able. Now, retroactive liability means that the liability is not limited to the current owner, but it includes people who may have owned that site in the past as well. Let's see. So let me just draw you a little picture here, show you. Unless I have one already. Do I not have to recreate the wheel? Okay, I got a drawing here. The owner is responsible for any contamination, but they could chase after other persons responsible to recover those cleanup costs. Yeah, that's not so clear. So what I'm going to do is, let me just redraw this. I gotta get some shapes. So here we got let's say that we're on a hill, okay? And there's a factory up on that hill. And this factory leaked contaminants into the ground. That's all this red stuff. These are the contaminants, okay? And now there's other people who have houses and properties downhill here, right? Now these contaminants, they start leaking downhill. Well, these contaminants are on this owner's property right here, because his property line is right there, right? Here's where the property lines are. Who's responsible for this cleanup?
The owner of the house.
Both of them.
Property owner number one, because it's their property, and then they could chase after the factory because they're the ones that are the cause of the cleanup. But right now, property owner number one is responsible for the cleanup that's on their property. Now, what if they don't clean it up and that flows over and it goes downhill to number two? Who's responsible for the cleanup?
Two. It's on their property now.
Two is responsible for what's on their property, but they could chase after number one, and they could chase after the factory for the costs. And likely, now, if it goes to number three, they could do the same thing. They could chase after two, one, as well as the factory, as well as any previous owner of their property. So basically, all those people can be held liable for the cleanup costs. I just want to draw pictures so you guys get the basics gist of that understanding of who could be held liable in such a cleanup. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So that super fund of $9 billion that was created by Congress also has a reauthorization act called SARA to replenish the super fund periodically. That $9 billion sounds like a lot of money, but it's not even enough money just to clean up the contaminated sites in New Jersey, let alone the entire country. You know? Congress gives more money to special interests than they do to clean up the environment. So don't believe their bullshit for 1 second when they tell you that they're concerned about the environment. That you notice that they usually do that when they're up for a re-election. Now, it was created. Now, this super fund was created in the 80s to clean up uncontrolled hazardous waste sites and respond to spills. It's administered by the EPA, but the EPA is the federal agency, and they work with local and state environmental agencies, like New Jersey has the DEP. The DEP is a New Jersey, a state agency. You need to know that. And who's responsible for the cleanup? The landowner, as well as who's responsible for the costs. Well, it could be previous owners or the person who caused the damage, if they could be located. Now, we also have something called ISRA, the Industrial Site Recovery Act, and the Wetlands Protection Act, which deals with commercial industrial sites. Anytime an industrial site or commercial site changes ownership or is shut down, those properties need to be remediated. You ever notice a gas station? They dig up the driveway, and there's a big tanks where they store the gas in it, and they dig them up and they replace those tanks in the ground, and then they repave them, and it takes a little while for all that to get done. You guys ever see that done before?
Mm-hmm.
Gas station. And you ever notice that they just did that, then all of a sudden, a couple months later, within the same year, they're digging it up again? Anybody ever see that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you think happened there? They probably changed the ownership. They sold the business or what have you. And even though they just put in brand new tanks and repaved that ground, well, these well-meaning environmental laws will have them dig that stuff up, trash that, and then put new ones in. Not very environmentally friendly, but nonetheless, it's in the name of environmentalism, so they do it. So on page 142, under the ISRA, Industrial Site Protection Act here, I want you to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th line, and highlight New Jersey legislature enacted the Wetlands Act of 1970. And under this act, the DEP regulates certain activities in designated wetlands. And what it says before all of that is basically any time that a commercial or industrial site closes down or changes ownership, that they need to be cleaned up and addressed. I got a cross-reference here at page 312. So we're temporarily going to go to 312, and we're going to highlight a couple things there. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
So on 312, at the bottom of the page, under New Jersey Environmental Regulations. Everybody there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. All three of you, okay. So before anybody can do any construction in any of these environmentally sensitive areas that we're about to talk about, the state of New Jersey came out with a guide for builders. It's called Buy Bob. It means, it stands for Before You Buy, Before You Build. There's a guide that talks about who you need to get permission from before you could do any construction, and what kind of research you need to do before you can construct in certain environmentally sensitive areas. So there's a guide there if you wanted to highlight it for your own edification or your own content for your websites. If you go down to the 3rd paragraph, you see it says Highlands Water Protection Planning Act. Just highlight the title, Highland Water Protection Planning Act.
Yes.
Then in the next paragraph, just highlight the title, New Jersey Pinelands Protection Act. Then the next paragraph, highlight Wetlands Act. Okay, there's also a Coastlands and Facility Review Act and a Waterfront Development Act. We don't need to highlight them, but all of these areas are regulated by who? They're all regulated by the DEP. That's the New Jersey agency, the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. So basically, before you can do any construction in the highlands, pinelands, or wetlands areas of the state, you need to first get permission from who?
The New Jersey DEP.
The DEP. Now, you need to get a building permit from your local municipality, of course, but they're not going to issue you the permit unless you also get permission from the Department of Environmental Protection. Now, what gives the DEP that authority? Well, in the wetlands, it's the Wetlands Act of 1970. In the highlands, there's a Highlands Water Protection Act, and in the pinelands, what do you think it is?
Pinelands protection.
It's a pineland.
There you go. It doesn't take, it's not exactly rocket science, is it, to figure out what act, if they should ask questions like that on exam. So go back to your page 340 or 143. We're almost done with this chapter. All right, public access to beaches and such. Okay, here's your, before you buy, here's the, I got a slide actually for that by Bob and the Highlands Water Protection Act, Pinelands, Wetlands, CAFRA, Waterfront Development Act, okay. The Pinelands is actually in the Pine Barrens of the state. Now, if you guys want to know where these areas up, you could just look up a map. You could just go to Google and Google a map of where are the Pinelands, all right? And you could see the Pinelands of New Jersey.
Stop. Stop, Copeland.
All right. So you can pull up maps and see where the mute that. You can see the Pinelands in New Jersey where they're located. Okay, you can look up highlands, pinelands, and wetlands is anywhere where the land is wet. It could be low-lying areas, it could be lakes, it could be all kinds of stuff. And here's a little factoid for you. I mean, look at some of these pictures in New Jersey. You see that? Do you know that that's New Jersey? Look at that. You guys know that, you guys realize that the majority of the state of New Jersey, we are the most densely populated state in the United States. Were you guys aware of that?
Yeah, I guess that's why it's called as Garden State.
Well, it's called the Garden State because we also have a lot of farms.
Farms, yeah.
We have a lot of farms.
Yeah.
But did you know that the majority of the state of New Jersey is undeveloped? I mean, just look at some of these pictures here. I'm not even going into their websites. Look at some of these pictures. This is all New Jersey. All right. New Jersey is actually a beautiful state if you were to travel around it. All right. Here's an interesting photo. I think I got an idea what this is. You guys know what this is here?
Jeez. What is it? I don't know.
This is in New Jersey. This is water. This is actually something that's floating on the water.
Wow.
It looks very pretty. You know what it is? It's New Jersey's, believe it or not, this is one of New Jersey's largest crops. Cranberries.
Oh. Okay.
Cranberries. Yeah.
Wow.
We're known as the Garden State. We're known for the Jersey tomato, right?
Yeah.
We got a lot of corn, but cranberries is actually one of our biggest producers. We have Ocean Spray is manufactured right here in New Jersey. You know, all those drinks, you know, the cranberry juices and such. Okay. And this is how they pick it. They have these areas, it's a bush, and then they flood the area, and then the cranberries float to the top, and then they just skim them off the top. Yeah. Interesting. You know, another interesting factoid about New Jersey, we have a lot, we're, I think, one of the top 3 states with the most horses. You would be thinking Texas or Kentucky, right? Or someplace like that with horses, not New Jersey. No, New Jersey actually has a lot. Look, we got a lot of racetracks. Right?
Hi, Bolu. How are you?
I'm doing good. Did you silence your phone or silence your?
Yeah, I know. No, but I mean, of course, for us, so life is always more busy than all of you. Of course, right now with COVID, you all are also a little more engaged.
All right. I guess I got to mute that again. All right. You guys got to pay attention in class. If we're talking and you're on the phone or you're going to the bathroom, you got to mute your microphones. All right. Okay, additional governmental powers. Okay, landmark preservation sites. New Jersey, well, first of all, above that, we have public access to beach areas. Okay, the law says that the beaches should be open to all people on an equal basis, even though New Jersey charges people to get on those beaches, which is insane. It's not like we got the best beaches in the world. Landmark preservation sites. Well, landmark, because we're the 3rd state in the nation. We're the 3rd state that was created in the United States. So we got a lot of history here. You see, we got historic districts within town. George Washington slept here. A battle was fought there, right? You guys see these landmarks throughout the state, right? A lot of history in New Jersey. So we have something that's called landmark preservation sites, as well as historic districts. A preservation site is where somebody may have slept, a historic figure, or there was a battle that was fought, or something significant in time had occurred. If you're going to be selling a property that is registered as a landmark preservation site, there's certain rules you need to follow as far as you got to be careful about your puffing. Okay. Now, usually you're probably not going to be selling a landmark preservation site, but you may be selling a property that's located in a historic district of town. There's a lot of them. Just about every town has one. All right. If that's the case, be careful about telling people that, oh, you could always put an addition here on the house. You could put a pool back here. You could always put a deck back here, or you could always change the siding if you don't like the look. Not if it's in a historic section of town. Usually you cannot change the footprint of the exterior of the building or even the look of the exterior of the building. Otherwise, you could get huge fines from the historic district. Historic society, you need to get permission from, as well as the city building department. You need to get permission from the local historic society before you can do any construction. And often you cannot change the size, the footprint of the exterior of the building, and you cannot change the look of the building. You're free to remodel to your heart's content on the interior, but the exterior, you could upgrade to the latest siding or roof shingles or what have you, or you could get the latest Anderson or Pella gas-filled triple pane windows, but you got to make sure they look like the original historic. So what does that mean? Money. That means reproduction. It's going to cost you a lot of money to get these things to look like the original, but to have these using the newer materials. All right, so we're done with that. Okay, now direct public ownership. Okay, over the years, the government general policy has been to encourage private ownership of land. A certain amount of land is owned by the government for use on municipal buildings and legislative houses, schools, and military stations. Direct public ownership means land control. And publicly owned streets and highways serve a necessary function for the entire population. In addition, public land is often used for recreational purposes and wildlife purposes. So I don't know. I don't know why they put that statement in there about public ownership. Anyway, let's do the key terms to review for Chapter 9. So, court action by which government takes property.
Condemnation.
6 is A, condemnation. 6 is A, condemnation. Discriminatory local regulations.
Exclusionary zoning.
11 is B. Comprehensive Environmental Response Compensation and Liability Act of 1980.
Number 4.
4 is C, correct, CERCLA. Government's power to take property for public use.
Eminent domain.
9 is D. Inspector's approval for human habitation.
Certificate of occupancy.
Certificate of occupancy. 5 is E. A limit of use of property set by the seller.
A deed restriction.
7 is F, deed restriction. A use that does not meet the current zoning requirements.
Variance.
17 is G. New Jersey agency overseeing natural resources.
Department of Environmental Protection.
The DEP, correct. 8 is H. Permission for construction.
Building permit.
3 is I, building permit. Reversion of property to the state when the intestate owner dies without heirs.
Cheat.
10 is J, escheat. Standards for construction.
Building
Building codes.
2 is K, building codes. Now banned hazardous mineral once used for insulation.
Asbestos.
1 is L, asbestos. Government's right to regulate for health and safety reasons.
Police power.
15 is M, their police power. Existing use that does not meet the current zoning standard.
Non-conforming use.
14 is N. Municipal restriction on use of real estate in various areas.
The zoning ordinance.
Zoning ordinance.
18 is O, the zoning ordinance. Naturally occurring radioactive gas.
Radon.
Radon.
18 is P. And what are considered dangerous levels of radon that require remediation?
4 PCI.
For anything 4 PCI or more, correct. Primary method by which local governments recognize developmental goals.
Master plan.
All part of their master plan. 13 is Q. And a once widely used wall covering now containing a banned metal.
Lead.
Lead painting.
Lead-based paint. 12 is R. All right. All right, so chapter 10 is about listings. There's a saying in real estate, if you don't list, you won't last. So it's important to concentrate and spend a lot of time, more of your time prospecting, trying to get listings than dealing with buyers or renters or other real estate related activities. Bless you. You should spend more of your time trying to get listings, okay? So how do you get listings?
Ask someone.
Cold calls.
Okay, cold calling, not my fave, but it works. But if you're going to be doing that, make sure that you're checking against the do not call list too, because cold calling, if you guys, for those who are unaware, it's when you call strangers at random, asking them to do business with you. They're those junk calls that you usually get at your house and you try to avoid picking up the phone for, right? And when people call you and trying to sell you something at home, do you guys like that?
No.
I'm just asking because, you know, I suggest to you guys that you should not do things that you don't like yourself, because you got to put yourself, your job is sales, right? That's your title, salesperson. So you got to learn how to sell. And one of the things in sales is you got to put yourself in the shoes of the consumer. They're not going to be, even if they need your product. You know, sometimes I'm interested in a product that people call me and try to sell me, but they call me at random, and that kind of pisses me off. So on the principle of it, I'm not going to give my business to somebody who doesn't bother checking the do not call list first, and they're calling me, trying to do business with me at random. You know what? I'm not going to give that person my business. Now, some people may, some people won't, you know, but either way, they got to check the do not call list, because you could get fined heavily for just calling people at random or soliciting people on cell phones. The FTC has laws against this, and the fines can be severe if people file a complaint against you. The person doesn't have to follow through with the complaint. The FTC can, and they could fine those businesses if those businesses cannot show that there was a previous business relationship with that person. You know, those fines can be very expensive. They can be upwards of $15,000, $16,000 per call. Okay, so cold calling, I would use caution when doing that. I had a broker that required us, you know, even though brokers can't require anything, he was always like, we have mandatory cold calling night. You know, he'd order pizza and everybody come around and give people scripts and phone numbers to call. And he's like, don't worry about do not call list. He had an accent, heavy accent. So he's like, don't worry about do not call list. I'll worry about it. I'll deal with it if we get a complaint. I'm like, it's illegal. You're not supposed to. He's like, oh, I'll worry about it. Because he knows that most people aren't going to complain to the point that they're going to file a complaint that he's going to have to pay off on. And he gets enough business out of it to make up the difference, you know. But if it came down to it, I know that guy wouldn't have our back, you know. So I was very weary about doing any cold calling. But a lot of agents in the office did, you know. And in certain markets, that may be a good source. But there's other ways of getting it. There's better ways of getting a business. What are some of those other ways?
Networking.
Advertising.
Networking, advertising.
I would say like your inner circle, you would start there first and build your way out to another thing. Like I personally, I have a senior in high school. I know a lot of those parents are moving. So, you know, they want to go down the shore somewhere, I would hit them.
So you got an awesome resource, a line of business already set up. Okay, this is something that we refer to as your sphere of influence. So what is a sphere of influence? A sphere of influence is, first of all, you're going to let everybody know that you're in the business. You're not going to be a secret agent, right? Don't be a secret agent. Okay, so you're going to let everybody know that's closest to you that you are in the real estate business, okay? So who is closest to you, okay? It's those people closest to you. You're going to make a list of all those people, your friends and family, right? Or your family, and then your friends, and then your acquaintances or friends of friends, your co-workers, right? You start building out. You see, you're starting to build these rings, kind of like a ring in a tree, right? Mm-hmm. This is called your sphere of influence. And your sphere of influence, you have to build out everybody that you know, and friends of friends and acquaintances and coworkers and their family and their friends, okay? This is your sphere of influence. Now, we already have a way to get to a lot of these people. It used to be that when you started working at a brokerage, your broker would give you a pad and a paper or some postcards and say, here, start writing some addresses down, start mailing postcards to everybody that you know to let them know that you're in a business now. Now, who? Do we have a resource for that already?
Yeah, email.
Are you on Facebook?
Yeah.
You got a lot of fake friends up there, don't you?
I sure do.
But these are people that you know at least, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it's at least a starting point that you let everybody know there that you're in the business. Keep in mind that it's a violation of Facebook's terms of services to advertise businesses on your personal profile. So what you do is you could make a business page for free on Facebook, and then any post that you make related to the business, then you could post on your personal page and share with everybody who is your friends, right?
I guess no one follows that rule because I got so many people on my page that's in the business that's always posting.
I mean, it doesn't matter what business they're in. You get a lot of people that are trying to sell you shit all the time, right? And what do? If you're constantly seeing posts from people that are selling their weight loss things or whatever the hell it is that they're selling, what do? You know, you've got that button there on the side, you know, those 3 little dots, show less of these or don't show me any of these, right? Is it kind of defeating the purpose of what their intent for making that post is now? Absolutely. But so if you make a separate page for business stuff and then you just post a link or that post on your personal page, you like it and you share it with other people. If it's something interesting, others will look at it. Now, me personally, I don't like posting up on Facebook actual properties for sale. Because, I mean, what are the odds that somebody's going to be seeing that particular property that you want to sell? It's not the right place to advertise the property. Your website would be the place where if they're looking for a home to do that, or one of the other real estate related websites where people go to real estate to find real estate. When I'm looking for a house to buy, I don't, the first thought in my mind is not, oh, I got to go to Facebook to look for a house, right? Is it yours?
No.
It's not mine either. So why do agents always advertise there? They think it's because it's got a large audience. But the thing is, most of those posts that you put up there, you probably already turned people off, and they're not even looking, they're not even seeing most of those posts now, because they limited the posts that they want to see from you already. So you're kind of defeating the purpose. So what a good idea to do is have your own website, first of all, have your own real estate website so that you can generate your own leads, and you could have your clients go and search the MLS directly from your website. So you should have a real estate website that gets the feed directly from all the MLSs that you're a member of. I'm going to show you guys a cheap tool that you can get, because real estate websites that have that ability are notoriously expensive as hell. I'm going to give you a resource where you can get one for $100, one-time fee ever. Interested?
I am.
All right. Now, of course, it's not the greatest website in the world, but it does have a lot of advanced features for what you're paying for it. It's got a lot of advanced features, and it's going to more than pay for itself, at least until you start making a decent buck, and then you could start getting off the shoestring budget and spending more money on higher end tools. Okay. But it does have a lot of high end features in such a cheap site. So I'll give you that resource in a little while. Now, so you should have a website, and you should have a blog on your website. And on a blog, you could write stories and personal content and original stories. You could even get them from other real estate magazines and such, and rewrite the story and put your own spin on it. Don't go copying and pasting, because that's plagiarism. And you know, somebody could sue you for stealing their content. And like the minimum lawsuit payouts on those plagiarism suits, you're gonna be paying somebody 50 grand for stealing a story. Don't go doing that, okay? But you come up with your own original content or rewrite stories from news that you see, you know, and cite the link of where you got that information from, you know, and that you're basing your story based off of where you got the information from. But you're going to have it all in a story that's on your website. Then you could take that link and you could post it on your Facebook business page, and then you share that story from your Facebook business page to other people. You like it and you share it, and things get viral that way. Look, we just had Halloween. Now, Halloween's usually a great time. People like decorating up their houses, putting costumes on and all kinds of silly stuff like that, right? Cooking and baking and all kinds of things. We got Thanksgiving coming up. These are all holidays that most people, they engage in. So it's not a bad idea to, you know, create a story about, you know, different holidays, different seasons. Here's some tips on decorating, or how to carve a pumpkin, or silly stuff like that that goes viral that people love. And if you do something like that, you make a video for that, you make your own video. You don't even need to use other people's content. You can make your own video on carving a pumpkin or stupid crap like that people like. You know, if you make it entertaining or informative, something that goes viral that people like, you put on your website, you post that link on your business page, you share that link with everybody. Now people share that because they like that, and that's how you get viral, and that's how you get introduced to new people. And because it's linking back to your website that's real estate related, they're like, oh yeah, that's that realtor that always posts those cool tips and those goofy things. And you know, they like to get your feed now because you post interesting things to them. That's how you go viral, not posting some overpriced house in an area that they're not looking for in a price range that they would never be able to afford. All right. That's not the way to get the best coverage and to go viral and to get to advertise yourself. All right. So if you want to get started on a shoestring budget, how do you who can you reach out to? Well, how about this? In your office, I'm sure agents already have listings. All those listings belong to your broker, so you could just ask the broker, but it's not a bad idea to also be courteous and go to the listing agent as well, and ask them if they have listings in your office. Ask them if you could do an open house for them. Because a lot of listing agents don't want to waste the time sitting there doing open houses waiting for a buyer to come in, but yet they promised that home seller that they were going to do an open house for them. So do an open house. And who says that you can't do an open house every single day of the week, provided that the house is vacant, by the way. You know, if a homeowner's there, you got to get their permission to do such thing. Remember, you're gonna be kicking them out of their house. You don't want to do an open house with a homeowner there. So you could do open houses. Then everybody that walks in that open house is a potential buyer, right? Which you could then get them pre-qualified for a mortgage and all that. And you can get their information. And there's a cheap, free way that you could get started on building up clientele right away, getting buyers at least. And let me ask you a question. Do sometimes buyers have a house that they need to sell?
Yeah.
Yep.
So look at that. It is possible that you could get a listing from buyers at an open house, but you got to ask them, where are you living now? Is there anything that you need to sell first, or are you leasing, or are you living with family? You know, you got to ask those questions like that, you know, and you could get a listing from an open house. I've done it before. I've got listings from open houses that you did for another agent, no less, right? That agent may now ask you, hey, where'd you get that listing from? Oh, I had your open house. A buyer walked in, and they also had a house they had to sell. Now they're going to be all like, my open house, and then they get a listing. Well, you should have done your open house, right? But a lot of agents don't want to do it. So if that's the case, you could do their open house, and you could get leads from that, right? And how much does it cost you? Big fat zero, nada, okay? Just some business cards. Now, your broker should give you some starting out first box of business cards for free, but if they don't, want me to share with you a resource where you could get stupid cheap business cards and printing done, and it's not Vistaprint?
Sure.
Yeah? No?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if there's only one person, I could private message you this information. I don't have to.
No, I want it.
You know. Okay, so I'll share those resources with you too. What are other ways that you could get listings? So we got family, friends, co-workers, our sphere of influence. We're gonna send out, how about postcards?
Yeah.
We could do an open house, sending out postcards, right? Well, wait a minute, mailings. Now you got to pay for postage. You got to pay for a mailing list and put addresses on there. No. What if I told you that there's a way that you don't need to get a special postal permit, that you don't need to get a list, a database. You don't have to buy a database of people to names that you're going to mail to, that you can, you could just select people on a map to mail to. Here, let me give you a couple of these resources that I've been talking about. Okay, so let me just pull them up in a web browser. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share this with you if you like.
Sure.
Okay. All right, let's see, there's one.
Choco stinks.
All right.
Yeah, junk. I just got that.
All right.
The rest I threw out.
Okay, so here are some of the resources I pulled up for you, okay? For the printing, there's a company called gotprint.com. It used to be that they only allowed people to purchase from them that were industry professionals in the marketing and print business. But now they opened it up to the public. I even seen commercials on TV for them now. So they used to be a secret resource, but now they're a little more public, but still many people have not heard of them. They are a super cheap resource. You can get printing from them cheaper than Vistaprint, cheaper than most print shops that you're going to see anywhere in New Jersey. I have them here. Yeah, then any print shop that you're probably going to come across in New Jersey. You could get 5,000 business cards for them for probably under 60 bucks. That's full color print on both sides. Okay, not a bad deal, right?
That's not bad.
Here, that's gotprint.com. Here's another website for you. It's called Website Box. Website Box is a resource where you could get that real estate website that has a lot of advanced features. It even comes with a mobile app that you could get customized, and it's all for a one-time ever fee of $99. Not a bad deal. You could have your own blog on there. The custom website has a contact manager built into it, email. Let me see. You could the IDX feed, which is basically the feed from the MLS to your website. You could register your own domain name and have that domain name associated to it. Which, by the way, a domain name, you go to a website like GoDaddy. GoDaddy.com. All right. You could go to a website like GoDaddy.com and you could register a domain name for $12 a year. Okay. That's not for hosting the website. That's just for the domain name to have www.realestateismybiz.com or something like that, you know? So here's another resource for you. Print services and other products. Okay, so GoDaddy.com is one. I use them. I think they're pretty good, especially if you own a lot of domain names for management of them. I spend thousands of dollars a year on domain names, so service I use. Analytics to see, you could see the traffic and where people are coming from on your website. You can have a live chat feature. It's got a lot of features that are built into the website. It's really, really good site for you to get. Okay, it's all built into one website though, websitebox.com. You got all that stuff built into one app. And you could have already pre-designs that you could, pre-made designs that you could pick out. Their websites are search engine friendly. The way that they're programmed, you see they got some nice, powerful contact managers built into them, pretty looking layouts on the websites and features.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
When you say you can see the traffic, does it mean that like you can see like their emails and stuff that you can, you know what I mean? Like,
well, only if they register on your website can you see that information. But you could see the hits of how many people have viewed the pages or how many unique visitors there were to the website. Or a certain particular visitor, you could see how long they've been on your website and how many pages that they've been watching. And if they start looking at, they pull up a listing and they look at it and they want more information, you could create a thing that they have to register with your website. So they basically now have to give you their phone number and email address and name. And now you can contact them. Or if they say, they're searching your website and they want to save this house and this house and this house to their favorites so that they can follow up on later, well, they would have to register on your website to keep a history of their favorites there, of the listings, or they could create search parameters that they could get emailed on and updated regularly. And you'll get reports in your back office system that shows you people who are showing a lot of interest that keep coming back to your website or keep looking at a particular property and how many times they viewed it. Now you know that that's a property that they're of interest. Now when you call them, they're actually a warm lead because they showed interest, they registered with you, you can call them now, and you're calling them because, hey, I seen that you seem to be very interested in this property. Was there a property you wanted me to show you? Did you want to take a look at that? You know, I could create a showing for you, you know, an appointment.
That's if they register though, right?
If they submit any of their information to you,
Yeah.
so that you can then reach out to them. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
They're gonna put some false information there, sure, sometimes, and then you delete them from your record. You know, it's a bullshit thing. But it happens. You know, we gotta filter through the large volume of people that we deal with. We get people call us all the time. They make inquiries, but it's a BS inquiry. You know, they're looky-loos, or they have no interest, or it's who the hell knows. They're just wasting time. They just wanted to look. You know. You know, you could customize these websites. Anyway, it's another good resource. Now, say that you have the gotprint.com and you use this to make postcards or what have you, right? You could either put those postcards in, well, you're not supposed to put anything in anybody's mailbox without a postage stamp. It's a violation of federal law for the mail law. But you could send it in the mail. Now, anytime you send something in the mail to somebody, you got to have a list. You got to have their name printed on there with an address label, perhaps, of who it's going to, or it has to say, or current resident. But there's a way that you could avoid buying lists, having to print them out, having to put the labels on each mailing piece, and then pay the postage on it. Here's a secret, super top secret website I'm going to share with you. You guys ready? It's going to save you a lot of money on postage. That's the United States Postal Service website. But look, the link is actually USPS.com/EDDM. That stands for Every Door Direct Mail. And if you go to that link, it takes you here. Okay, a little bit longer of a link. Let me put that in my link resources. But by the way, I have all of these links available in the Word class links document. All this information is available to you in there. All right. So what is this? Well, you know what? They got a little video that explains it pretty good. So how about I just play that video? We'll go full.
How do you get the word out to the people in your business who have
By the way, can you guys see this video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do it with Every Door Direct Mail. It features an online mapping tool for finding potential customers near your business. To use the mapping tool, enter a starting point. Then select nearby postal routes where you want your mail pieces delivered.
So you see that? You could put in an address, and then what you do is you hover your mouse over the streets, the map, and it'll highlight certain patterns. You see like these street patterns over here, it'll highlight patterns. These patterns are are the mail carrier routes. And if you click on it, it'll stay colored. And it'll show you here at the top how many mailboxes are residential and how many are businesses on that route. If you want to, you could unselect. If you only want to send the residential, you could deselect the business ones. And it'll show you exactly how many mailboxes are on that route, the age group of the people you could even break it down to, the income levels, and then it'll tell you how much it'll cost to put one mailing piece in every person's mailbox. And by the way, it's a lot cheaper than putting a first-class stamp on every mailing piece. It's saving you huge amounts of money in postage. You could select only specific street areas. Now, these are the entire mail carrier route. You can't select a partial mail carrier route. It has to be the whole carrier route. But you have different carrier routes. That's the route that your mailman walks or woman walks and puts the mail in every house on that route. It gives you the total cost. So you could click on multiple routes and it'll keep giving you the running totals here of how many people, the route numbers will be added to a list. And underneath the map, it'll show you all the route numbers, the mailing pieces, how much each route costs. And then you could check out online and pay for it online. And then all you got to do is go to the post office with the receipt, that printout with all the carrier routes on there and enough mailing pieces. You bring them to the post office, drop it off. You don't even have to have addresses or names or printing out labels and affixing labels, which is saving you time and additional money it's saving you as well, because you don't need all that. And time is money, right? And you could get these massive mailings that go out for pennies on the dollar. All you got to do is supply enough mailing pieces, drop it off at the post office, and boom, you're done. Makes life a lot easier. You're welcome, by the way.
You can see demographic data based on census reports, like age range and average household size and income, and choose among available routes. When you're finished planning your mailing, you can schedule it for delivery. Each mail piece costs less than the price of a stamp to send. Creating your mailing is easy too. You can do it yourself or find a list of printers or mail service providers on USPS.com. When your mail pieces are ready, bring them to the post office and we'll deliver to every address along the routes you selected. Reach potential customers simply and cost-effectively. Every door direct mail from the U.S. Postal Service. Your post office anywhere.
It's a pretty good tool I'm sharing with you guys. This is a great resource. You don't realize mail. Have you ever received a mailing from a real estate agent? Anybody here ever receive a mailing from a real estate agent?
Yes.
Yeah.
What did you do with it?
Throw it away.
Threw it away.
Oh, you filed it in the appropriate place at the time because you didn't need it, right?
No, threw it away.
Well, I'm being polite. I'm saying you filed it where it belonged at the appropriate place. Now, if that agent keeps sending you stuff, have you ever gotten repeat mailings from the same agent?
Yes.
And what'd you do with it?
Same thing.
Same thing, right? But now you're already starting to recognize that agent because you just said that you got repeat mailings from them. So you're already recognizing that agent. So if there should come a time that you do need real estate services and you get that mailing from that real estate agent, you know that they're doing business in the area because they're regularly sending you stuff. The likelihood of you contacting an agent that you're more familiar with that does do work in the area that you've been receiving stuff from actually increases. And why do you suppose that that agent keeps sending those things to you, even though you keep throwing them in the garbage?
Well, I started getting them when I purchased my house.
Okay. But I'm sure they were sending it to your house even before that, before you owned it.
Oh, I guess.
Why do you suppose that agent, if you keep throwing that info in the garbage, those mailings in the garbage, why do they keep sending it? I mean, this stuff costs money, doesn't it?
Well, I know that
They want your business.
Yeah, but if you keep throwing it in the garbage, why do they keep sending it?
because it takes like three times for marketing materials for you to remember what the actual mailing was. I know it is for TV, but
guys, when you're explaining stuff to me, keep it simple, stupid. Don't give me a complex answer. Just give me a simple, stupid answer, okay? What is the answer? I'm going to tell you what the answer is. Because it works. All right. Hey, you may not be interested in it at that given time, but somebody else does. As long as they get a response rate of 1%, it's way more going to pay for itself, that mailing. You know, if they send it to 300 people and 3 people answer and 1 person ends up doing business with them, it paid for itself tenfold and then some. That's why agents continue to send you the mailing stuff. You may not be ready at the time, but somebody else is, and that's all they need to make it worth it. Okay? That's how marketing works. That's how marketing works. You gotta keep track of your expenses, your money, and you gotta put money back into your business, guys. When you get a closing or something, you send out those mailings. I'm telling you, those mailings work. So you have to put money back into your business. Some agents use postcards, some do online advertising, some people do bus stop benches advertising, some do door hangers, some do online advertising, social media advertising, commercials on TV, commercials on the radio. Some of them are dealing with placemats in diners and restaurants, which is a waste of money. Those things are expensive. And have you ever bought any product or a service off of a placemat in a diner? Be honest. Have you?
No.
No.
I haven't. I just use it to look at while I'm waiting for my food when I'm bored and have nothing to talk about to the person across me. I'm just staring at the placemat, right? Or doodling on it. But even if you're interested in something, you know, you're probably not going to cut it away and make a note of it or snap a picture of it, right? So the likelihood of you using it, is that a good place to be spending your money? Probably not. So you gotta evaluate before you just start advertising any place. You should really evaluate what's the likelihood that this is going to be some kind of return on your investment. Okay, who's the audience? How much of an audience is this going to go to? They'll usually, those placemat people, for example, they'll sell you on, well, we're going to have so many thousand put out there and we're going to give them to the restaurant and until they're all gone. So they'll all get out there in front of the audience. And so basically you're going to have to pay for it, the printing of those. They're gonna deal with it in monthly payments. They're gonna break it down to you. They're gonna say, so this will only cost you so much per month to do, but you got to pay all those months, the whole year up front, and they're gonna print out enough of the placemats for the year. Okay, so basically you're gonna be paying a couple grand up front for some placemats that are gonna be given out over a period of year or years, and you know, they'll all be eventually given out, but will you still even be with that same company? I mean, what is that, does anybody even get a call from that placemat? Probably not. You know, you have agents that make up advertising things. They'll make stress balls or other kinds of gadgets or pens or calendars. You know, you got to use whatever works or whatever you think works. And you got to try to find a way to measure your return on your investment there. Okay. So, bottom line is you got to advertise and you got to reach out to people. You guys have hobbies or functions that you attend regularly? I don't care if it's going to church or AA, you know, or if you're in a pool league or you play basketball or you're in a knitting club or something, if you go to a gym, if you, you know, whatever those activities are, let everybody know that you're in the real estate business. Do not be a secret agent. So letting everybody know that you're in the business is a first step, okay? And then how do you do that? Well, your mini billboard. Make sure you get a lot of business cards printed up and then give them out like they're going out of style. Don't be cheap with the business cards. That's your mini billboard, all right? Anyway, I gave you a couple of resources just now, and there's a lot more resources where you could get listings from. How about you search the MLS for expired listings? Did those people show an interest of selling already? Yeah, they listed with an agent. They took it that far. That agent just failed in selling the listing. Now, it could be for various reasons. It could be because the seller asked too high of a price and they were unreasonable and they wouldn't communicate with their agent. They're going to blame their agent for it. So you could always count on that seller always blaming the agent for the reason it not sold. But it could be various reasons. It could be the agent's fault. Maybe they didn't take good pictures. Maybe they didn't put a good write-up in there. I don't know. But you got to examine it and try to figure it out and try to get that listing. And now that person may be a little jilted already because they already worked with an agent and they're already blaming them for wasting their time, you know, so they may have a little hostility towards you. So you have to deal with different people a little bit different, but you know that these are sellers and they're motivated sellers. So why not reach out to them? But the thing is, if you do, you better also check the MLS to make sure that they were not relisted. Because remember, soliciting the business of another broker is illegal. It's against licensing law. Now, there's a tool for that. And here, let me share that tool with you. It's called The Red X. Okay, the website is theredx.com. By the way, I have all these resources in that Word document, class links Word document. The Red X is an excellent tool that you guys could subscribe to. You see all these companies use it. It basically, you could tie in your MLS login into this software tool that will search the MLSs it will search public records. It'll search do not call lists, and it'll cross-reference all this information to make sure that you have the person's data, the person's info. Because sometimes when a real estate agent puts a listing in the MLS, they don't put the property owner's phone number in there. Instead, they put their phone number so that other agents like you are not going to be prospecting them for business. But a tool like this will cross-reference public records to try to locate who the names of the owners are and what their phone numbers are, and give you the real information, so that you're not calling the listing agent, giving them a heads up that their listing expired and it's time to reach out to their homeowner. All right. It's a great tool. Okay. Subscribe to it, whatever the fee is, it's worth it. All right. There's a lot of little tools like that, neat things that I have, resources like that I have available to you in the class links Word document. Moving along, let's get started in this chapter 10. So you don't list, you won't last. You need to work on that listing. Okay, so let's get to the slideshow. Can you guys see the slideshow right now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to learn about the different types of listing agreements, necessary disclosures, and pricing the property properly. If you don't list, you won't last. I even got it right here in that slideshow. Now, listings, if you're not actively showing properties to buyers and renters, if you're only working with buyers and renters, then you're not going to be getting paid. You can't get sick. You can't go on vacation, because if you're not running around like a chicken with their head cut off, showing people properties, trying to get an offer in, then you're not going to get paid. However, if you got a listing, can you stay at home sick or be on vacation, or just have a lazy day off, and will other agents be making appointments to show your listing?
Yes.
They will. So you could still make money if an offer comes in. You'll just be getting one side of the deal. You won't get the buyer's side as well. But that's okay. You'll still be making money, right? But there's an added bonus there. If you have a listing, you also have the opportunity of getting the buyer's side of the transaction and double the commission on the same transaction, okay? Now, listing the property. Only a broker can act as an agent to list, sell, or rent another person's real estate. And when we do so exclusively. That means our agency is the only one that's hired to market the property for sale. So any listing that we take begins with the word exclusive. Exclusive agency, exclusive right to sell, we're going to learn. They're exclusively listed with our company hired to market that property. Now, New Jersey has something called the Statute of Frauds. This stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, a listing broker has to have some sort of written authorization to act on the seller's behalf or the owner's behalf. And what we usually do is we usually get listing agreements. That's our authorization from the owner to market their property. Now, if we did not get a listing agreement in writing at the time we got the listing, the Real Estate Commission says that as long as we follow up with the owner and getting it in writing within 5 days after the listing of a verbal agreement, that is acceptable. However, I'm going to tell you guys, never take a verbal listing. Because what if the homeowner changed their mind and they say, oh, you know what, we're going to list it with this person instead. And you now already put it in the MLS. The MLS has a requirement for their membership that any listing that you put in the MLS has to be in there within
24 hours.
48 hours.
Within 48 hours. And you also got to give them the listing paperwork. Otherwise, you get fined. So let's highlight in the book, in the second paragraph on page 147, we're going to highlight in the second paragraph, Statute of Frauds stipulates that to be entitled to a commission on a real estate transaction, listing broker must have a written authorization to act as the client's broker. And then in the next sentence, it says that any listing agreement has to state the rate or exact amount of commission that's to be earned, and has to have a definite termination date. Highlight a definite termination date. I mean, it's common sense. We know the commission is going to be in there, but apparently there's enough agents out there that are forgetting to put the definite termination date that it becomes an exam question. Now, highlight, if the agreement is entered into orally, the broker must deliver a written memorandum of the agreement to the client within 5 days of the agreement. So even though the Real Estate Commission will allow us to take a verbal listing as long as we follow up with getting it in writing in 5 days, the MLS has their rules, and the MLS says that we got to get a listing. We have to have the paperwork entered into the MLS. And actually, licensing law requires us to have it in the MLS within 48 hours. But if the commission allows you to take that listing, put it in the MLS, but they give you 5 days to have the agreement, but the MLS has rules that you got to give them the paperwork within 48 hours, which rule do you need to follow? The more restrictive one, which would be the MLS's rule. Otherwise, they'll fine you, right? You got to get that paperwork to the MLS within 48 hours. Plus, I say, don't ever do anything verbally. Always get everything you do in writing. CYA means cover your ass. Everything you do, get it in writing. So let's go over the different listing types. We have open listings, exclusive agency listings, and exclusive right to sell listings. The first type of listing that they have here is an open listing. On page 148, I want you to highlight an open listing. A seller agrees to pay a broker a commission only if the broker procures a buyer for the property. A seller can enter into an open listing with any number of brokers, all acting as their agents. The seller is obligated to pay a commission only to the broker who successfully produces a ready, willing, and able buyer. You highlighted all that. So it's basically a seller that's saying, hey, I'm not going to list my property exclusively with you. I just want you to use your resources and your marketing to try to find a buyer. And in the event that you do find me a buyer, I'll pay you a commission. Otherwise, you're not getting paid a commission. You're only going to get paid a commission if you bring the buyer. And by the way, I'm going to be going to other brokers and asking them to do the same thing. Would you want to work with this person, spending all your money and time and effort trying to find them a buyer?
No.
I wouldn't either. This is called a unilateral contract, an open listing, because it's a unilateral contract. Uni means one. It's a one-sided agreement. Only one party is bound to do anything, right? An exclusive type agency. Okay, we only take exclusive type listings. Exclusive listings are, well, first of all, we only put exclusive type listings in the MLS because you could do an open listing. I just wouldn't. But an exclusive, any listing that we put in the MLS has to be exclusive, meaning that our agency is the only agency that's hired to represent the owner to market their property for sale or lease. So all listings have to be entered in the MLS within 48 hours. Unless what? Unless the owner directs us not to. And then we got to get them to sign a cover our butt form.
Yeah, around the same time.
What? We got to get a waiver of broker cooperation signed by the owner. Okay, so that waiver of broker cooperation is when the owner directs us not to cooperate with other buyers or other agencies, and putting the property in the MLS. So therefore, we have to put the property in the MLS within 48 hours, unless the owner directs us not to. And then we need to get that paperwork to prove that they're the ones that directed us not to. So then we get them to sign the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. You must never introduce that agreement, as we learned in chapter 3. You must never introduce that agreement directly to the the seller. It has to be upon their request not to cooperate with other brokers. Then we introduce it to them, so that we could then, our agency would have what we call an exclusive listing that only, it's exclusive in the regard that only our company not only can market it, but only our company can show it. This is sometimes referred to as a pocket listing. because it's a secret listing that only our agency has access to work with people and show. So the agent should never be the one to introduce this form to the owner so that you could try to get a secret listing that only you have access to because you think that you can get the buyer and you want both ends of the deal. Because then whose interest are you putting first?
Yours.
Your own, correct. So let's go over now exclusive agency listing. Highlight the title, exclusive agency listing. And then in the last 2 lines, we're going to highlight, if the seller finds a buyer with no help from the broker, the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves without obligation to the broker. What does that mean in English? It means that it's a listing that we do put in the MLS, and the seller will pay us a commission if we find the buyer. The seller will pay us a commission if another agency finds the buyer, but the seller will not. The seller reserves the right not to pay us a commission if they get their own buyer. Have you guys ever seen a for sale sign from a real estate broker on a property that has a for sale by owner sign next to it? Well, if you have, that's probably an exclusive. Well, first of all, any exclusive type listing should not have that, because in our listing agreements, we say that our sign is going to be the only sign that's going to be on the property and all that, but the owners will do this anyway, because they want to try to get the potential buyers to call them directly to screw us out of paying a commission, basically. They want to use our marketing resources and our advertising, but they, at the same token, don't want to pay us for it. So they'll put a for sale by owner sign next. So I've even seen them take the for sale by owner sign and stick it on top of the broker's sign so it stands up taller. And I've seen them take it a step further where they took masking tape and put it over the broker's phone number on their sign, and they wrote their own phone number over it. Why would you want to work with somebody like that? I wouldn't. Would you?
No.
Oh, no.
So I don't take exclusive agency listings. The next one is the exclusive right to sell listing. I take these listings. You see that smiley face with the guy like this next to it? All right. These are the types of lists. Draw a smiley face next to exclusive right to sell. Exclusive right to sell listing. Draw a smiley face next to the title there. That's the kind of listing you want. And you're going to highlight exclusive right to sell listing. One broker is appointed to as the sole agent of the seller and is given the exclusive authorization to represent the property in question. The seller must pay the broker a commission regardless of who sells the property. So even if the seller finds their own buyer, they still have to pay us a commission if that property sells during the listing term. Oh, by the way, in the book, there's a little note I should have had you wrote above, right after exclusive agency listing, where it says that the seller retains the right to sell the property themselves without obligation to the broker. Translate it and put it in English there. Say they don't pay a commission. That's what without obligation to the broker means. They don't pay a commission.
Can you repeat that again? What do you say?
They don't pay a commission. I wrote that right under where it says without obligation to the broker.
Oh, okay.
That basically means they don't pay you a commission. Right? But the exclusive right to sell listing, only one agency is hired, because that's the same rule for any listing that begins with the word exclusive. Only one agency is exclusively representing the owner of the property. Now, other outside agencies can come in and show the property. That doesn't mean that we're the only one that could show it. Actually, if you have a listing and it's available for you or anybody from your company to show, it must be available for other agencies to show as well. The only exception is when you got an exclusive listing where the seller signed a waiver of broker cooperation, where they told you not to cooperate with other brokers. Because licensing law requires all licensees to cooperate with each other. That's why they even call the commission that we're splitting, the commission that we charge the seller, we split that with whatever agency brings in the buyer. So we don't even call it commission, we call it broker cooperation. The fee, the commission that we're splitting with that other agency, we call broker cooperation. So how much broker cooperation are you offering? Okay. So the seller pays a commission no matter who brings the buyer during the listing term for this type of listing. Even if the seller finds their own buyer, as long as that listing is in effect or that person was found during the listing term. There's an added bonus is if you're the listing agent, you get the opportunity to get the buyer and get twice the commission. Not a bad deal. You get the seller side and the buyer side of the transaction. All right. Okay, so here's a little graphic I put together for you guys to remember who gets paid a commission when for the different types of listings. Once again, an open listing, the seller only pays a commission if the listing agency finds the buyer, but not if another outside agency finds the buyer or if the seller finds their own buyer, they do not pay a commission. In an exclusive agency listing, the listing agency gets paid a commission if they find the buyer or an outside agency finds the buyer, but not if the seller gets their own. The seller reserves the right to find their own buyer and not pay a commission with an exclusive agency listing. And an exclusive right to sell listing, we get paid, the listing agency gets paid a commission no matter who brings the buyer, whether it's the listing agency, an outside agency, or the seller finds a buyer, we get paid a commission as long as that listing is active, as long as before the listing term expires, the property goes under contract, or somebody makes an offer that's accepted, we get paid a commission. Now, we have other listing types. There's a net listing, which is illegal in New Jersey. Highlights just the title, net listing, illegal in New Jersey. Okay, so what is a net listing? A net listing is the seller tells you how much money they want to net from the sale. And any money that the broker can sell it for above that figure can keep it as their commission. So on a $300,000 house, what's your commission going to be?
6%.
Once again, a net listing is where an owner tells you how much money they want to net from the sale, and anything you get over that amount, you get to keep as your commission. So if a property is listed for $300,000, how much would you get as your commission?
Well, it depends how much the seller wants to net, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Say the seller wants to net $300,000.
You don't get nothing.
So you don't get anything if you sell it for $300,000.
Mm-hmm.
Would somebody offer more for some reason?
Yeah, they could.
Why would they?
I don't know if you get into some type of bidding war.
Other than that, how do we earn a commission?
I guess
Isn't it in our best interest then to tell the owner how much the property is really worth? You see, this is why it's illegal. How much is your commission going to be? We don't know. But on our listing agreements, we have to state how much the commission is going to be.
Right.
Net listings are illegal because we wouldn't know. Our best interest, there would be a possibility that we don't make any money. It's weird. So the best interest in the agent is not to be honest with the person and to lie to them, because that's the only way that they're going to earn a commission. There's so many reasons why net listings are not legal in New Jersey. All right. You'd go to that little old lady and you'd ask her, how much do you think your home is worth? Instead of telling her how much her home is worth and then trying to, go on that point, she may think it's worth less. Then again, she may think it's worth more. We tell her how much they're worth, and then we try to talk them down to earth, because more often than not, they think the home is worth more than it really is. But what if they think it's worth less? She may have bought that house years ago and paid $16,000 for it, but now it's worth a couple $100,000. And she's like, oh, wow, I know property values went up so much over the years. It must be worth 150, 200,000 by now. Anytime it's worth 300,000 or 400,000, you'd be like, oh yeah, I'll be the hero. Yeah, you're going to really like this. I think I could get you 2 for it, maybe 225. And then when you turn around and get her 400, you get to keep the difference as your commission.
All right. That's messed up.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why net listings are illegal in New Jersey. All right. Now, multiple listing service, the MLS. Listings got to be put in the MLS within 48 hours, unless who directs us not to? The owner. And then we need to cover our butts by getting them to sign
The broker waiver.
the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Correct.
There you go.
Now, sub-agency. Are you guys going to be agents when you get your licenses? Are you going to be an agent?
Yes.
Is your broker an agent?
Yeah.
Are you going to be an agent of an agent?
Yes.
So that would make you a sub-agent, wouldn't it?
Yes.
There you go. A sub-agency can also be when you have two outside companies representing the same client. That you'll have some sort of sub-agency agreement involved in that as well. All right. All right. Here's a little drawing that I made. Of course, I've got the drawing skills of a kindergartner. Maybe they have a little bit better skill than me still. But how an owner sees their home. Well, this is usually how an owner sees their home. They think they got the castle here, right? This is how we as the real estate agents see their home, and this is the way the appraiser sees it, which is the only one that really matters, though. The appraiser.
The appraiser.
Because no lender is going to lend a buyer money to purchase a property
That doesn't
if the appraiser says the property's not worth it. Because the appraiser provides an unbiased estimate of value. They have no stake in the game in this transaction. They get paid no matter what value they come in at. So they put an unbiased estimate of value in there. They're not working for the owner, even though the owner's paying them. The lender's sending them out, but they don't work for anybody. Okay, they're independent. Now, the lender wants to know what the appraiser's estimate of that value is, because that would dictate how much they were going to lend them. They're not going to lend the borrower more money than the home is worth, because in the event the homeowner defaults on the loan, the lender needs to foreclose on the property and then try to resell it to recoup their losses. And if they're lending more money than the home is worth from the get-go, they know they're never going to do that. They're never going to recoup their losses. So they won't lend that. Okay. So how do you let's see, these are the different MLSs. We've seen this before in this, we already went over this before, all the different MLSs in New Jersey. We got 8 residential, combination residential commercial MLSs here in the state of New Jersey. All of them have listings for all 21 counties and 550 municipalities within the state. But you should, if you get a listing, you should put it in the proper MLS that is the primary for the area. That would be the primary MLS for an area would be the MLS that most of the agents who are doing business in that area would list the property, and where you would go to look for a property if you were working with a buyer, right? Because if you put the listing in the wrong MLS, you're not serving the best interest of your client. All right. Here are the popular commercial MLSs: CoStar, LoopNet, Commercial Industrial MLS, which is owned by the Realtors Association. Anyone can join one of the commercial MLSs. You just got to pay the fee, which is often a lot more expensive because you're paying for data in here. Whereas the residential MLSs, you're paying for access. And for the residential, primarily residential MLSs, you need to be a licensee in good standing, meaning that you paid your realtor dues, you've completed your Code of Ethics, Realtors Code of Ethics training class, and then you are in good standing. And you paid your paid your MLS dues, and so did your broker. How do we terminate listings? Well, here's a way of looking at it. I want you to highlight on page 149 the title, termination of listing. And then I want you to put a highlighted box around all the bullet points there. So the different ways you could terminate a listing or is the same way you could terminate an agency relationship. We went over this in chapter 3 too, if you recall. The broker simply does not perform. They do no work on the property. Expiration of the time period stated in the agreement, the listing expired. Abandonment by the broker, they took the listing and they just gave up on it. They're spending no time on it. They're not doing anything. They're not responding to anybody. Revocation by the owner just says that they don't want to sell. However, even though that could cancel the listing, that does not relieve the owner of paying a commission if they do still sell the property before that listing term expires. That's in the contract, unless that agent gave them a unconditional release of the listing. Cancellation by the broker, once again, unless they gave an unconditional release, they may still be liable. Cancellation by mutual consent. Both the seller and the broker agreed to mutually cancel the listing. Death or incompetency of either party, insanity, mental disease or defect, Alzheimer's, dementia, right? Destruction or condemnation of the property, all right? The house burns down, floods, right? A change in property use by outside forces such as zoning, or the city notifies the owner that they're going to be taking the property away by eminent domain, right? We got to gather a lot of information when we get listings. Here's just some examples of some of the items that we need to collect. But what do you got to do? Just try to remember everything that all the information we got to gather about the property's physical condition of the property to then get the listing. Hey, here's some of that information. Names and addresses of the owners, adequate description of the property. You know, we have listing input sheets for every MLS has their own property input sheets, the listing input sheets. Here's an example of what one looks like for the Garden State MLS I could show you. I'll show you a listing agreement with the Garden State MLS, and I'm going to show you a listing input sheet. Every MLS has a listing input sheet with all the information for the required fields that we have to gather to input into the MLS. Here's an example of a single family property MLS listing sheet. You see it says the single family condo co-op up here. All right, so all the fields in red are the required fields, as you can see, for the information. So we should have these printed out. We take them with us when we go to the property, and we fill out all the required fields. Try to fill out the other ones as well. You know, like color of building, even though that's not a required field. You know, could that affect the buyer's decision? Possibly, possibly. Maybe they don't want to buy a pink house, right? So there's a lot of information that we need to gather about the property. condominium, co-op, fee simple, ground lease. A lot of general information about the architectural style. What's the primary style? And you can put in a secondary. Is there a basement or not? What kind of basement? Is it full, finished, partial, slab, walkout, above, meaning above ground? Bilco doors. What type of roof is there? Is it asphalt shingle, flat, composite, metal, et cetera, et cetera? Is there a garage? Is it attached or detached? Is it a one-car garage, 1.5 car, 2 car? Is it tandem, meaning that you pull one car in after the other, or is it side by side? Or is there a garage? Is it attached or detached? Is there a, if there is no garage, well, are there parking spaces? Is there a driveway? How many width is the driveway? How deep? How many cars can you fit on it? Is it paved? Is it concrete? Is it cement? Is it concrete? Is it the blacktop? Is it gravel? Is it dirt? Street parking, off-street parking? Tell me, tell me, tell me. These are all information that a buyer would want to know, isn't it? So this is all kinds of information that we would gather. Here are some of these exterior features. Even though they're not required, you should collect them and put it in there, because this stuff could affect a buyer. Look, somebody who deals in horses, they may want to know if there are facilities there for a horse, right? Horse facilities, any outer buildings, pergolas, what have you, tennis court. You know, they want to know what the features are. Is there a pool? Is it above ground, in ground? Right. Here's where you make your remarks. Any exclusions, anything that's not included in the listing, and then directions to the property. You put client remarks. This is the public remarks that you put out there. Anything you type in here, that is what will go into the public will see in the listing when it gets syndicated out to third-party websites. That's why they say don't include any agent or contact information in these fields. And you can put some additional client remarks if you need more space. Agent remarks, these are private. Only the other agents from other companies can see these remarks that you put in here, okay? Now, in any of these fields, make sure you do not put any disparaging remarks about anybody or any companies. Try to avoid contact information in these fields as well, okay? You put in the types of rooms that are in the house. How many rooms are in the house is an upper field that you put in. Now, when we start getting into them, if there's a living room, put the dimension sizes if they're large. And then what floor is that living room on? Is it in the basement, ground, first, second, third level of the house? Okay. And you do that for all the different types of rooms and bedrooms and such. Other types of rooms and features of the property. You fill out the details about those level rooms on each level of the house. What type of kitchen is it? Dining, is there a dining area? Is it combo, formal, or L-shape? You see, there's a lot of information that we gather for the property. Here's what a listing agreement would look like for the Garden State MLS anyway. You put all the owner's information here and their address, which may be different from the subject property that's for sale. That's why they have a separate property field here. This is the property for the listing, whether it's for sale or lease. Then we put the listing brokerage company's name here and the brokerage address, as well as the telephone number and fax number of your office. And if it's for sale, put the price here. If it's for rent, you put that price there. The listing start date, the listing end date. Listing end date is a required field, is it not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's required. It's an exam question even, so you better say yes. Over here, you're going to put down your name. I, Victor Kaminsky, as an authorized representative of, I'd put the name of my brokerage is Jersey Brokers. I would write that there. And then I would check off I'm working as a seller's landlord's agent only, or a seller's agent and disclose dual agent if that opportunity arises, or a transaction broker. Those are the options. Then in this field, this is where we talk about the commissions, how are we going to be splitting up the total commission, okay? So we're going to write what are we offering a cooperation? And then how much compensation are we offering, okay? If it's for sale or for rent. Over here is where we put down what the total rental commission or sales commission would be. Does the owner allow us to put a key box on the property? Yes or no? This is the key box, the electronic key box. Remember how to turn this on?
Mm-hmm.
How do you turn it on?
I think they have some code, right?
You press the button on the bottom, or you press the box on the bottom. And then this light will start to flash. See that flashing?
Hmm.
When it flashes, then you pull up your application for your MLS here. You pull up your Supra key. See, it says Supra on there. It's a GE Supra security lockbox. Okay, it connects to Bluetooth. It's normally off until you hit the bottom. As long as it's flashing, you could try to connect to it. Let me pull up my my real estate applications. Pull up my Supra Key app.
Mm-hmm.
Let me log in here, and I'm gonna hit obtain key. Then I got to put my key code in. I hope that's right. Make sure that it's on and flashing. Otherwise, it'll never connect. It'll still take a minute or two. And then I push in the bottom. I pushed too long. I should have just tapped it. Let me do that again. Good thing is I have in the settings on my phone that I don't have to put the PIN code in twice throughout the day.
So you have to be a broker to have it?
Nope.
Even the salesperson can have that app on the phone?
The app on the phone, you gotta be affiliated with a broker, and then you gotta sign up for it. You gotta have MLS membership and sign up for the app.
Okay.
Pay for the Supra Key.
Hmm.
And then you gotta do it quick, like that. Boom, and it comes out. You just push up and hold it like I did before. I waited too long and it relocked itself. And now to lock it back in, you put the keys inside of there. And after you put the keys in there, you put that back in there. That's metal, by the way. This box is made out of metal, but this is a thick rubber coating that's over the metal box so it doesn't mar the door. Okay, with rubber mats. And then there's a shackle code here that can be, you can put it on the door. As long as you got the shackle key code, you can put it on the door, or you can put it on a railing.
Good.
And then just keep track of, look, I have one showing notification today because that's my lockbox. And so I have one showing already notifying me that somebody opened the lockbox, even though it was me. Okay?
Wow.
And if I click on it, it'll probably show me, well, if I had it registered to a particular property, it would show me which property somebody showed. It shows me what time somebody accessed it, who accessed it. Okay. All right. Now, we also have, back to the listing agreement here, we have this listing agreement. The broker is offering a commission split of how much minus how much. So if we're got a 6% listing, let's say we're offering 3% minus $200, we'll put it there. Sometimes you'll see a fee like that. Over here, it would say an amount minus another dollar amount. The reason why they do that is because the broker tries to recoup some money. Perhaps maybe they have or maybe the agent or the broker has an appointment service that we pay for monthly. So we have to try to recoup some money to that. Maybe try to recoup money for stolen signs or directionals, etc., to pay for the gas for the balloons, the helium, to pay for balloons and things like that. Okay, so we try to recoup some of our money. Oh, and every time we put a listing in the MLS charges the broker an MLS listing fee. So we're going to try to recoup some of that money by having that in there. Your broker will tell you how much you have to put in there as a minus sign, if any. And then the listing agent, LS, that's the signature, listing signature. And then you print your name, and then you have your license number there. You have to put your real estate license number. they refer to your real estate license number as a reference number. Here's an old copy of one of my licenses for the last one that just renewed or renewed last. You can see I could have I have a name of one of my companies there that I'm a broker of, and it's got my reference number. That's my real estate license number. They refer to it as a reference number for some reason. All right. You guys will be able to work only when, and then you got to put down, print your name here and the broker's ID for the office. Okay. That's a listing agreement. Okay. Every MLS will have a different one. Maybe your brokerage has their own custom listing agreement. I don't know. How do you know when you can work? Well, let me pull up some information. Oh, actually, I have it, I think, in one of these coming slides. So here's a lot of the information anyway. Let's get back to the slideshow. I'm sure that's going to be coming up in the slides. Actually, I went over it in chapter 3, I think, 2 or 3. When your license is showing in the database on the state database on the Real Estate Commission's website, then and only then can you work as a real estate agent. So when you go to the Department of Banking and Insurance website, you could search for, you could do a search, a licensee search. So you could put in your name in here, and that's all you need to put in. Just put in your last name. If you got a common last name, you want to maybe narrow it down a little bit, put comma, your first name in there. Like even me, like if I put Kaminsky in there, and I just put Kaminsky, I don't even put comma in my initial. I put just Kaminsky. Apparently there's a lot of other Kaminskys too.
Oh.
Some of them have inactive licenses, some of them active, right? You can see the license types that they have. All right. Some are salesperson, referral agent here. Okay. You have different types. Okay. So, and where am I? Oh, Victor, down here. Okay, I'm in here twice. Why am I in here twice? Because I am the broker of 2 companies, you see? So you click on one of them and it gives you your information about the brokerage as well as the agent. So I originally got my license done January 2004. I thought it was 2003, but late 2003, 2004. This is probably when they got me in the system because of the holidays. So January 20, 2004, that's when I first got my license. My license is good until 6/30/2021 when it comes up for a renewal. So that's information about the individual's license, right? License status of the broker. I've been actively licensed as a broker since 2008. I've had my broker's license since 2008. And you get the information about the brokerage and all that. See, as long as you're showing in here as actively licensed and your name is showing in that database, you could work. If it's not, then you don't have your license yet. You cannot work until your name is reflected in this database. All right. So we gather a lot of information to put in those listing input sheets. Current taxes, the true amount, not any discounted amount that if they're a senior citizen or a veteran or a disabled person, they may be paying a discounted rate, right? So we need to make sure we know the true tax figure that the next buyer is going to have to pay. Any special assessments? What are special assessments? What's a special assessment, guys? No?
An assessment the town puts on to raise additional money?
So what is it? It's a tax. It's an improvement tax. The special assessment is an improvement tax. It's charged by the municipality for any improvements that the municipality does. Homeowners in the area have to pay those taxes. If there's any outstanding amount that hasn't been paid yet, we need to be aware of it because we need to make sure that that tab gets settled up at the closing table. Any dues, we need to know what the amount of the dues are for the monthly HOA, if it's a homeowners association or condo or co-op, right? Because the buyer, that could affect the buyer's ability to pay as well, depending on that amount. They have to factor in all their monthly costs. Is the property distressed or not? Short sale, foreclosure, divorce, or bankruptcy. These are all things that we need to find out about. Is it city water or sewer, city sewer or septic systems? Is the property in a flood zone? Is there a possibility of seller financing? Here's the flood zone where we could search FEMA's website, put in an address of the property to see if the property's in a 100-year flood zone or not. They have 100-year flood zones and 500-year flood zones. If a property's in a 100-year flood zone, you have to have flood insurance. If it's in a 500-year flood zone, that means the property will flood at least once every 500 years, but that's not as often, so flood insurance is not required. But if the property's in a 100-year flood zone, that means it's going to flood at least once every 100 years. So the risk of flooding is more often, so you have to have flood insurance if you have a mortgage loan at least. The lenders are going to require it. So you could search these maps. If it's not perfectly clear on the map, if it's in a flood zone, they have additional documents, because sometimes they're redrawing flood maps and stuff. You really got to read them over. But the ultimate way to find out if a property's in a flood zone or not are two. One easy way is you could ask the lender, ask the buyer's lender. They'll search their own records and tell you if it's in a flood zone or not. Or sometimes you may want to argue that point a little bit of what their maps say. If that's the case, when you get a surveyor that comes in and measures the property, they don't just measure the property linearly. You could ask them for an elevation report. They'll certify if it's in a flood zone or not as far as the height of the property. Right? You know, we should also ask the seller if they have a copy of their deed when they bought the property, and a copy of their survey, perhaps, or title policy, the proof of ownership. Our responsibility for disclosing, we have to investigate and disclose all material information about a property. What's material information?
Material information, that is the it's basically, oh my god, I have it in the I have it, but I can't. Okay, I don't know. I have it.
Of the property.
Tangible real estate.
Material information is any information about the physical condition of the property that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing. It's not necessarily something wrong with the house. It could be the architectural style, the square footage, how many bedrooms, how many baths, could be the color of the house. Is it aluminum or vinyl siding or brick or stucco? Is there a yard? How large is the lot? Is there a garage? How many car garage? You know, these are all factors that could affect the buyer's decision in purchasing, and therefore it's relevant material information. The true tax figure, we need to discover that, like I said. If it's a rental property or there's any rentals, we need to find out if there's what those rental rates are and what the lease terms are. When is the tenant moving out and which tenants? Because maybe the new owner wants to live in one of the other units. How much are they paying for rent, and what are the security deposits that the landlord has? That's important, because if they purchase this property, the landlord's going to have to turn over those security deposits to the new buyer, to the new owner, because that new owner is going to be responsible for giving that money to the a tenant when they move out if there was no damages, right? They got to give back those security deposits. They can only keep the money for damages, but not for normal wear and tear, or if there are no damages, right? We have to make sure that we get the city inspections done for certificate of occupancy and fire inspections before we could transfer that. That's the seller's agent's responsibility for making sure the buyer orders those inspections, and then we're there for those inspections. Flood area information and any restrictive ordinances or deed restrictions. We'd want to find out about them and put them in the listing in advance, right? Are there any restrictions on how this property can be used? Wouldn't you want to know that and disclose that to potential buyers at the beginning? All right. So we got the MLS input sheets, which I already went over with you. Here's a link on the Garden State MLS website where you could get to them and see some of those different various listing input sheets that they have there. Hold on, let me minimize the screen for a second. Oh, it didn't share. But I'm going to click on that link and I'll just show you. Oh, I can't click on it, so let me just go to the website address. Web browser, we type in there forms.gsmls.com/LIP in caps, and it takes us here for listing input sheets. I don't know why it says LIP, but whatever. For single family, that's the one I just showed you. For multifamily, for land, for commercial, industrial or office space, listings for business, rentals. Here's an FHA compliance certification. This is for if the property is in a senior housing, for example. Hold on one moment. Does that load? See, housing for older persons. That's why they call it HOP, H-O-P, housing for older persons. To certify if it's in a 55+ community or 62 and older, right? We went over that in chapter 4. They have the listing commission agreement. Like I already showed you the listing sheet. They have that here. Or if you want to change and update the listing, you have to have a property change form. Hold on. You can't just make changes to the MLS after you have a listing, guys. You need the owner's permission to make any changes in the MLS to that listing. If you're making a change to the asking price or the length of the listing, you're putting in a new expiration term. If you're changing the status of a listing, you have to make all those adjustments. You need the owner's permission and their signature to change it. To take it off the market or withdraw it, or to lengthen the listing, or to take it off the market or put it back on the market. You do not need the owner's permission to change the listing status from to sold or under contract though, okay? So I got that link there in that slideshow. All right, where do listings come from? Here's some more resources to answer that question. Let's change the page, turn the page. Here's some sample of these documents and the information that we've seen on these slides. So turn the page a couple times till we go to page on 152. Here's a property information for listings. Okay, page 153 is where we put responsibility for investigation. We're responsible for investigating things. Let's get caught up on some of this highlighting because we're a couple pages behind on that. On page 153 for responsibility for investigation, second sentence, let's highlight in that first paragraph. New Jersey Real Estate Commission rules and regulations clearly require licensees to ascertain all pertinent information about a property that's been accepted for a listing. The results of the licensee's investigation must be made known to all prospective purchasers as well. That's all the material information. Then the next paragraph, I just put a bracket around it with my pen. It says failure to disclose any known defects or any defects that would have been apparent if a reasonable investigation would have been made by the licensee may make the licensee liable for any claims levied by the purchaser on the property. The rules also require that licensees investigate the financial qualifications for every person that they submit an offer. If they're buying cash, you need to get a proof of funds letter from their bank. If they're buying with, to show that they have the means to go through with the purchase, you're asking the seller to take the property off the market. We want to make sure they got the money. They say they're buying cash. We don't take their word for it, right? Trust but verify. If they're getting a loan, we need to have at the beginning when they're submitting the offer at minimum, we need a mortgage pre-qualification letter. What's better than a pre-qualification letter? The next step up from that, where all the information's been verified.
Pre-approval.
Pre-approval letter, right? Mortgage pre-approval letter. And then what's up one step from that when the bank is going to definitely give them the loan? What do we call that? The letter that they issue then. After inspections, appraisals, etc., and all the financial information of the buyer has been submitted to the bank, and all the inspections and appraisals and property information has been submitted. They then, the underwriter from the bank will then issue what is known as a mortgage commitment letter.
The commitment, yeah.
So New Jersey Real Estate License Act further requires that the fully executed signed copy of any sole or exclusive sale or listing agreement be provided to the owner at time of listing. So what I want you to do is I want you to highlight and put a highlighted box around that title. The New Jersey Real Estate Licensing Act requires, and put a highlighted box around those 2 bullet points. What is the first bullet point explaining? That says a fully executed signed copy of any sole or exclusive sale or listing be provided to the owner at the time of execution. What are they explaining there? They're explaining that you got to give a duplicate original. Remember, anytime we sign any contract with somebody, we got to give them a duplicate original of that. What is a duplicate original?
It is the copies of the original sign.
So it's multiple original copies, right? So it's copies of original signatures. So it's multiple originals of the contract that each of the persons who sign the contract have to receive. The listing contain a definite date of termination. Ooh, see that again. You think it's on exam?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. All right, cooperation with the licensees. We're going to highlight every licensee, highlight that whole first paragraph. It basically says that we got to put the listing in the MLS within 48 hours because licensing law requires it, unless the owner tells us not to, and then we get them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation. Who determines how much commission the seller is going to pay?
Seller and the broker.
The commission sheet.
A buyer and seller.
What do you mean?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
A buyer and seller negotiate that at the time.
Negotiate. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. I want to hear that word. All right. It's all negotiable. Remember, in New Jersey, hell, in every state, commissions are negotiable. But in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable, right? Meaning that they're not fixed by any governmental authority, trade association, MLS, or brokerage, etc., or licensing entity, right? All commissions are negotiable, so it's whatever the parties agree on. There is no, I'm going to tell you how much it is, they're going to tell you how much. It's all negotiable, all right? Now, your office,
top on how much you can get paid?
Well, your office may have a policy on how much the minimum that they'll allow you to take a listing for without calling the broker to get the broker's consent to take anything less, okay? Your broker may have a policy on that. Don't go take, and know your office policy. Don't go taking a listing for less than your brokers allow you to without calling them to specifically get their permission. You take that listing, that property sells, you're taking money out of the broker's pocket. That broker is going to take it out of your pocket, the difference, so that they can get paid their regular fee because they never gave you the authority to take less. Okay, so if you just try to do your friends a solid, you know, you need to get your broker's permission first. Okay. So the bottom of the page talks about the negotiability of commissions. And if we're putting an offer in on a for sale by owner house, we got to put in there that because they never had a listing, we got to give that disclosure to them that we don't engage in illegal price fixing and all commissions are negotiable, that we don't engage in price fixing, which is a violation of what federal law?
The Sherman Antitrust Act.
The Sherman Antitrust Act, that is correct. All right, so turn the page. This is the seller property condition disclosure report. Let's skip over it. It's about 6 to 8 pages long. Let's skip over that. Go to page 163. Huh. All right. sticky pads all over the place. I gotta knocking them off, falling on the floor. Okay, where do we get listings from? I went over a bunch of resources at the beginning of this chapter, but here's a bunch of them for you that let's just run down really quick. Don't be a secret agent. Let everybody know, your friends, family, coworkers, friends of friends, acquaintances. Let them know that you're in a biz. Hell, make new ones. You know, go out there, join a club, get a hobby, learn a new sport or something. You know, I went out there and I bought a set of golf clubs. I still got to go out there and learn how to play. You know, I've been meaning to. I mean, people with money go to golf courses, don't they? But you know what? Everybody needs to own a place to live, whether they own it or rent it. You know, just find yourself a new field, new circle of friends. You know, I don't own a boat, but I got a friend that's got a boat. I go out boating with him because he's got a lot of friends that got boats. Boats are expensive hobbies. People who got boats got money. People who got money buy expensive houses. So you see how it works? Vicious cycle. You see how that works? So make yourself some new friends, right? Surround yourself around positive people too, by the way. You're going to be in the real estate business. You're going to get a lot of people around you that are going to, you know, there's the haters, you know. They can say, why are you getting in real estate? You know, most people don't make it in that business. It's a tough business. You're going to fail in that business. But I don't know. Probably because at one point they had their license or they knew somebody who did and they sucked at it, you know. So come on, a little positive encouragement. If you don't got nothing good to say, you know what to do, right? Keep your freaking mouth shut. Keep it to yourself, right? I don't want to hear it. If they consistently talk about that, get rid of those people, get them out of your lives. Now, if they're your relatives, you're kind of limited on what you could do with that, but try to stay away from that kind of bad, negative vibe, right? Positive, the power of positive thinking, my friends. Positive, stay in the positive light. If you're negative, if you can't see it yourself, you're not going to achieve your goals, right? Social media, you could advertise on social media, but make sure that you obey all of their terms of service. Because look, if you advertise using your regular Facebook account, for example, and they terminated your Facebook account because you violated their terms of service, oh my God, you guys would just die without social media Facebook account, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, a lot of people are I guarantee you, I can't see a lot of you because you shut off your videos. I guarantee a lot of you are sitting over there surfing the internet while I'm talking to you, not listening to a damn word I'm saying, or the sporadic word that I'm saying, but you're paying more attention to your social media posts or talking on the phone and occupied with other things. I can hear it because some of you forget to mute yourselves. Look, having your own real estate website. I gave you a resource where you can get one for $99. There's no freaking excuse for you not to have a real estate website and generate your own business. Blogging. Okay, guys, there's a lot of blogs out there too, that when you're blogging, you can put your tagline on there where you're from, have a link back to your website, especially if it's on a website that's related to the industry's information. How did a lot of you find out about my school?
Facebook.
I did my reviews online.
Word of mouth.
Word of mouth, Facebook, online.
Google.
Actually, Facebook had a lot of great reviews. Anya.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
All right. Well,
Real
that's,
estate agent.
you know, I get a lot of people from online, you know, as well as the word of mouth and from other brokers. But look, online, if you search for real estate licensing or anything pretty much about real estate, I come up on the first page of Google. You know what my budget is? You know how much money I spend on advertising?
Thousands of dollars.
$1,000 a year.
Big fat zero.
No.
See that? That's a zero. How am I on the first page of Google?
Yeah, how the hell do you do that?
I got it like that.
Google goes by reviews.
Well, that works. But what about when you don't have reviews at the beginning? I mean, there's a point I didn't have any reviews and I was still on the first page of Google. How did I do it? You know?
How did you do?
Well, not only that, some schools have their name in there. They have 5 stars, but no type of reviews on it. But you had a lot of reviews.
Yeah, because a lot of them are bullshit. You know, they'll put their own, they'll create a fake account and write a review about themselves, and that's it. You know, I like students to put reviews up there because it's more believable than me. Because sometimes in the past, people have sent me emails about reviews and said that I could put up the letter that they send me or whatever. And you know what? That's as far as you're looking into it, you could think, oh, that's fake, that's made up by you. But when people put it up there with their own posts and you can verify it's somebody else, or if they put up videos, that's why I got them on YouTube and Facebook, the video reviews and such. It's better when you can hear it from people's mouths. But those things all help. Those things all help. However, how do you get on the first page of Google? Well, you go to blogs, you blog about things, you have links. When you're on a real estate related website, you link back. I have a domain name that's real estate related. Well, it's a Career Path Academy, but I actually bought a lot of domain names too from schools that have real estate schools that had spent a lot of money on advertising. They went out of business. I bought their domain names and now I point it to my website as well. You know, because they already have website traffic coming in. Why waste that website traffic? Now it's getting redirected to me. You know, so I still own website names for real estate websites that went out of business. I got a lot of resources that I use. Plus, Google is one of the largest search engines. I have my website hosted by Google. You know, they got to give me a little bit higher uptick ranking there because I'm using their services for everything. You know, so it's what they do. You know,
your reviews are actually on YouTube too.
Yeah,
I was surprised to see that.
Yeah, and I got a lot more that I still haven't uploaded yet. You know, if you guys, when you're done with the course, if you want to give a review at all, send it to me. I'll post it on the YouTube, or you can post it from Facebook or something. You know, hopefully it's a good review. You know, just remember, anything less than 5 stars is a negative review. So
you have to make us all pass.
Well, I'm going to try my best. You know, I'm here for you guys. Look, I'm giving you guys so many resources that are not even exam related because I want you to do good. Because it's one thing to teach you to pass an exam. It's another thing to teach you to pass an exam and give you some additional resources to hopefully help you actually get started. Because the turnover rate and the failure rate in this business is so high. You know, I want you guys to do good. You know, because if you don't got to, if you go to a brokerage and what's the most important thing that I told you to look for when selecting a broker?
Training.
One that gives you good
learn.
Okay.
Yeah. Teaches you.
I don't care about the commission. I don't care what the commission split is, as long as it's not less than 50-50 at the beginning. Because look, you can get a broker that offers you 100% commission. What's 100% of nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. So what good is it going to do you if they don't teach you how to get the business and how to work the business? If you don't get any business, 100% of nothing is nothing. So offering you a high commission split is meaningless. You need to get a broker that's going to train you how to get the business yourself and not be reliant on them for the business. Because if you're reliant on the broker, if they should stop giving you the leads, then you're broke, right? And your income is also dependent on the broker now. It's directly tied to that.
What's a good commission to negotiate?
Look, anything, look, 50% is fine at the beginning, okay? Once you start getting a couple of closings, now you could go back to the broker and talk about it. But look, different brokers have different policies on commission. Some of them have a written plan. When you first come in, you start at X commission, whatever it is, okay? Just make sure it's not less than 50%. 50% should be like the bottom line starting wrong, right? But you get some brokers that'll start you at 60, right? Some will start you at more, but if they are, then what are they giving you? Are they giving you anything extra? Are they training you? Are they charging you for things up front? You know, listen, the broker got to make money here, and they're not doing this for free. And they're not going to be giving you high commission splits and giving you everything up front and hoping that they're going to recoup the money on you sometime in the future. Okay, they're going to be getting it out of you somehow. You guys, you got to use some common sense. You know, there's no such thing as 100% commission either. Okay, they're gonna. How's the broker making money if they're giving you 100% commission? It's total bullshit if they say it's 100% commission. They're taking money out of it. They're either charging you for faxes sent, for emails, for websites, for leads, for referrals, for transaction fees, for whatever kind of made up bullshit fee that they could charge you. All right. They need to make money off of you, and they're going to get it out of you somehow. 100% commission. I am extremely skeptic when anybody says 100%. You know, the only time that I could see 100% or anywhere near it is if they're charging you a desk fee. You know what desk fee is? It's rent. You're paying rent to the broker to hang your license there. They may not even be giving you a desk. For the privilege of hanging your license at their brokerage and them giving you a high commission split if you get your own buyer. They're not helping you with advertising costs. They're usually not helping you with any supplies. You got to get your own real estate signs, your own lock boxes. The broker is usually not giving you any kind of support when in these 100% firms. Okay, so you got to use a little common sense there. These business models. Okay? Now, I could understand more if they start you off at a commission rate and they gradually move you up. If once you bring in X amount of dollars into it, then they put you up to a higher commission split. But whatever.
So what do you think? What do you think about that renting?
Don't ever pay it. Don't ever pay it.
No?
There's so many brokerages out there that'll hire you and that could even pay you high commission splits as you do more business. I mean, why should a broker give you a high split if you're doing 1 or 2 transactions? So what?
True.
If you're doing a lot of business, I would want to keep you. I'd give you a higher commission split to keep you there. But so there's got to be something in for a broker. If you're doing 1 or 2, I mean, 1 or 2 deals, that's nothing. That's nothing. I mean, you're making below minimum wage. You better be doing a decent amount of closings. Look, if you're a part-time agent, you should be doing a minimum of 6 closings a year at least. And that's not much. Okay. But a part-time agent should be doing that. A full-time
for a full-timer, what do you think?
A full-timer who's not even planning on doing this as your main part of income, or just you're doing it full-time, but you know what? It doesn't matter if you make any money because you got your spouse or your family that you could live off of or whatever. 10 to 12 transactions a year with you. That's fine. That's probably the minimum that you should be doing. All right. But then again, it depends where you live and where you're doing your business. I mean, are you doing it in a neighborhood? Are you dealing with $1 million listings, multi-million-dollar listings, or are you selling $100,000 condos? It's all
in New Jersey.
It all depends too. No, they are. Mm-hmm. It depends where you are though. What kind of business you're doing, So even that, what I'm saying here, you got to take it and put it in perspective too. But I'm trying to help you and give you some kind of a guide. It's hard for me to give you a be all end all here. This is the timeline. This is the guide. This is that you need to follow. Okay. But one thing that you need to do is get a written plan. So a broker that'll sit you down and put down a written plan. You need a business plan. If you don't have a business plan, businesses fail. You're self-employed. How are you going to make this money? So first of all, make an achievable goal. How much money do I want to make in my first year? Make it realistic, guys. Don't go crazy, because if you don't meet that number, you're going to be like, oh, I failed. I didn't make what I wanted to do. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this. Now, here's all the negative thoughts, right? So make a realistic number. I'm learning a new trade. How much money do I want to earn my first year realistically? Can I get by with? And then if you achieve that goal, fantastic. Now let's exceed it. So now you make a new goal, rewrite your plan to make even more now. And you keep readjusting that plan every year, all right? Or as you achieve your goals, rewrite that plan again. And then write down how are you going to get more business, okay? You got to do more prospecting, more mailing, more in-person meets, more people you got to meet and shake their hands and kiss their babies and give out business cards. You got to talk to more people. What do you got to do? You got to create your plan and then stick to it. Okay. And don't forget to write in some personal time for you, because you can get burnt out in this industry. Because you see agents sometimes that they're working all the time. They accept calls, somebody's calling them at midnight. They're like, oh, my phone's ringing. I got to pick it up. Guys, you know what the cell phone's good for? You know why we have cell phones? That we could get communication anywhere, anytime. It's for your convenience.
Emergencies.
It's for your convenience. If my phone rings right now, which my phone does ring a lot throughout the day while I've been teaching guys his classes. Have you seen me pick up my phone one time?
No.
Right? I'm getting text messages too. Am I answering them right now? No, I'll answer them after class or during lunch break. Okay. Sometimes I run a little bit late. I'm trying to get back to people. Okay. And eat at the same time, but it's here for your convenience. You got to pencil out some time for yourself too. Don't answer. You know, you got kids or something. You got to pick kids up. You got to spend some quality time with them. Shut your phone off. Okay, it's there for your convenience. You guys get so addicted to these things that you can't. If your phone rings, you got to have it close by. Otherwise, you feel like you're missing a piece of yourself, right? Your phone rings. You get a text message. I dare you not to look at it. See how long you could go without looking at it.
No way.
Right? I mean, a lot of people can't. I mean, they're like, yeah, you can't help yourself. It's an addiction. It really is an addiction. It's like kids with video games. Okay. Have a go website, blogging. Okay, you blog on a lot of websites. You got Trulia, Zillow, Realtor.com, Homes.com, CityData.com. That's another website that's an awesome resource. Actually, I blogged a lot there on CityData.com too. But I have real estate related websites where I make posts and then I put links to my website back to it. And if you have real estate websites linking into you, they're high ranking, trusted, content related websites that are linking into you. The search engines see that. Now they start ranking you higher and they put a priority to you. You know, there's other schools out there, other real estate schools in New Jersey. There's one real estate school I know of. They buy all excess transactions from the search engines that are not used. They spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a year for their real estate school. In the meantime, I spend zero. Because anytime you do a search, if the search ads have not been bought, then they put them up there in that advertised section at the top. They're buying, they're trying to buy their ranking. Okay. Mine is natural, mine's organic, mine's always going to be there. And how much money do I spend again? Zero. Real estate related stuff. I got a lot of domain names that are real estate related to keywords. I buy domain names that are related to keywords that people would search for in the search engine. And then I point it to my website. Okay, there's a lot of tricks. YouTube, video gives you higher ranking content. Students give reviews. I make tutorials, have them on websites. They link back to my website, higher ranking. Plus you could make money off of videos when people watch them. If you monetize them, if you get a high enough traffic. I used to make money off of that, but then I stopped doing it for a while. Now Google changed YouTube's monetization policy. You know, if you got a hobby, you could have a hobby making jewelry, you know, out of beads and stuff. And if you got a following for that, doesn't matter what it is. You got a big enough following of people that follow you and enough traffic from the videos, Google will pay you for those advertisements that they put on your content that you create. Those are the videos. Did you know that?
Yep.
You realize how much money you can make off of that passive income like that? It could be a lot. And it could be silly stuff that you're doing. You could just be goofing around and dancing and smiling, and you know, people like it and they watch it. You know, if it goes viral, whatever the hell you do, you could start making money off of that traffic where Google puts in the advertisements. You know, YouTube, they put in those advertisements. Look, I made a silly video one time, how to fold a t-shirt in 3 seconds or 2 seconds or some kind of crap like that. And I got so many hits on it. I monetized it through Google and I just let it sit there. That was the only video that I had. I had it sitting there and I forgot all about it. I didn't even use that YouTube account for a while. I got contacted by PricewaterhouseCoopers. You know what that is? PricewaterhouseCoopers. It's a, what's that? It's accounting firm, correct. It's actually Google's accounting firm. And they reached out to me and they said that they had money that I did not give them a way to pay it to me. I did not give them a bank account or an address where to send it or any of that. And I have to go to Google and put in my information. Otherwise, they're going to turn over my money to the state. And then you know where it would have gone to? At missingmoney.com, because at the time it was missingmoney.com. Yeah. Right? So it would have gone to missingmoney.com. But I knew, I was like, what the hell could this be for? And I was like, you know what? I think I know what it's for. I logged into my Google account for the for monetization of the products. And put it in there, and they wired the funds to me, over $10,000 for one video, a silly video on how to fold a t-shirt in 2 seconds that I forgot about. I made it, it was up there for about a year or two. I made $2,000, over $10,000 for it. After that, I started making
Interesting.
on how to use a watermelon slicer, and any product I buy, I lease a new truck. Here's the new 2019 Ram. You know, I mean, I start making videos about everything now. Post it up there. I don't care. You get traffic on it, right? So do it pertaining to real estate. It's real estate related. You have the videos, you point them to your website. Not only are you getting additional traffic, you're also making money off the videos too. All right. Now, blogging to answer questions that people may have can help you build that traffic and possibly have people call you because they see you as an expert now. I got business that way. Mailing, sending out those postcards or letters. Here, you want to find a lot of buyers? Buyers are easy to find, you know. You know where you can get a lot of buyers? I'd give you a bunch of resources. How about this? Apartment buildings. A lot of those renters, if it makes more sense, if they could get into a house and buy a house instead of paying the rent, which one, you know, if it's cheaper for them to buy or just slightly a little bit more for them to own instead of renting, you think people would be interested in doing it? Reach out to people in apartment buildings. You know, what about wedding planners? Bakeries where people buy the wedding cakes. Do people usually look to buy a house after they get married?
Yeah.
When they have kids, are they looking to upgrade?
Mm-hmm.
So when they have kids, what do they start shopping for? Certain things like cribs and baby clothing and stuff like that?
Yeah. A bigger house.
All right. How about you start advertising maybe in some of those in hospital magazines too? Okay. Look, in hospital magazines, you get people having kids, people being pregnant, people who are sick and dying. You know, there's also that aspect of it. When somebody dies, you know, they need to sell a house, right? I got somebody who just reached out to me yesterday and said, you're going to be getting a call from this guy because his mother just died and they're going to need to sell the house. Okay. But that's word of mouth. But look, you could also reach out now don't go being creepy and start stalking, you know, the obituaries. All right. That's just creepy. But what you could do is you could reach out to go to funeral home directors. A lot of times when somebody passes away, they don't, you know, there a lot of emotions are hitting them at one time. They don't know what to do. They ask the funeral home director if they know an accountant, if they know an attorney that could help them out. They're going to need to sell the house. They know a realtor. They ask them for resources. Now, if they have your information, they could hand out at that time, right? So there's a lot of places where we could go to get business. If you really think about the strategy, have a plan for it. And there are a lot of resources you could help. How about family planning attorneys? You get on their lists. Attorneys that specialize in foreclosures, or attorneys that specialize in family law, divorce, planning when somebody dies. A lot of times attorneys would be the ones that are reaching out to us to sell properties. So why don't you get on the attorneys lists, right? Let me see. How about networking with lenders, asset managers? Well, you'd have to find them, first of all. That ain't an easy task. HUD, Fannie Mae, IndyMac. There's a place called equator.com where they process, you know, create a free profile for yourself on equator.com, where a lot of lenders would process the sale of bank-owned properties and short sales. Billboards, mini billboards, your business cards, bus stop benches, recyclable bin. You know, you ever see the advertisements on those for the traffic? You're sitting at traffic, you look over there, you see those advertisements on the side of the road. They're not that expensive actually to advertise on. Events and networking. You know, your city has a street fair or something, right? Why don't you get a table at that street fair? Business networking groups, church and social groups, hobbies, friends, golf, pool, bowling, sports buddies, right? Swimming, boating, you know, golf, wine tasting, whatever your thing is, you know. Diner placemats, although they don't work well. Promotional materials, handing them out like business card magnets, calendars, desk calendars, to-do lists, magnets, prints, t-shirts, hats, pens, drink containers, stress balls, whatever you do, t-shirts, whatever you do, you know, brand it, and it'll also be a business tax write-off for you too, right? Look, sponsor a little league baseball team or something, right? And buy them their uniforms and give them, you know, the name of your company, put it on their shirts, right? It's an advertisement. Shopping carts, I see some realtors doing that. I don't know how well that works, but it must work because a lot of people see that. Media, TV. Look, on cable, look, if you go on the national networks, they're expensive. But if you advertise on cable TV networks, then you could actually put in a very affordable ad budget, and you could specify what towns you want your ad delivered in. Cable companies have that ability to narrow it down that much. Radio, not as much. Radio is kind of expensive, but it's also a good place to advertise. But the cable TV, you'd be surprised how affordable it is to put a commercial on TV. And there you go, start your acting careers. Real estate magazines and newspapers, print media, FSBOs, for sale by owners, right? Knock on their door, say hello, I'm a realtor. Oh, I'm not looking to, I want to sell on my own. Okay, well, I realize that, but you know, if at any time during your, you know, I hope you try to sell on your own. If you need any tips, feel free to call me. However, if at any time you feel like that you don't want to deal with this no more, because you know about 95% of for sale by owners fail to sell on their own, feel free to reach out to me. I would love to represent you. Okay, but good luck. I hope you sell on your own. Okay, don't be like, oh, son of a bitch, you know, you cheap bastard, doesn't want to pay a commission. You know, don't have that attitude. You know, expired listings. You know, relisting the properties. All right. Here's some more agent resources. I gave you a couple of these already. The EDDM, USPS, Got Print for the cheap printing, the website box. Realty Juggler is a good contact manager, and it makes flyers and all kinds of stuff. And I think that's $99 a year. Prospects Plus, this is a little expensive. This may be about, last I had it, which was years ago, it was about $600 for the software, but it makes you all kinds of property flyers and advertisements, postcard designs. They have professional graphic designers that make all that stuff up for you, and they update it, and it automatically downloads in the software on a regular basis. And you just customize it with your photo and your contact information, but everything else is all the graphics, everything, the campaign that's targeted to the seasons or what have you, for sale by owners, relisting properties, expired listings. They've got them, they're custom made specifically for real estate. Pretty good deal. The Red X, told you about that one. That's an awesome software, I suggest. Homes.com is a good place to advertise, Realtor.com. Here is a free app that you get with your realtor dues. I told you about this already, NAR, RPR. And you also have that application. You know, once you become a member of the Realtors Association, you put in your realtor ID code and a membership for all your MLSs in there, and it pulls in all the information, and you can make those CMA presentations. You could go to the website NAR RPR, and it also gets market reports and market data and all kinds of stuff. So here's the website, and you could also download the app for your cell phone, which is an awesome tool to find out when you're on the run. You could find out without logging into an MLS. It sees your GPS where you're located and tells you all the properties that are around you that are listed. You know, great tool. Here's a good graphic tool. Photoshop is expensive, and Microsoft, Microsoft's tools for making flyers and stuff like that, they're horrible, right? And they're not made for print shops, sending stuff to print shops. Here's a company, this is an Australian company called Serif. Serif came out with a new software product called their Affinity line. It's like It's like Adobe Photoshop, Adobe PageMaker, and they have all kinds of videos that teach you how to use their software. They're pretty advanced graphic tools that only cost $50, and you own it. All right. They got page layout tools, graphic editors. They got all kinds of tools, and they are great. I'm telling you, they are. Here's a tool, another contact manager, and got other flyer makers and stuff like that in it. It's called Top Producer. They can be a little expensive, but Top Producer is one. And here's a free thing for you guys I'm throwing in here. QR code generators. You guys know what a QR code is?
Yeah.
It's like a barcode, but they come in these little boxes sometimes. Here, let me pull it up on a website real quick, just show it to you. All right, apparently I can't click on that. So once again, let me go type that in there. Here is a website for a QR generator. Here, see this up here? This is a QR code. You could take your, if you got the QR scanner installed in your cell phones, which most people do nowadays, you just put your camera up to it, and it could add information, scans the information. It's like a barcode scanner, right? And you can put these on flyers, on business cards, on anything. Now, how do you get the information and create the code? Well, here is an example. If you put in a URL, now you just type in a website address, and when somebody clicks, scans it, they automatically opens their browser and it takes them to that website. Or a VR card, you know what that is? That's a contact management. You click on VR card, look, you could put in all of your contact information, with including a website, and it'll all be added into this code, this QR thing. So when somebody scans it, all this information gets added into their contact manager in their cell phone. Their Facebook, to display your Facebook page, or go to your Facebook page to show them an image, or play an audio file or a video file, what have you. Okay, this is free. It's a QR code generator, it's called, right? Apparently there's other shapes, QR codes too, and colors. Okay. Anyway, some useful resources, trying to help you guys out. Cooperation with other licensees. We know that we're required to do that. Got to put the listing in the MLS within 48 hours, lest we get the owners sign a waiver of broker cooperation. We know in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. This is going on forever. Did we go through all these? Yeah. New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. On the top of page 163, you guys highlighted the Attorney General's memorandum thing or no? Not yet.
No.
Okay. We're on the second sentence, we're going to highlight it. New Jersey Real Estate Commission requires brokers and salespeople to furnish each listing owner with a copy of the memorandum. In addition, the licensee must refuse to take a listing from any owner who indicates that they plan to violate the law against discrimination, the LAD. We went over this in chapter 4, but we're highlighting again. It will be on exams. So what's the document you give to owners at the time you get a listing?
A copy of the attorney memorandum.
The attorney
memorandum
about them, right? We don't give them the LAD, the law against discrimination. We give them the Attorney General's memorandum, which talks about the LAD. Now, highlight under expiration of listings, all exclusive listings must specify
definite period of time.
termination date.
And then on the line below it, highlight an exact termination date. So all exclusive listings must specify an exact termination date. Boom. Again, you see that. You think that's going to be a question on exams? And when we get listings, we got to put it in the MLS within 48 hours. You need to know that. Add that to your notes. All written offers must be forwarded to the owner within 24 hours. Don't worry, we'll highlight it again in another chapter. All commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker. All listing agreements have to say that in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable, to say that we don't engage in the price fixing illegal act. If it's a for sale by owner, we have to put in that disclosure statement that was on a previous page there. Basically saying that that all in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. The Attorney General's memorandum, that's at the top of this page, what we just went over. We have to refuse to take listings from an owner who tells us they plan on discriminating. All have to have an expiration date in the agreement to be valid. How do we price a property? Well, CMA, it's called a comparative market analysis. We compare the subject property, which is the property that we're trying to determine the value for. We're always going to refer to it as the subject property. So we look at the subject property, and then we try to find similar homes, that are similar in size, architectural style, location, and then we make adjustments for the differences to determine the value. Just like an appraiser would do. Only we can't call it an appraisal, because we're not licensed. Right? So this is usually a complimentary thing that we offer for free. However, you could charge for it, but you can never call it an appraisal. Actual selling price is determined by the agreement between the owner and the buying public. So it's the market that determines the selling price. Who determines the asking price?
The owner.
The owner. But we should always guide them with our expertise to help them value the property. Now, your broker should give you the training on this, on how to do that. We're going to go over some basics in this class, but your brokers should give you more in-depth training on that. But, let me see. Nope. I got a resource for you guys to really learn how to get and to determine the value of a property. Hold on. There's a class that you guys can take. It's called the CMA Workshop. I'm not sure, I may have mentioned it to you. I'm going to add it right here. You take a CMA workshop class from Ottawa, www.ottteau.com. It's a group of appraisers. They're real estate appraisers that create all kinds of reports and training classes teaching people how. They got class teaching realtors how to value properties, but they often are consultants for Fortune 500 companies, 100 companies, Fortune 50 companies, insurance companies, market analysis companies, other appraisers. They act as expert witnesses in courts. This is a great group to get the training class from. Plus, you get CE credits towards the renewal of your license for taking this class. It's less than $100. You get CE credits for it, and they teach you not only how to price properties, but they give you some very insightful information about what to expect in the coming quarter and in the real estate market in New Jersey. So they have these quarterly workshops that they call seasonal workshops, or they have a CMA workshop, which I suggest you guys take. I think I'm going to be taking their next one. I think it's coming up this coming month. This month actually, after this class is done too. So maybe something you want to invest in. You could take it without having the real estate license. And when you get your license, you just call them up and they'll give you the CE credits for the class you already took. Okay. It's a good group. It's a good class. the class that you take from them, it's one of those classes where you're going to be asking questions that you don't want to leave, you know. They go over a lot of questions like, do solar panels make your house worth more or less, or doesn't make a difference in the value of the home? What do you think?
It does.
Helps. Yeah, I would think it would increase the value of the home because isn't that being
Go ahead. No, I'm not. I'm just listening to everybody. Go ahead. Keep talking.
I mean, it's an improvement.
Uh-huh.
And
Anybody else? What do you think?
once it's assessed,
Well, it depends.
would that be a special assessment, by the way, on another note?
No, special assessment are improvements that municipalities do, not the homeowner.
Okay.
So, do solar panels make your house worth more, less, or doesn't make a difference in the value? Everybody?
It depends on
More.
no, it depends on the consumption. I mean, how much the energy is generated by the solar panels, because it depends on the direction where your house is located and how much is the sun. Because you know what I'm saying?
You're kind of sort of on the right track, but then you ran off the rails.
Yeah. No, let me give you my example, because in my house,
Hold on,
I have solar panels.
Let me
Yes.
explain. Let me explain.
Yeah.
You're talking about how much more it would make your home worth based on the number of how much energy it generated, right?
Yes.
That's your
Yes.
argument.
Right.
Okay. Now here is the truth. Do solar panels in general, before we discuss how much energy they make, do they make your home worth more, less, or does it make a difference? The answer is it depends. Not on how much energy they generate, but it depends on, is the solar panel on the front of the house or the back? There's an ugly factor that you have to take into consideration. Some people won't buy a house that got the solar panels on the front of it because it's just ugly.
Okay. It is also, yeah, a matter of personal choice. Personal choice.
Well, that's your
Yeah.
personal choice, but if
Yeah.
until the majority of the people in the state start believing the same way that you do, you got to go by the numbers. And the numbers say the majority of people that are into green energy and renewable energy, and they'll even stand out there and protest over the stuff until they start believing their own line of that they're delivering there, until they start believing, truly believing that by making their actions match their words, then it's not going to make a difference. This group will show you every year, if you take this class, they give you a sheet that shows you how much of a difference it'll make your home worth. Now, if it's on the front of the house, it doesn't make a spit worth the difference. I don't care how much energy those solar panels generate. If it's on the front of your house, it doesn't make your house worth more.
Oh.
But if it's on the back of the house, if the solar panels are on the back of the house, then it makes your house worth more. However, how much more? It depends on how much energy that those solar panels are generating, because it depends what direction the back of the house is facing. Is it getting direct sunlight? And it depends on the solar panels themselves. How much energy do those solar panels make? Not all solar panels are created equal, right? So there's some other factors that play into that role there too.
Yeah, but solar panel installation basically depends on the owner's knowledge and the information of the solar energy, right?
Look, you could be an owner that has a lot of knowledge about solar. You live,
that's right.
breathe, eat this stuff, but it's
Right.
ugly, and I don't want it on the front of my house.
Correct. I agree. Yeah. Maybe as an agent, it's a good point to know for myself. Yes, you're right.
You know, so it's like a pool. Does having an in-ground pool make your home worth more?
Right. You're right.
Anybody? Everybody? Give me an opinion. Everybody's got an opinion. Why don't you express that?
It doesn't.
Depends. I would say depends. Again, the same thing. Depends.
It doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
So
No, it depends.
okay,
It depends on the.
What are you guys saying? Does having an in-ground pool make your house worth more?
No.
No.
Or it doesn't make a difference?
No.
No, what does no mean? Doesn't make it worth more?
It
No.
doesn't worth more, but it.
No, it costs more. Yeah, you're right. It costs more.
Which client?
Yeah, but maybe not all the buyers are interested in paying that much more for that house.
All right.
You're right.
So I'm hearing a lot of opinions here. But having an in-ground pool will absolutely 1,000% make your home worth more, always.
Yes.
Now, the point that some of you may be arguing is the desirability factor. Some people may not want a pool. Some people may argue, yeah, but then it brings up the liability, your insurance costs go up and all that. Well, then the house with a pool is not for you. But those people who want a pool are definitely willing to pay more for it.
Right.
So is a seller going to sell a home to somebody who's all negative? Oh, I don't want pools. Pools, you know, they're dangerous. They're lawsuits. You got to pay your insurance goes up. Oh my God, stop your bitching and complaining. The house ain't for you. Go buy something else, right?
Yeah.
You know, so desirability factor plays into it. So that house ain't for you, but there are people out there who want an in-ground pool and they'll definitely pay more for it.
Victor, I have a
How much
question.
more will they pay for it is a different factor altogether. I'm going to show you something. Go ahead, ask your question while I look for information. There's something I need to show you.
So the fact that the person is saying like, no, they may not want the pool because it's a lot more expensive. Now, can you, as the realtor, can you say, maybe this property is not for you, or that's steering?
No, I mean, if they don't want a pool, then, well, then this property's not for you. Let's move on to something else. Why am I going to stay here? You don't want a pool. You know, are you planning on filling it in? Don't expect the seller to fill it in. They're going to tell you to go screw themselves because they could get more money from somebody else. Because you're going to be like, oh, I don't want to pay you as much because I don't want a pool. Well, then it's not for you. I mean, if you were the seller, are you going to say, oh, okay, then I'll fill in the pool at my own expense because you don't want a pool, even though I know a home will make a pool worth more, and I'll spend all this extra money and effort on a pool to fill it in and get less money from you?
Hell no.
Hell no is right. Right? So that doesn't even make sense to do, right? So
That's a duct tape.
yeah, I mean, it's not for you. Time to move on. We're looking for somebody who wants a pool because we know that somebody who wants a pool is definitely willing to pay more for it. Okay, I got a folder here with all kinds of CMA pricing strategies and stuff and theory and articles and information, all kinds of good stuff that they give you here from the last CMA workshop that I went to with these people, which is like 5 years ago already. Holy crap, I got to go to one again. I definitely got to go to this next one because I like their latest information. I know how to do a CMA. I know how to price a property, but they give you additional information. The information they give you is how much more does a half bath make your home worth?
10,000.
10.
Considerable amount.
I don't know. What kind of home are we talking about? Are we talking about a big house, small house, multi-million-dollar house, $150,000 house? I mean, what kind of price range are we dealing in?
And then what I have back.
Could that possibly play an effect, a role on it?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, here's one document that they give us here. Here's the one that I went to in 2015. Okay, this one's 5 years old already. Now, here's part of their slideshow they go over in their presentation. Here's the guy, Jeffrey Ottawa, or Atau, or however the hell you pronounce his name. I don't know. I know I'm doing it wrong. Sorry. Kidding me too. So they go over a lot of information here, and here you can see from the market, change in market from prior year. They do comparison this year, then they do month-to-month comparisons, and then they do anticipation of what's going to happen. This is a heat map. This shows you the red areas are the areas that are heating up. You got areas that are cooling off as far as where are people moving to or moving away from. Changing in change in home values and sales prices, some basic CMAs of principles. They go over this stuff, explaining a lot of this information in detail. How much difference can supply and demand make, and how to measure it. They give you an Excel file so that you can plug in the numbers of the subject property and comparable properties to do a proper pricing valuation. And they do actually a sample. They'll work it out with you and work out a sample property. Then they give you something like this. This is the gem. This is why you would want to go there to get. This is the main part of it. But you're going to get notes, additional note supplements that would help with this. If your home is on a, let me see, we talked about bathrooms. Here, look over here, a half bath. Well, if the house is in a $250,000 price range, that half bath will make your home worth an additional 1.2% or $3,000. You guys see that? However, if that home is in a $400,000 valuation price range, it'll make that half bath will be worth $6,000 or 1.5%. Now, if you're going to go all the way over to, let's say we're talking about a property that's in a $2.5 million or above range now, a half bath there would be worth $15,000 or 0.6% of the home's value. Now, where are they getting these numbers from? They pulling them out of thin air? No, they're basing them only off of the sale of every home in New Jersey in that year. Or in the previous year. They basically break down that data. Where do they get that data from? Well, tax records, appraisal records, MLS records. They break it down to the smallest minutia of data, and then they could tell you how much a half bath would be worth. Now, not all homes are created equal. Now, you may say, well, one home's in a better area than the other area. Well, that's reflective in the price, right? So we could see in the price range of the home would dictate how much a half bath would make a difference. Look, it may have costed them $5,000 or $7,000 to put in that half bath. You know, if that's the case, you know, it's only gave them an additional $3,000 worth of value. You know,
are these they're not by location? Like these I guess are they comps that they get in these bathrooms over?
Locations can be a little bit subjective, you know. Look, you could have areas of town that are better than other areas, more expensive, what have you. But look, you could have areas of town that are not as desirable, but if you got a really nice home in an area, or you got a little spot, there's like one street in this area that's desirable. So you don't need to spell it out on a map. It's reflective in the price range, right? So how much an extra bath is worth is reflective based on the price range of the house. Okay, now they go over a lot of topics here. Is it on a busy road? Does it have high tension power lines above it? Is it on a private street? Look, if it's on a private street, meaning low traffic, it's not on a busy road. That adds 3.2% or $8,000 in value for a $250,000 home. And you could see the difference it would make on these others. However, if the house is on a busy road, you could subtract $10,000 from that home's value or 4%.
By putting a half bath in and then bring it $10,000.
No, I'm talking about being on a busy road. See this one? I'm looking, you guys can see this, right?
Yeah, but okay, so if the house is located on a busy road and you did a new half bathroom, it's gonna be negative 10,000?
Well, you got to make adjustments for all the differences. So it's if the house is $250,000, if it's under $250,000, well, then you subtract 4% from whatever the home's value is, and then that would change. It wouldn't be 10,000. So if the house is exactly priced at $250,000, it's 10%. It's $10,000 negative. And if you have an additional half bath, you could add $3,000 of value. So that home is now, instead of $10,000 less, it's only $7,000 less.
Okay, I understand.
Okay, you got to make adjustments for all the differences. Okay, square footage. You notice they don't say number of bedrooms, because appraisers don't go by number of bedrooms. Even though they put that information on appraisal reports, it's based off of the gross living area. They go by square footage. So homes that average at $250,000 price range, they're probably dealing with a $40 per square foot for the home. And you can see the different price ranges. Look, and they give you other resources in between on this report, which they'll explain there. You know, here's some resources of where you could get some of this tax data. Okay. Here's some information about age of home, how you could, how based on the age of the home, you could calculate a difference in price based on age of home. You know, for repairs and condition, you know, there's a lot of factors that a lot of math that appraisers do. They're showing you how to do it more accurately. All right. Is having a central air conditioning make your house worth more, and how much more? Yes, it does.
Yes, yes, it does.
But what if it's multi-zone? It makes your home worth even more because you say it's energy saving, right? See, this one doesn't specifically talk about solar panels, but they talked about solar panels at this event, and the guy gave us the guide on it. If your house has solar panels, it depends. If it's on the front of the house, doesn't make a difference. If it's on the back of the house, it does make a difference, and they give you a number to multiply it by. Because based in that particular year, homes with solar panels, depending on their energy rating, and then you got to look at their electric bill, how much it would save, and then you multiply that times the number that they give, and it'll show you how much more it makes the home worth. And they base that off of the sale price of every home in that year that sold with solar panels. That's how they came up with that number. So they're using very scientific methods for determining the values.
Victor, I have a question for you. You know the new their water heater, they're combined, the new ones they have, they're small, very tiny on the wall. They're supposed to save you a lot more money.
The ones without a tank, the tankless heaters?
Yeah, that you put on the wall. Is that considered? How is that? Condensed heater?
Well,
boiler.
We got different kinds. A lot of those could be electric or it can be gas, but
gas.
Often you see those ones, the instant heat are electric usually. Okay, but look, it can have, because gas has to heat up, it usually stays in the tank. So the electric, whatever the method is of heating, those on-demand heaters, it probably cost more to install, and people swear by them, right? However,
they're tiny. They're very tiny. They don't take that much room.
Let me ask you a question. If your power goes out, you got no hot water. If I have a tank, a water heater tank in my house that holds 60 gallons or 80 gallons or whatever it holds, 50-gallon tank, whatever the size of my water tank, if the power goes out, I still got 60 or 80 gallons of water, hot water in my tank.
Yeah. But does it praise more? That's what my question is. If you have those tanks, is there a difference?
I really don't think that would make a difference in the price.
Oh, okay.
That's more of a desirability factor for somebody who desires that. You could put that as a feature. I don't think it would. See, some improvements make a home more desirable, but not necessarily more valuable. Like if somebody remodeled their kitchen and they put in a 100-bottle wine cooler, would that make your home worth more?
No.
No. But somebody who likes to drink their vino may be like, oh, that's nice. So it's a desirability, it makes it more desirable for them versus another house that doesn't have that. But are they going to pay a tremendous amount more for this house because it has a 100-bottle wine cooler in it? I don't think so. Okay, so it depends on what those improvements are too. This is stuff in chapter 16 though, valuation of homes and all that. I just want to basically go over telling you, this class offers a lot. You guys should take a class like this, okay? That's all I wanted to show you, give you that little teaser there, all right? That's Ottawa, OTTEAU.com. I know they have a class coming up this month for that, and I will be in it. Unfortunately, they're going to be doing it online now because COVID.
Do you have to have your real estate letter? You can just take it?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So you just look at their workshops online, and then you can register for it. All right. And that's okay. So under pricing the property, page 163, let's just highlight in the second paragraph, comparative market analysis, CMA. That's how we would price a property. We do CMAs, we don't do appraisals. Skip the next paragraph, the following paragraph, we're going to highlight license law dictates that a CMA must never be called a free appraisal. Why?
Because you're not.
Because we're not what?
We're not
appraisers.
We're not appraisers.
I know that. I want you guys to say it. I want to make sure you know it. okay? All right, so there's a lot of information that we put into appraisals, like you saw, number of bedrooms, number of baths, square footage, there's a lot of things that we put in there, and then we make adjustments for all the differences. Now, some things we put in our CMAs that appraisers did not put in their valuations, like days on market, the properties that fail to sell. Why don't they put in their properties that fail to sell? Hold on. Let me show you something. There's a whiteboard. Boom. All right, when we do a CMA, we have to have a minimum of 3 comps, which we call comparables, 3 comps. Comps is short for comparables. And those are properties that are similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property in question. Everybody can see the whiteboard?
Yep.
All right. Now, when we're looking for properties, these comparable properties, we look up 3 comps of properties that are active, they're actively in the market for sale. We look at properties that are active, under contract, or here, there's actually another one in between. Active, there's ones that are active that have offers on them, and there are under contract, sold, and X for expired listings. We also put down days on market, as well as ADM, which is advertised days on market. Appraisers don't care about this crap, how many days it was on the market. Okay. Why do we include how many active properties are currently on the market, the comparables? Why do we look at active listings? These ones are currently the competition that's on the market. They have not sold yet. So the only reason why we look at them, it's not for this reason, guys. It is not for the price. So far, these properties have failed to sell. They're currently on the market for sale. We're only looking at this to see what the competition is. That's the only reason. So why do we look at active with the asterisk next to it that shows these are properties that have offers on them that have been made? Offer had been made, it's pending, but it's not under contract yet, meaning that it's not out of attorney review yet or in attorney review. Or it's actually, no, an offer's been accepted, but it's not under contract yet. So once again, this is to see the activity on the market. It's not for this reason, because we're not going to know how much the offer price is. Under contract, once again, this is for activity. How many properties are actually going to contract? These properties are under attorney review, or I'm sorry, under contract. These are ones that are out of attorney review and that are now in a legally binding contract with each other. Once again, we're not going to know the price on these. So this is only to see the activity of what is actually moving there in the market, because these are one step away from selling. Why do we look at the homes that have sold as comps? Sold is for the money. These are the only ones that matter when we're looking at price. Because if your home is exactly like another home that just sold and it's nearby in the same area, shouldn't your home be selling for that same price? If it's exactly the same?
Or more.
Well, it depends if the market declining or going up, or is it steady, but in theory, that home should sell for the same price. Of course, there are other factors involved. What's the demand in the market right now? Is there one less house on the market now, and the demand is still high? Then your home may still sell for more, right? Okay, so it depends on a couple of other factors, but let's just take all those factors out. Shouldn't your home at least sell for the same amount as this home, right?
You're right.
Yeah.
So why do we show, so sold, the only reason why we look at the solds is for the money. That gives us the price range. That's what appraisers do too. That's how they determine the price. Now, what about expired listings? Why do we look at expired listings? Appraisers don't care about expired listings. Those are homes that fail to sell. Why do we look at them?
Price what?
We want to see properties that are
Similar.
overpriced. We want to see what failed to sell in this neighborhood. Was it because it was overpriced? Was it because of the picks? Was it the agent's fault? Was it because of the commission that was offered? Wasn't enough? What was it that caused this house not to sell? Look, if you've got the same home and you want to price it at the same price range and it looks just like this house, if you want to end up here, price it what they priced it at. Or let's look at this. Maybe it was their showings, right? Maybe they were too restrictive. With their showings. Are you the homeowner and you want to be home during all showings, or you could only have showings on Saturdays and Tuesdays, but only between certain hours? Are you going to be limiting the options of who can see that property?
Yes.
Absolutely. Could that lead to a property expiring, a listing expiring?
Yes,
Sure
definitely.
can. There's a lot of factors that can. The showing condition of the property. Oh, wait. What, was there a pet? Was there pets in that house? Not only are some people deathly afraid of pets, we need to make sure that the pets are removed from the home during showings. You know, at least the dogs are the ones that could cause harm to people, right?
Oh.
Remember, we're responsible. Even, I don't care how sweet your dog is. It's an animal. They can bite. And if somebody gets bitten, we're getting sued. Our company's getting sued. The homeowner's getting sued. The listing agency's getting sued. Everybody's getting sued in that transaction.
Ooh,
Right?
that's something.
So make sure that that dog is taken out, put in the yard, put in a cage, take it for a walk. Just make sure it's not around. And listen, I've had a showing before where I had this one lady. I'll never forget. I thought she was a drama queen at first, but I think she genuinely had a phobia, that she was scared of animals. She was scared of this dog that was in the house. And I was like, you're kidding, right? It was this tiny dog. When I say tiny, I mean, you guys never seen a dog this small before in your life. This dog, I could fit it in the palm of my hand. It was some kind of a teacup dog that they call it, but it was like a miniature teacup. The dog was this little fur ball. And when it barked, it was like, meep, meep, meep. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Is that a dog? You know, it was the dog was so cute though. She was clutching onto my shirt and pulling it off my shoulder, like hiding behind me. I was like, well, what are you doing? She was like, like she was scared to death. So if she freaks out and gets hurt because of this little dog that's there, you know, I calmed her down. And I was like, don't worry, I'm not going to put him down. Look, I'll hold him. We'll walk around the house. I'll hold him the whole time. I'll keep him away from you. Look, I could put him in my pocket. You know, the dog was so tiny. I really could put him in my pocket. So I was like, I'll hold it. The dog was so cute, you know, so, but some people are scared. They got phobias of animals like that. And this lady, if she got hurt, people are getting sued, right? You got to look out for pet instructions. And if you got a listing, you better put pet instructions in there. Don't let the cat out. Somebody lets the cat out, everybody's getting sued if that cat gets run over by a car, right? Got to have your pet instructions, be careful. And especially if it's an animal, right? Especially if it's a dog, especially if it's a big dog. You know, sure, little dogs can bite, but big dogs do more damage, right? Look, I did showings before where I got chased by a deaf dog. Okay, it wasn't just me though. I just finished showing a house to a husband and wife and their newborn baby that she was holding in her hand as we were walking around the house. Now I knocked on the door. We went through the entire house. I'm banging. I'm realtor, realtor, realtor. I yell. Go through the whole house. We get out of a bedroom that's on the first floor, which is the last room that the house we had to see. We came back to the kitchen. This was a house in Summit. I'll never forget it. They loved the house. They were talking about putting an offer in on this very expensive home. And I was like, wow, everything's awesome. Then out of that bedroom that we just walked out of, that we were just standing in and talking in, a big dog comes running out of that bedroom and slides across the wooden floor right between us as we're standing there. You know, he came charging at us and he slid across the floor. That's how fast he was charging across us. And we scattered like cockroaches to the nearest room to get away. My heart was beating, pounding out of my chest. And I know theirs was. And then once my heartbeat went down a little bit, I was like, oh shit, the baby. Lady had a newborn baby in her hand. If something happened to that child, we're into some major lawsuits here. So, you know, I checked with them. Yeah, they locked themselves in the basement door, which was right there. I locked myself in a bathroom door, which was nearby. And all we hear is this throaty growl. You know, it sounded like a pit bull type growl, you know, that really throaty growl. And I was just like, holy shit, we were just in that room. Where did that dog come from? You know, there was no notes in the realtor's notes in the showing. I called up the office before. I called up the listing agent. So we wait till those growls start calming down a little bit. And then I got to be the brave one, you know. So I open up the door. The good thing I always carry around like one of those police aluminum flashlights with me every time I show a house. You know, you got to brighten things up sometimes. You don't expect lights to always work. And for security reasons, in case you need to clock someone over the head or a dog, you know. Anyway, so I stuck my head out there and I'm looking and I'm like, I'm going to bash this thing if he tries to bite me, you know. And I'm looking through there. I'm like, I could hear him, but I don't know where the hell he is. And I go to the back door in the kitchen. I unlock the door and open the door. I'm like, come on, come on, come on, come on. And they scurry out the back door and we lock up the door, we lock up the house and we're out of there. Thank God nobody got hurt. Nobody got bit. Nobody got hurt. Nothing happened to the baby. But if it did, just imagine, right? What do you think? Do you think they bought the house?
Yes.
You're kidding, right? No. They wanted out of that house so fast. They were not thinking about buying that house no more. Okay, which was a shame because that was an expensive house and they loved it until that dog ruined it for us because the agent didn't put a comment in it. Now I'm driving back to the office, you know, in my car. We came in separate cars. I'm driving back to the office. I'm like, fudge, you know, I'm like, that sucked. That freaking dog screwed it up, you know? And I mean, my heart's still pounding too. And then I get a call from the listing agent finally after a couple of days of leaving her messages. Don't go in the house. There's a dog there and he will bite. He needs his handler. The dog is deaf. That's why we were in the room and the dog didn't hear us talking and we were going through the house and he didn't hear my yelling or anything. You figured he'd hear the vibrations. The dog was sleeping under the bed in the bedroom that we were just in. And I guess he woke up, came to the kitchen because that's where his bowl of water and food was. And he saw us and just charged, you know, holy crap, man, we got out of there. Luckily. I was like, yeah, no shit. Thanks for the heads up. Should have put a note in the listing. And she said, well, I put in their pet instructions. I'm like, well, I called your office and I've been calling you. Your office said there's no pet instructions. I seen a cat in the window. So I figured it was, don't let the cat out. I called you again before I went in and left you another message. Can't get in touch with you for days on end. I knocked on the door. We went throughout the house and then that freaking dog chased us. You know, I mean, something like that, especially in a situation like that, you better make up, you better disclose that. All right. So days on market. Why do we put that in there in the listing? Days on market. Well, because sometimes people just want to know. If the property was on the market for 35 days, it'll be listed there. It's a time clock that's ticking. So what's the difference between days on market and advertised days on market? Well, we may have had a period there for 15 days where this property was not available for showings. They may have had a delayed showing thing. So it was on the market for 35 days, but you could only see it for 20. So advertised days on market shows you how long it's actually been available for people to see. All right. Now when you go to this Ottawa group thing, they tell you if the property's on the market for 30 days and you have no offers, you need to lower your price. And they'll tell you what percentage you need to lower it by. Yes, percentage you need to lower it by. So how long, what determines how long of a listing do you need? How long of a listing should you take? What does it depend on?
More classmates help me out. I'm just guessing here.
Yeah, class, help them out. Is anybody else here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You feel me now? You feel what I got to deal with here? All right. So it's like talking to a wall sometimes. All right. Look, you have how long? Well, there's actually a way where you can mathematically figure out how long of a listing that you need. Now, we call that an absorption rate. Whoops, spelling it wrong. Absorption, damn it, I think I'm spelling it wrong. That's Jesus Christ. Absorption rates. Absorption rate. Okay, no, I'm spelling it right. Absorption rate. Okay, so the absorption rate is how long it'll take for the market to absorb all the listings on the market. Basically, what you do is you take the number of homes on the market and you divide it by the number of homes sold last month. Now you could do this in the area, in the state, in a complex to give you that. So this should tell you how many months it'll take to sell your property. Now, usually you're going to be anywhere at a minimum. Usually this will put you anywhere between 6 to 12 months or more, okay? It depends on what the current market is, okay? But either way, now you have a number that you could justify of how long of a listing you need to take. And I usually take a listing for either 6 months to a year. All right.
How long, excuse me, how long are they selling now in the current market?
Well, you know what? The real estate market is local. It depends on where. Are you talking in Westfield or are you talking in Newark? Are you talking in Linden or are you talking in Cranford? I mean, different markets, different, you know, it really depends. You got to look at the real estate really is that local, you know, it's not just throughout the state, you know, real estate is a local. That's what they mean by it's local. It depends. Some places may be in more demand than others, you know. But here's a good mathematical formula to figure out, and then you could run these numbers in the MLS for people, and then you could at least give them a number. Say, hey, Lise, I need a listing at least this long, so that you can help me help you sell your property. Okay, I need to have some time to work with because I got to put you want me to put your property in all the real estate websites and magazines. Well, it takes time to get the photos taken, to get the write-ups, to get everything uploaded, to get it syndicated to other websites. Magazines have publishing dates. We got to do the print advertisements. Got to go to the publisher. They got to send us a proof. We got to approve the proof. Then it goes to the printing for the next publishing date. Then it's got to get distributed. And then you got to give some lead time for people to pick the magazines off the rack after they get put out there. You know, so we need time for these marketing efforts to actually take effect too. You know, it's not instant. And look, here's another thing. Here's some factors that could play into how long of a listing you need, right? Less time or more time? You want a lot of money for your home. You want to get the most that you possibly can for that home. That's going to be on the more time column, isn't it?
Yeah.
The more money you want, you know, if you price it better, the less time, right?
Yeah.
How about this? How does the property show the curb appeal? Is the grass cut? Are the bushes trimmed? Does the house look nice? Or you got garbage all over your lawn? Is the kids' toys out there all over the place? Is the paint peeling? I mean, how does the house look from the curb? Okay. If it could use some touching up, we need a longer listing time. Oh, what about the showings? Are you very restrictive in the showing requirements? Do you need to be there? Do you got a dog that needs to be taken out? More time.
More time.
What about the inside of the house? Is it that shiny penny that's on the block? What do I mean by that? If I dig my hand in my pocket, I got a bunch of coins and I put them on the table, and they're all pennies. Which one are you going to choose? You probably choose that shiny, clean, bright penny, the new penny, right? Well, just similar to that, homeowners, when home shoppers, when buying a house, they're going to want that shiny penny on the block. Sure, they all watch HGTV and they all know the potential, but when it comes down to brass tacks of it, they want that house that's beautiful right now. A lot of times, buyers really don't have that vision. They think they do because they watch a lot of HGTV, but when it comes down to it, they don't. Not unless they're an investor that's actually done some investing. All right, so that could play a role in it. You know, the showing of the house, right? It's not clean all the time, every day. You don't have your bed made every day. That could make a difference. Oh, by the way, you know, the shower, people do pull back the shower curtain. All right, and if you didn't clean the hair out of the tub after the shower, if people see some kind of little furry monster growing in the drain, they're like, they're grossed out by it. And they're like, oh my God, what's growing in there? Oh my God, everybody becomes a drama queen, right?
And then they start talking about mold behind the tub and everything else.
Yeah. Okay. So what does that mean?
Time.
We need a longer listing, more time, right? How, you know, nobody, listen, you got a hamper for a reason. We put the dirty clothes in the hamper. Nobody needs to see your skid marked underwear laying on the floor. It happens. I've shown houses before, and that it's like, oh my God, that is so disgusting. I ain't touching that. You know, that's disgusting. You know. Oh, how about this? How about this? This goes to the showing. You know, you got teenage kids.
Yes.
Young kids, teenage kids. I'm sure they're developing their own personalities, right?
Oh yeah.
How are they Are they boys?
Yeah.
Girls.
You know. Well, if you got boys, do this. Make sure there's no weed pipes laying around or any drug paraphernalia, which you shouldn't have your kids on that stuff anyway. But how about you walk through the area and make sure, if you're trying to sell a house, that you remove all the posters of the nude women. Novel
Oh,
idea. You're
geez.
selling a house. I know you don't venture much into your kid's room. If that's the case, you better make sure that crap is off the wall. You know, I showed houses, you know, that I'd never been to before. It's not my listing. And I'm taking a couple through there with their kids, and it's like all posters of nude women on the wall. And it's like, holy shit. I'm like, cover the kid's eyes, you know? I mean, you're trying to sell your house like that? You know, what is that going to mean? No time, right? Oh, by the way, how much commission are you offering for commission for the agents? Oh, you don't want to pay that much? So where's the other outside agencies agents incentive to want to show your listing? You know, they're going to put it on a priority list if you're offering them a higher commission, but if you're not, guess what? No time. Like it or not, it is a reality. They do look at it. All right. What are some other factors that could play into it? How about the pictures? You know, agents, you take a role in it too. Don't take pictures of house on garbage day or at the time of the day where the sun is shining from the back of the house. Then it washes out all the color. You could have a color camera and it's taking a black and white photo. Okay. And nobody needs to see all the garbage cans lined up on garbage day. You know, make sure the garbage cans are taken and put away. You know, take some nice pictures. And people don't need to see every angle of every single room with all the room sizes and everything included. Because when you do that, you know what it does? People feel like they've already been there. Why do I need to go to the house? That's not sales. Sales is to show them, to tease them, show them a little artsy picture of the artwork on the wall sitting on the shelf. It's not like they're getting the artwork. The shelf may not even be included, you know? So why are we taking that picture and showing that picture? Well, because it looks nice and this is pretty in the house, okay? We're teasing people. They're gonna be like, have you ever looked at photos of a house online and you said, I wish there was more pictures? Did you? I wish the realtor included more pictures. No?
Yes.
No? Okay.
Yes.
That realtor did a good job then. They did their job. They left you wanting more. They teased you enough that they piqued your interest that you still wanted to, I wish there was more photos. Well, how about this? Now's the next step. Why don't you come on in and I show you the house? That's even better. Right? Your job as a real estate agent is to get them to meet you in the office, to get their foot in the door. You got to meet these people in person. Now you have that opportunity to build that rapport with them. If this is a house that they don't want, well, at least you're building a relationship, and now you can start working on showing them other homes, get them pre-qualified for a mortgage and all that other stuff, you know? Sales, this is all part of sales, guys, you know? Anyway, these are a lot of the factors: showing, price, commission, showing condition of the interior, showing condition of the exterior. Does the doorbell work? I mean, in a modern day that you don't even need to have it hardwired where it could be remote control, make sure the house has a working doorbell, for crying out loud. You know, people ring the doorbell and they're like, I don't think the doorbell works. What's their first impression of that house before they even step in? What else is wrong with it? Right? Or if the paint is peeling on the front door, damn it, scrape the front door and repaint the front door at least. You know, these first impressions before somebody ever gets into a house are big. All right. And remember, people can be showing the home. So during showings, you know, I suggest that you guys as real estate agents, when going and showing homes and showing properties, that I highly suggest that you don't just use your lockbox key when you got an appointment to go into the house that you set up. Do not just use the lockbox key and go into the house. Even though you unlock the door, I open it just a crack. First of all, make sure there's no animals that are trying to escape or trying to bite me. And I scream into the house as you yell in the house, realtor, realtor, hello, realtor. And then even after I'm in the house, we're going upstairs. Hello, realtor, anybody here? Hello. Because I don't want to walk in on somebody who may have been sleeping or may be busy, preoccupied, doing something else. And you don't want to walk in on that, okay? make your presence known as you move through the house, okay? As well as knocking on the door. Be loud, okay? Be proud, announce to everybody that you're a realtor and I have arrived, right? Hello.
Yeah.
Such an exciting bunch. Okay, we are done with this chapter. Let's do the key terms to review. Legal listing, broker keeps everything above a certain figure.
Net listing?
Net listing.
5 is A. Listing given to any number of brokers, only the selling brokers paid.
Open listing.
6,
Open listing.
open listing. A listing that promises broker will be paid unless owners sell on their own.
Exclusive agency listing?
2 is C, exclusive agency listing. A listing that states broker will be paid no matter who sells.
Exclusive right to sell.
3 is D, exclusive right to sell listing. Organization of brokers who work to sell each other's listings.
MLS.
Multiple listing service.
4 is E, the MLS, multiple listing service. And price comparison for seller's use when listing property.
Compatible market listing.
It's the comparative market, the CMA, comparative market analysis, CMA, or sometimes we do pricing for banks too. In that case, we do something that's called a BPO, broker's price opinion. Okay, so that's chapter 10. Okay, so chapter 11 is a long chapter. It's going to have a lot of terminology in it, so get prepared. We're going to have a lot of terminology, and you will get a lot of questions on state exam for this chapter too. So we'll get started in this in 1 second. Zoom recording. So chapter 11 is talking about real estate contracts, but we're going to start by talking about contract law in general. Terminology about contract law in general. Then we're going to get more specific and talking about real estate contracts and real estate law. Because remember, we got to follow several laws. We follow real estate licensing law, known as Title 45, Chapter 15, or New Jersey statutes, it's also known as. And then we're going to have to follow contract law, just general contract law. And then the real estate commission's rules and regulations. There's a lot of laws that we need to follow: state laws, federal laws, real estate laws, rules and regulations of the real estate commission. So we got to be aware of all the different laws, and we got to make sure we comply with them all. So starting off with real estate contracts. Can you guys still see this? I don't know why Zoom is, I can't see the pictures of you anymore as I'm going through the slideshow for some reason.
We can see it. Well, I can.
Okay.
Looks fine.
All right. Well, yeah, usually I could see you stay on screen usually on the side of me here, but for some reason it keeps disappearing. All right. At the end of this chapter, you're going to be able to describe the essential elements of a valid contract, including the statute of frauds. Anytime you hear statute of frauds, it deals with something having to be in writing. We already heard about it in the last chapter a little bit. Identifying different types of contracts and issues that affect validity of contracts. Explain various contracts used in the real estate business. So let's start off with, what is a contract? Well, a contract is a voluntary agreement between two parties, right? And those parties have to be legally competent parties to perform or refrain from performing some legal act. And it has to be supported by legal consideration. So for any contract to be legal and valid and enforceable, there has to be something of value that the parties give in exchange. So it's supported by legal consideration to be valid. Okay, supported by legal consideration to be valid. Okay, the parties have to give in exchange something in exchange for performing an act or doing something or selling something. Parties have to give some sort of consideration to each other. It's a voluntary action between competent parties as well. Okay. So the 4 essential elements of a valid contract, if we turn to page 168, we're going to highlight at the top of the page the title, Essential Elements of a Valid Contract, and we're going to write the number 4 in front of it because there are 4 essential elements to valid contracts. For a contract to be valid, there are 4 essential elements to any contract in order for it to be valid. Okay.
Okay, we're done.
All righty. Now we're going to highlight just the title of each one of the 4 essential elements: competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object. And then we're going to go over each one of those now. So in order for, these are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract. For any contract to be valid, look, it could even be an employment agreement that someone has, not just real estate contracts, any kind of contract. The parties involved, they have to be competent parties. That means they got to be at least 18 years of age. They got to be of legal age and sound mind. They got to be sound, sane, sober adults. Okay. A contract with anyone under 18 is voidable, is a voidable contract. That means that it can be canceled. Now, offer and acceptance. So in order for competent parties, well, first of all, contracts have to be a free and voluntary act of the parties involved. They have to be of legal age and sound mind, basically. Okay, at least 18 years of age in New Jersey. That may not just be New Jersey, though. I think that's federal law now. There was a lot of child advocacy groups that were fighting against human trafficking and such. And they managed to pass a law a couple of years ago, that year or two ago, that basically says that minors cannot engage in contracts. In New Jersey, let me say, it says, I want to write this in my notes here though to report to the book manufacturer, because the laws changed in New Jersey. Page 168, I already got it written down, competent parties, that a minor is no longer considered an adult. It used to be that if a minor is married, it says this in this bullet point, if you're under the age of 18 and you're considered a minor, you're not a legally competent adult. So if you're married and you're under the age of 18, the law considers you to be an adult. That's no longer. Because different states, that rule would vary in what age you could get married at with parental consent. And especially when we see immigration from a lot of countries that deal with different cultures, some of them have what we call a child bride, okay? That's just child abuse, okay? Different cultures, I don't care what you call it throughout the world, you know, marrying an 8-year-old is just child abuse, that's rape, okay? We had a lot of child advocacy groups that were pushing for this, doesn't matter if you're under 18, you're a minor, you're not an adult. Okay, you cannot be considered an adult just because you're married. Okay, because you could have these people, these children that are forced into marriage, you know. Now, it's one thing where you could have arranged marriages and things like that. It's another thing that when they're a child and they have no choice in the option, and they're being forced into such things, it's just abuse. So they changed those laws. So as far as the exams go, they shouldn't be asking you that about somebody under the age of 18 and being married. If they do, then they never change the exam. So if that's the case, then go with the answer option that that they can be considered an adult if they're under the age of 18. All right. I don't know what PSI did in their exams and what they updated and what they didn't. So I got to teach you both ways because I know the law changed. Okay.
Wait, say that one more time.
if you get a question on exam and it says, and it gives you the answer option of that a child can be considered an adult if they're married. The contract would be legally binding if they're under the age of 18 and they're married, okay? That used to be a question that they worded, and they gave answer options. Which one of these contracts would be legally binding? And they give one there where somebody who's like 16, but they're married, you know? Well, if that's the case with parental consent, they're considered an adult, so the contract would be legally binding. I don't know if they removed those questions or if they updated them to be accurately reflecting of the law changes, or if they're aware of the law changes for that matter. So, so if they ask you a question like that, just remember the old way here. If they ask you that question, you know, child under 18, under years of 18, if they're married, it would be considered a legally binding contract. But in real life, it wouldn't, okay? Because they did change the law. All right, now, offer and acceptance. This is also sometimes referred to as mutual assent or a meeting of the minds. Now, a meeting of the minds is when the parties come to agreement on all the key points, all the terms of the contract. We've come to a meeting of the minds. We're right here. You know, you and I, we're right here, right? We come to a meeting of the minds. We're in agreement on all the terms of the contract. And all the terms of the contract have to be clearly stated and understood by the parties that are involved. If you don't understand what it is that you're agreeing to, you know, how can it be a legally binding contract? Okay, the parties have to be aware of all the terms of the contract and they have to agree to them for there to be offer and acceptance. And then one party makes an offer to you and the other party has to accept it. Right? Consideration is the next one. Consideration is a word that it basically is something of value that the parties give or receive from each other in exchange. So consideration is the entire purchase price. Oh, sorry. Go back here. I'm gonna change this around a little bit. I'm just gonna reword this, put it the order. Okay, so consideration is something the parties give or receive from each other in exchange. Consideration is the entire purchase price. Each party promises. Okay, so it's the entire purchase price. Okay. And there are three legal forms of consideration. And the first one is, well, legal tender. So that should not be in this list here. So legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. That's legal tender. We have an exchange of something of value. Okay, an exchange of something of value. Could be goods or services. Goods or services, right? I'll give you this in exchange for that. You guys all with me? You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard somebody's microphone freaking out a little bit, and I know you guys are kind of quiet. I want to make sure you're still there and I'm not talking to the wall. If we lost the connection, you know, I've had this done before where I'm talking to people for 20 minutes and I realize the internet connection's gone or the Zoom app crashed. Okay, so I want to make sure that we're just all here communicating still. All right. Oh, I forgot to call about that free radon test kit. I'll call about it later. All right. So we have legal tender, that's money or a mortgage loan. An exchange is something of value, that would be goods or services, something that the parties give or receive from each other in an exchange, right? It's an exchange of something of value, goods or services, or love and affection. Okay. No, they're not talking about prostitution. When they say love and affection, it's, for example, giving a gift to a relative. You give the property to your child. You only expect them to have love and affection for you in exchange. That's what courts do understand and consider love and affection is a legal form of compensation. And they're not talking about prostitution. They're talking about, you're giving a gift to a family member because you love each other. All right. It is a legal form of consideration, but it should be accompanied by a letter that says that it is a gift, as an example. You can't just put down $1 as the consideration, because New Jersey requires the full purchase price be recorded. Well, look at consideration. Legal tender, exchange. Okay, consideration is the full purchase price. Okay, now if it is a gift, okay, I'm going to make that little note down there on the bottom, actually, that in fact, if it is a gift, it should be accompanied by a letter, or here, I'm just going to word it like this. In New Jersey, a deed cannot be recorded in the public record unless the full purchase price amount is listed. So you can't just put down $1. I'm going to put that right here under this one. Legal tender. In New Jersey, a deed cannot be recorded in the public record unless the full purchase price is listed. You can't just state $1 as the purchase price or sale price. Okay. Now, sometimes you may be looking in the public record and see $1 listed as the purchase price. If you do see that, often it's because it was a gift and it was accompanied by a letter, or the person refinanced the house, and then it shows there was not a change in ownership, but there was, so for the refinancing amount, it'll just show $1 sometimes. I don't know why somebody could have screwed up, because it's not supposed to list that. It's supposed to list whatever amount is outstanding there, even though there was no transfer of ownership. Sometimes they allow it. Okay. So that's when there's no transfer of ownership. Okay, so what is consideration? It's the full purchase price. And what are the three legal forms of consideration?
Legal tender, exchange, love and affection.
So legal tender, an exchange is something of value. An exchange of something of value, and the love
goods and services
and affection. You need to know these things. All right. And the fourth element is legality of the object or purpose of the contract. The contract, in order for any contract to be valid, it cannot be against public policy, meaning that it has to be for a legal purpose, or the object of the sale, if it's an item that's being sold, has to be legal. You cannot have a valid, legally enforceable contract to sell crack, because crack cocaine is a controlled substance. It's an illegal drug, right? You cannot have a legally enforceable contract to kill somebody, because murder is illegal, right? Common sense stuff. So the purpose of the contract has to be for legal object or purpose of the contract has to be for a legal object or purpose. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Everybody should know the answer to that one. Yeah. Yeah, one guy answering me. All right. So yes, okay. So what are the 4 essential elements of a valid contract again?
Consideration, legal tender, exchange, and love and affection.
No, it's competent parties.
Competent parties.
Offer and
Oh,
acceptance.
Acceptance.
That was valid.
Consideration
And legality of the
objects.
object. And what you got lost in there is there are 3 forms of consideration. Consideration is the purchase price, and there's 3 forms. Consideration is what the parties give or receive in exchange. It can be love and affection. It can be an exchange of something of value. I'll give you this in exchange for that. Or it could be legal tender, which is a mortgage loan or cash, right? So a valid contract can be oral or written. But listen, when it comes to real estate contracts and real estate agents, we got to follow licensing law. And what does licensing law tells us? We can't get paid on anything unless we have it in writing. We got to follow licensing law, right? So technically, if we have 2 parties involved, no real estate agent involved, can you have a contract to buy or sell something that's verbal? Are verbal contracts legal? Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Just not for real estate. Look, I can have a verbal agreement to sell my cell phone to you. You want to buy my cell phone for X amount of dollars? We could have a verbal contract like that. All right. That's perfectly fine. And we got a bunch of witnesses here too, right? Well, check this out. Now, if somebody else steps forward and say, oh, no, I'm selling it to someone else, and that person steps forward, we go to court and they got a contract in writing, but you got a verbal agreement with witnesses, the judge will throw you out, your claim out for purchasing my property in exchange for the other person who's got a contract in writing. We call that the parole evidence rule. The parole evidence rule states that the written contract takes precedence over oral agreements or promises.
Oh, wait.
So there's another term to add to your definition lists. So let's highlight it. A valid contract may be oral or written. The parole evidence rule, however, states that the written contract takes precedence over verbal agreements, oral agreements, or contracts. Okay. Okay, Mr. Ham. All right. Statute of frauds deals with something always having to be in writing. So on this slide, we're obviously going to go into 2 slides here. Statute of frauds says real estate brokers authorizations required for listings. It must be in writing, has to be signed by the consumer. A witness's signature is not required to make deeds valid anyway. It applies to sale or lease contracts, no matter who the broker is acting for. On behalf of the seller, the buyer, the tenant, or the landlord. And here's actually the better slide that you should study. This is slide number 2 for statute of frauds. It applies to sales contracts for real estate, must be in writing. Leases must be in writing if they're 3 or more years, but they can be recorded in the public record if they're 2 or more. Okay. So all real estate contracts have to be in writing. If it's a lease, how long does it need to be in writing? To be required to be in writing?
3 years.
3 years or more. But wait, if you as a real estate agent are involved, it could be 1 week and it has to be in writing. When we're involved, it always has to be in writing. This is if you got 2 people together, you got a landlord and a tenant, no real estate agent involved. Leases do not need to be in writing. Only if the lease is for a term of 3 or more years.
That's silly.
but that's still stupid. What kind of person is going to do a business transaction, a lease, and not have it in writing? How are you going to prove that you have a lease? I mean, you could have something that we call an implied contracts by showing that the landlord was accepting your rent. But now how do we talk about what were the terms of the lease of the rental? Can't prove it if you don't got it in writing, right? All right, so
Yeah.
leases can be recorded. What does that mean? They can be added to the public record if they're 2 or more years. Now, it's extremely risky to rely on verbal contracts, oral agreements for leases, so they should always be in writing. But it's not required if the lease is less than 3 years. However, real estate licensees also follow real estate laws, 4515, and rec rules, 11.5, that state we must have contracts for sale or leases in writing. We must never have verbal contracts. And we cannot earn a commission on a transaction unless we have it in writing. So let's highlight New Jersey statute of frauds states that a contract for the sale of real estate and any lease for more than 3 years must be in writing and signed in order to be enforceable. And in the book, you're going to write beneath that, leases longer than 2 years can be recorded. Leases longer than 2 years can be recorded. Okie dokie schmoky.
Got it, mean.
All right, types of contracts. Contracts can be express or implied, unilateral or bilateral, executed or executory, valid, unenforceable, voidable, or void. So now let's find out what that means. What is all that jazz? Falling apart here. Okay. Okay, so an express contract versus an implied contract. Well, an express contract is where the parties express all the terms in words. That could be verbal or in writing, okay? Usually in writing though. But you're expressing, you're laying out all the terms of the contract. How do we communicate with each other? We do it verbally, right? So we do it in words. Usually in writing. Now, an implied contract, on the other hand, is demonstrated by people's acts and conduct. It's not demonstrated by their words, but by their actions. Therefore, it may leave things to interpretation. So let me adjust this slide a little bit where it says it's demonstrated by their acts and conduct, not in words. So acts and conduct. I'm gonna put their actions. Their actions. Rather than in words. Therefore, it may leave things to interpretation, right? Because it's not perfectly clear. For example, want an example?
Yep.
All right, then I will give you an example because you asked for one. How about that?
Can we get an example?
Sure. How about this? You're leasing from me. I'm your landlord. Your lease expired. You didn't renew it and you didn't move out, but you continued to pay me rent. Your actions of, you paid me the rent, and my actions of the landlord accepting the check from you creates an implied contract in the eyes of the law that I'm okay with you remaining as a month-to-month tenant. If I wasn't okay with you staying there without having a written lease, I should not have accepted your payment. My actions of accepting your payment for the rent creates an implied contract that I'm okay with you remaining there as a month-to-month tenant in the eyes of the law. Another example of this is if a bank accepts a payment from an owner after a foreclosure starts. If that bank would accept a payment from that owner and it's anything less than the full amount that they're behind in their payments, that homeowner can go to court for the foreclosure court and say, I thought we had an agreement where I would be paying the bank back and they weren't going to foreclose on me. I mean, they still accepted the payments from me. A judge would be like, wait, what happened? The bank accepted a payment. Can you prove this? And if that's the case, they throw the foreclosure out of court because it's implied that if the bank accepted a payment from you, it could be interpreted that there was some kind of a unwritten or a spoken agreement between the parties. I mean, why would the bank be accepting a payment from you if they were going to foreclose on you to take the property away? So this is why when you're behind on your mortgage payments, at some point that those collection calls will stop from the bank. That's usually your hint right there that you're in foreclosure now. Now, even if you were to call the lender up, they would not accept a partial payment from you. Because if they did, it creates an implied contract. All right, contracts can be unilateral or bilateral. What's a unilateral contract? It's a one-sided agreement or promise where one party is required to do something and the other has an option to act. They don't have to do anything, but if they do exercise their option to act, the other party's obliged to keep up with their part of the agreement. They're obligated. A litmus test to determine if your situation is a unilateral contract is you could use this sentence. If you could apply this sentence to your situation, then it's a unilateral contract. I will do this if you will do that. If you could apply that statement to your situation, it's a unilateral contract. One party's required to do something and the other has an option to act or not. Let me give you an example of a unilateral contract. A law enforcement agency offers a reward if you aid in the capture of a criminal. Now, are you required to aid in the capture of the criminal?
No.
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 But if you do, are they required to pay you the reward?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, you see, that's an example of a unilateral contract. One party's obligated to do something and the other party has an option to. Only if they choose to exercise their option to act is the other party obligated to stay in contract with you. Okay, here's another example. A lease with an option to buy. If the seller gives you an option to buy the property at a predetermined price, by a predetermined deadline, are you as a renter obligated to buy it from them?
No.
No, you have an option to. So what kind of contract is this?
Unilateral contract.
It's a unilateral contract. So option agreements are considered unilateral contracts, and they can only be prepared by attorneys. We cannot prepare unilateral contracts, okay? Leases with options to buy, we cannot do that. Only an attorney can prepare that kind of contract. Now, bilateral contract is a contract where both parties promise to do something. I will do this and you will do that. If you could apply that situation to your situation, if you could apply that sentence to your situation, it is a bilateral contract. Okay.
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 Okay. I have a, well, never mind.
What? No, well, go ahead. Say, what?
So the type of contract, so express contract, what differentiate express contract with bilateral contract and in the terms of the word itself?
Okay, well, unilateral and bilateral contracts are determining the parties' obligations of what they have to do or when they have to do something.
No, yeah, I know that. I know what unilateral contract means. I know the difference between them two, but I mean express contract.
Okay, well,
the first one we went over.
Well, I just got to recap. So Unilateral and bilateral contracts are expressing what the obligations are of the parties, whereas express contract and implied contracts are stating how the contracts are put together.
Okay, that makes sense.
An express contract specifically states all the terms, and it puts all the terms in words in writing. An implied contract, we don't use words. If I'm renting from you, you're my landlord, and I didn't sign a new lease with you, and I don't have a lease, but I pay you the rent check. If you accept that payment, can I assume that you're good with me? You're cool with me staying there now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how is that expressed? It's expressed by your actions of accepting that payment. If you didn't want me there, you should have been like, I'm not taking your payment. Because if you try to take me to court now to evict me, a judge would be like, no, you accepted a payment from them. Why would you take a payment from them if you wanted them out? You should have came here to evict them. And then you could ask me to try to give you a judgment, and then they would have to pay you. But you accepting a payment from them creates a month-to-month tenancy that you're okay with them. If you don't have a written contract, that you're at least okay with them being a month-to-month tenant. And in order to evict a month-to-month tenant, you got to give them 30 days written notice before the rent is due.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Now, contracts can be executed or executory. Okay, listen, these terms you're not getting on an exam probably. As a matter of fact, the term executory, I never heard it used in my life in actual practice. It's probably just a word that attorneys use in learn in law school, because college got to fill all them years with something, right? They're going to charge you all that money. So they give you a better vocabulary, okay? But these are terms that I've never even heard an attorney use before. However, executed, we use that all the time. Now, if I ask you if you've executed the contract yet, I'm asking you if you signed it. Now, if I say, so we have a fully executed contract now, what am I asking?
Do we have a fully signed contract?
Has it been signed by everybody? Right? So you see, I'm using the same word. You know, I'm saying, hey, have you executed the contract? Has your client executed the contract yet? What am I asking?
Has your client signed it?
So we have a fully executed contract now?
If they signed it.
If it's been signed by everybody, yes. Okay, now the term fully executed can have dual meanings to it though. Fully executed could be a contract that's been signed by everybody, or it could mean it's a contract where all the terms have been fully carried out and there's nothing left to be done. All the terms of the contract have been fully performed. There's no other actions that anybody needs to do. The contract's been fully executed. Now, in that regard, I've never heard anybody use that. I'm sure attorneys may, under certain circumstances, lawsuits, use that term, fully executed. But in our practice, probably never hear it with that meaning. Because the term executory, if the term fully executed means all the terms have been fully carried out, there's got to be a legal term that means that all the terms have not yet been fully carried out, that their contract is still in progress. And that's what tory means. And the word executory, tory, at the end of the word in Latin means it's still in progress. So an executory contract is a contract that all the terms have not been fully carried out and there's still things that need to be done. Make sense?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You know what? Don't add it to your definition term list to study because you ain't getting it on an exam. All right. All you need to know, executed means a signed contract or a fully signed contract. Okay. Leave it at that. And contracts can be valid, voidable, unenforceable, and void. All right, so before we get to that, let's do some highlighting, shall we? Page 169 at the top of the page, highlight express contract, The parties state their terms and show their intentions in words. Then highlight implied contract, and then go to the end of the line, is demonstrated by their acts and conduct. My definition on the slideshow is better though. And then under bilateral and unilateral contracts, we're going to highlight the second line, on the second line. Bilateral contract, both parties promise to do something. And at the end of that paragraph, I'm going to underline with my pen, I will do this if you will do that, okay? Or you can highlight it. It's basically the litmus test to determine if the contract is a bilateral contract or not. And then on the next paragraph, the book's definition is very wordy. And when you read it, you're going to be like, huh? Let's just highlight it anyway.
If you do that.
We're going to highlight a unilateral contract is a one-sided agreement where one party makes a promise to induce a second party to do something. The second party is not legally obligated to act. However, if the second party does comply, the first party is obligated to keep the promise. It makes sense, but a lot of times when you read it, you're like, how many times can you use the word party in a sentence? They're basically saying one party has an option to act, but only if the other exercises their option. Okay, so one party's obligated to do something and the other party has an option to act. One party is required to do something, the other has an option to. All right, I want you to write underneath that paragraph, must be prepared by attorneys.
Both of them, right?
No, unilateral contract only.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Unilateral contract, we could prepare bilateral contracts, purchase contracts on 1 to 4 family homes. We could do it all day long, but we cannot prepare like a lease with an option to buy. Any kind of a contract that has an option agreement added to it, we cannot do that. Attorneys have to prepare those.
Gotcha.
The option is a contract all unto itself. There has to be some kind of value attached to that, because remember, for any contract to be enforceable, there has to be, the parties have to have some sort of a consideration, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So if you're going to give somebody the option, you're leasing to them. The lease is a bilateral contract. The option is a unilateral. They're actually two separate agreements. Okay, now contracts, we're going to highlight a fully executed contract as one where both parties have fulfilled their promises and thus performed the contract. An executory contract exists when something remains to be done by both parties.
I like that second one, but I don't really have to pay attention to it because it's not gonna be in the test.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, executory, don't worry about it. Executed, you just need to know it because we're going to use it in everyday language. I don't even know if you're going to get it on the exams, but the term may be used in a question. We use it in every day. You know, hey, did you sign and execute the contract yet? You know, you're going to hear agents ask that question. It just means that they're asking, did they sign it? Okay. Now, and it also makes you sound more professional, right? Yeah, you're expanding your vocabulary a little bit there. Okay, so let's see. Validity of contracts. Contracts can be valid, void, voidable, or unenforceable. So let's go over the definitions that I got here in the book. A valid contract is one that meets all the requirements to be enforceable. What are the 4 essential elements? Competent parties, offer and acceptance, consideration, and legality of the object or purpose of the contract. So a valid contract has all those essential elements, right?
Yeah.
Voidable contract is a contract that could be disaffirmed by one of the parties. Like if you have a contract with a minor. Can you enforce a contract with a minor?
No.
Forget about
No.
if they're married or not. Forget about that nonsense. Can you enforce a contract with a minor? No,
No.
because they're not a competent party. However, can you enter into a contract with a minor? Sure you can. Sure you can. Can the minor enforce a contract against you as an adult?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure they can. But you cannot enforce the contract against the minor. So therefore, it would be stupid of you to sign a contract with a minor, unless you also get their legal guardian to sign. Now, can you enforce the contract against the minor? Well, still not against the minor, but against their legal guardian you can, because they signed. You should always get their legal guardian to sign a contract if there's a minor involved. Make sense? Yeah. All right. This is going to be an exam question, always on state exam, probably on the school too. Highlight in the book on the bottom of the page there, voidable contract, and then the line below it, you're going to highlight, for example, a contract entered into a minor is usually voidable. They may give you an exam question that says, an example of a voidable contract will be, and then they'll give you a couple of scenarios. The one with the minor? Well, they usually give you one with a minor. But if they don't, what is an example of a voidable contract? It's a contract that can be disaffirmed by one of the parties for whatever reason. Yeah.
When, let's say, if you sign a contract with two adults and one of them is not sane, or they were just high or drunk, they're just not in the right mindset.
Is it voidable?
Yes.
Why?
Because they
Because
were
only
not.
one of the parties was not competent.
Yeah.
Now, let's go to the next one. Unenforceable contract, on the other hand, neither party can sue to force performance because of whatever reason. Maybe they were both drunk when they signed it or high. If both people were drunk or high or insane, if you have two people who are incompetent that are involved in the transaction, neither party can sue to force performance. However, if when you sober up, you still want to buy the house and the other person still wants to sell it, can you still be in contract with each other? Yes, you can. This is called a contract that is valid between the parties. Neither party can sue to force performance. However, if they wish to, they could stay in the contract and the contract will be valid. So you see the difference between voidable and unenforceable? A voidable contract, only one party can disaffirm it. In an unenforceable contract, neither party can sue to force performance. And a void contract is a self-contradictory term because a void contract isn't a contract at all. It's a contract that's missing one of the essential elements, or a cancel that has already been canceled. Void, the contract's been voided. Void means to cancel or canceled, right? So it cannot be enforced by either party because it's already been canceled or is missing essential elements to be legally enforceable in the first place. Okay.
Yeah.
Turn the page. On page 170, undue influence or duress. Well, undue influence means being taken advantage of. You know what? I'm going to add something to the slide here at the top. We're going to add in here that I want to use their wording. They actually got a good wording somewhere here. Oh, to be valid, every contract must be signed as a, where the hell do I have it? as the free and voluntary act of each party. As the free and voluntary act of each party. There we go. Basically, you can't force somebody to sign a contract. That is duress. And you can't take advantage of them either. That's under the influence. All right. So undue influence is being taken advantage of. So, oh, I already had that written here. To be valid, every contract must be signed as the free and voluntary act of each party. Okay, well, we already got that there, so I can delete it there. You must use extreme caution when dealing with elderly persons or those who may be under the influence of drugs and alcohol, even though we have functioning alcoholics and functioning drug addicts. You know, you also need to be aware of those with mental disease or defect like Alzheimer's and dementia or other mental diseases. Okay. If people are in the hospital, they're on their deathbed, they're under great stress, this is undue influence. These contracts may be reversed. Now, how do you know that somebody is not, has a mental disease or defect? What are you gonna do, ask?
Can really.
What do you do, ask them? Hey, are you bonkers? Is the cheese sliding off your cracker? You know, I mean, how would you ask such a question? Well, one thing you could do is, it's impossible to tell what's going on in here, right? But I'm telling you, certain illnesses, unfortunately, like Alzheimer's and dementia, a lot of people experience this when they get a little bit older. And there's beginning stages of it. Sometimes it could be quick, sometimes it could be slow. Sometimes the person can be sharp as a tack. They're on their game. They could have a conversation with you, be perfectly lucid, seems everything is on spot. However, they think they're in 1930. All right. There's a little gap in time there, okay? So that's basically dementia or Alzheimer's can do that to you. I had an aunt that I went and I visited her in Washington, D.C. Oh, no, she was in Virginia and Fairfax. I went and I visited her in Fairfax, Virginia, and because I was passing through. So I stopped over and I stayed at her house for the night. And, you know, we had a conversation. She made breakfast. You know, she's sharp as a tack. She was this was my my father's older sister. This lady was sharp as a tack. She had it all going on upstairs. She's the one that organized all the family get-togethers and functions. She knew everybody's kid and kids' kids, and you know, she had it all together. And I met with her. She was still sharp. We had a great conversation. Everything was fine. The next week, I get a phone call from one of her sons. Listen, did you hear what happened? And I was like, no, what happened? He says, well, Aunt, you know, and he said her name, you know. She's like, did you hear what happened with her? I'm like, no, what happened? What's going on? Is she okay? And he's like, yeah, I just don't want you to hear things through the grapevine and messages get crossed and everything. And of course, he turns on a little bit of a drama. You know, he's like, we had the SWAT team over at her house the other day. And I'm like, you have the SWAT team? What the hell? Why would you have a SWAT team over her house? And they're like, well, she was running down the street in her panties and bra, flagging down cars, saying that someone broke into her house. And I'm like, well, what happened? Well, what it turns out, what happened was she liked to make her tea and she liked to put it by her rocking chair. And then she liked to take all of her bills and lay it out on the floor in front of her, and then do her bills, with all of her paperwork spread out in front of her, So she laid out all of her paperwork, and then she went to go get the tea because the tea was done. She comes back in the room. She sees her paperwork spread out all over the floor. She thinks somebody's ransacking her house. She forgot that she put it out. And she thought somebody broke into the house and did that. See, it could come on suddenly like that. It could be something like that all of a sudden. The week before, she was perfectly fine. Now, all of a sudden, she puts out papers and she thinks somebody broke in the house and is rummaging through her stuff, and she's running down the street. She was that scared. She ran down the street, flagging down cars in her broad panties, That unfortunately, this is a mental illness. This happens. People, they lose their sanity slowly. And, I think she died a couple of weeks later after that. It was a quick decline for her. When it comes to brain diseases and things like that, mental illness, sometimes people can have it like that for years, and that could be horrible for the family members that have to deal with that. But, they could forget who you are. You're their kid, So that is an example of undue influence. If you were taking a listing from somebody like that, you're taking advantage of them, right? You can't take advantage of somebody who doesn't have their mental acuity there, right? So what happens if you get a listing and then you find out that somebody has Alzheimer's or dementia after the fact? I had a situation where somebody called up. I got a listing from an older lady like that. She was sharp as a tack. She was interviewing agents, and then she decided to give me the listing. And then I get the listing. I put it in the system. I get a call a couple days later from some lady claiming to be her daughter, and saying, listen, I went over to my mom's house, and she had all of this paperwork from these real estate agents, and she said she listed her property with you for sale. She's like, my mom's not selling her property. She's like, look, my mom's got dementia, and I'm her legal guardian. She's not selling her house. What do I do at this point?
I would
I
assume
think
you had to get proof that she was a legal guardian and then take it down.
There you go. You're thinking now. A lot of times I get people that say, well, you got to cancel the listing. You can't take that listing. Well, first of all, I don't know who this person is that just called me up. She's claiming to be the daughter. I don't know if she is the daughter. And if she is the daughter, how do I know she's the legal guardian or not? Maybe she is the daughter, but she doesn't want her mom selling her her inheritance. I got to look out for my client's interest. I got to continue trying to sell that property until this woman brings proof to me that she is her mother's legal guardian and she's not selling the house. And then I'll get her to sign withdrawal of the listing so I don't get in trouble from the MLS. And then I will also make a copy of the paperwork that says that this person was the legal guardian. I'll put it in my folder and cancel the listing. And unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about that, right?
Well, what if you do a contract? What if somebody wants to buy it and then she provides the proof?
Doesn't matter. You can't sell a property to somebody who didn't have who wasn't of sound mind, right?
Contract could be voided, right?
Contract is void. You can't have a contract with somebody who's not of sound mind, right? What if they're insane? It's not just Alzheimer's, the mild mental illnesses. What if they're insane too? Can you have a contract with somebody who's insane? They wanted to sell their house to me for $1. They insisted on it. Yeah, but they're insane. Right? Now, okay, so what happens? When you deal with older people, you should use care. Now, be respectful, people. Use care, but be respectful. I know we're done here. Just give me a minute. I want to finish this slide, okay? So just bear with me. So be respectful of elderly people. What I do now, when I go in for a listing and I'm dealing with elderly people, I try to drop little hints there and ask them. I say, is there anybody else? Now, when I go in for a listing, I always print out I search the tax record to see who everybody is that's listed as the owner in the public record. And then if it's only them listed, still, when I go to the listing, I'll say, is there anybody else that needs to sign contracts with you here today? Now, I did have one older lady one time mention something to me. She made a comment. She was real sharp. She was like, what are you trying to say? Like she was playing with me. She knew exactly what I was saying, you know, but I was just trying to drop a subtle hint, you know, because sometimes, and I have had this happen before where I asked, you know, is there anybody else here that needs to sign contracts with you today? And I mean, I could talk my way out of it and say, well, I mean, is there another owner or somebody else that has an interest in the property that needs to sign? I could talk my way out of it like that. But I've had a situation before where I had an elderly guy that was selling his property. He's like, oh yeah. It's like, I'm sorry. Yeah. I got to call my son up. He lives around the corner. He'll be right over. I'm sorry. I forgot about it. He's like, you know, he's like, when you're younger, you're taking care of them. And when you get old, now they got to take care of you. I know exactly what he's talking about. His son was actually his legal guardian because his memory was starting to slip. He was starting to get the Alzheimer's or dementia. So his son has to sign the contracts with him. But, you know, that doesn't mean that they're always going to remember, you know, but at least you could do is ask to try to prevent such a situation. All right. Now, lastly, for today, duress. Duress are force of threats, intimidation, or bribery. You cannot sell a property. There you go. I'll put that afternoon poll up for you. You cannot sell a property when by threatening people or forcing them to, intimidating them. These contracts can be over. Well, first of all, you can lose your license for something like that, and these contracts can be overturned as well. You cannot force somebody to sell a property or use threats, intimidation, or bribery. That's duress. That's it. Okay. I got the poll up there for you guys to answer the attendance poll for the day, and